When this guy touches a special white orb that determines a player's rank and overall power, basically nothing happens. It just becomes a little bit murkier. The darker the color, the stronger the person touching the orb is, so that means he's an F-tier loser. Kangwoo is devastated by this result. He leaves as soon as he gets his new ID card that allows him to enter E-rank gates. The girl watching feels sorry for him, since he'll probably die soon with such a low rank. But suddenly, pure darkness starts filling the crystal orb until it cracks right down the middle. The girl is shocked. This has never happened before. Even S-rank players only turn the orb dark gray, never pitch black, and definitely never enough to break it. She can't help but wonder who the hell this guy really is. Well, the thing is, Kangwoo has just returned after being the Demon King in hell for 10,000 years. All demons feared and trembled at the mere sight of him. Yet he was bored as hell in hell, so he decided to return to Earth. Then one of his servants, named Balak, asks why he wants to go back when he already possesses everything in hell. His question is met with a loud silence. The Demon King looks down at his pathetic servant, and Balak trembles uncontrollably while also trying to avoid eye contact. Cold sweat runs down Balak's face as he recalls the power of gluttony, which the Demon King possesses. This power allows the Demon King to absorb the bodies and powers of demons he lays his hands on. It also brought about the downfall of the 7 princes of hell, who were too strong to kill each other. Back in the throne room, the lesser demons are quivering with fear because they believe their ruler is upset with them. The menacing aura of the power of gluttony looms over Balak, and he looks like he has accepted his fate. Then the Demon King responds and asks how he has it all, stating he has been in hell for 10,000 years. He tells them that the same boring view and daily slaughter that went on in the realm only made him more sick of the place. He takes off his helmet, and we finally meet our pathetic protagonist, Kangwoo, who was kicked out of the first chapter of his own story. Rage fills his face, and he states that there has to be something for him to have it all. Balak assumes that Kangwoo is hungry and asks some demons to prepare a meal for their king. The servants rush in with a tray, and Balak tells Kangwoo that although the food may be trash, he should consider the loyalty of the pathetic servants. Balak opens the tray and offers a disgusting octopus head to his king. Kangwoo refuses to eat it and tosses it against Balak's head. Something so filthy and repulsive is definitely not what any normal person wants to eat. He starts to let out a powerful, furious energy and says that he wants to eat kimchi jjigae. Confusion sets in as the demons wonder what Kangwoo is talking about. They start screaming like brain-dead idiots and assume that the meal is the ultimate food for their king. They assume that kimchi is a dish full of red raw meat, but Kangwoo lets the fools know that it isn't. Balak joins in with their stupid assumptions, ready to rip apart any monster to serve its innards to his king. Kangwoo, on the other hand, is just tired of being surrounded by complete idiots. The demons don't have a concept of what a meal is and just feast on their enemies after winning a fight. Balak thinks that killing the 7 princes of hell is good entertainment for Kangwoo, but all the boy wants to do is read novels like a normal person. He then slams his fist on the ground and addresses Kangwoo, asking to be killed since he's too weak to satisfy his king. If only the fools can pay attention to Kangwoo for once, it'll be bearable to have them around. Seeing that there's no hope for his servants, Kangwoo wishes to at least have someone he loves. Then he hears a lady walk into the room and ask him if she isn't someone he can love. Her name is Lilith, and she is the queen of succubus. As she approaches Kangwoo's throne, all the other demons can't help but fall for her beauty. In front of Kangwoo's throne, she asks her dear king if he isn't satisfied with her heart. We see her face, and it's obvious why Kangwoo will never fall for such an ugly thing, especially with those tentacles. Lilith tries to put on a cute appearance, but Kangwoo is completely disgusted and turned off by this repulsive demon's presence. She offers to spend the night with him, but he sees it as a threat and orders her not to try it. Lilith grabs his arm with her tentacles, and Kangwoo looks like he'll puke at any moment. The lesser demons watch as she flirts with their king and are envious of him, wishing they could get in on some of that action. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is trying his best to get her filthy tentacles off of him. The succubus that was known for consuming the essence of men was not the beautiful lady people thought her to be. Kangwoo covered his eyes and begged her to just go away. Balak's cute look is more bearable for him compared to how Lilith looks. Inasmuch as looks aren't everything in a person, Lilith is just a different ballgame. Kangwoo then clenches his fist and decides that he must return to Earth. Lilith and Kangwoo are completely shocked after hearing what he just said. They call out to him, hoping that he isn't serious and just pulling their legs. But after being in that hellhole for 10,000 years, nothing is going to change Kangwoo's mind. As Balak and Lilith wait for his response, he tells himself that the preparations are finally complete. Kangwoo walks away from his throne and says it's finally time to receive the rewards after 10,000 years of hell. He then orders Balak to prepare something for him. Balak looks at him with a sad expression, hoping that his king will change his mind. but Kang Wu threatens Balak to get it done as soon as possible. Balak shrieks like a wimp and apologizes for provoking Kang Wu. He orders the lesser demons to call in someone known as Amon and to prepare the armors of the 7 princes of hell. Moments later, Amon, the creepy-looking shaman, shows up and begins his incantations. A chill air fills the room, and a bright light begins to illuminate the statues around. The camera pans out, and we see the bright light emanating from the middle of a high platform. Balak then tells Kang Wu that the preparations are complete. Tears fill Lilith's eyes as she watches her king walk away, ready to go back to the world he came from. Balak joins her sob party as Kang Wu drops his armor on the floor. You can see the despair in their eyes as they hope that their king isn't really leaving them. Regardless, Kang Wu ascends the platform and shows no sign of hesitation. As he approaches Amon, the shaman tells him that putting an extensive amount of mana into the armors of the 7 princes of hell could twist the boundaries of space and time. If that happens, it could forcefully create a crack in the dimension. Kang Wu heeds his warning and readies himself. He starts releasing a purple aura from his body as he thinks about how much he wants to go home. Kang Wu focuses his mind as the waves of mana flow through and surround him until the Myriad Demon Gate is formed. The gate cracks open and a huge flow of mana erupts in the room. Amon tries to shield himself from the intense power being released by Kang Wu. The magic is too overwhelming for him, and he acknowledges how magnificent it is. Some of the statues start shaking due to the intense magic until one of their eyes sparks open. The rest of the statues then react the same way as Kang Wu's magic gets stronger. When Amon notices this, he tells Kang Wu that the gate will soon open because the statues have reacted to his mana. Finally, the gate cracks before Kang Wu and opens. Although he isn't going to have any family, lover, or friends waiting for him back on Earth, he is glad just to be away from the desolate hellhole. Just as he gets to the gate, Lilith desperately calls out to him. He hears her incessant crying and whining, which makes him pause for a second. Balak tries to calm her down as she asks Kang Wu if he is really leaving her. While avoiding eye contact, Kang Wu tells her not to cry. The last thing he needs is to see that hideous face again, but Lilith immediately starts blushing stupidly. His kind words completely change her mood and make her feel like she can start making happy noises. Weirdly enough, bubbles start coming out of the holes on her body until liquids start gushing out. That horrific sight definitely left Kang Wu scarred for life. You can see the complete disgust on his face while Lilith talks about how much she wants to join him. Without a moment's delay, he jumps through the gate before he witnesses any more repulsive things. Lilith rushes to the entrance of the gate and calls out to him, saying that she will follow him no matter what happens. Kang Wu smirks slightly and throws up the middle finger to her. He hopes to never meet the deranged woman ever in his life again. He slowly descends into a control room, thinking about how much he just wants to return to the Earth he knows. He then lands beside an orb and gets giddy at the thought of going back home. The orb suddenly starts releasing an electrical surge, and a window pops open, saying that a nuclear crack has been detected. The walls of the room are surrounded by defensive barriers, and another window pops open, stating that the Gaia defense system has started operating. Kang Wu is completely confused and has no idea what is going on. Numerous warnings start flashing everywhere, and they're all saying that the power of the core is stronger than the capacity. He reads the warnings as they keep popping up, but he has no idea what they're talking about. Then another window shows up and says that the Gaia system is reaching an overload state. The defense mechanisms kick in, and the electrical surges increase. Kang Wu gets struck with the electricity and nearly has his brain fried to a crisp. Again, the system gives out more weird warnings, saying that exclusion on the core crack is considered impossible. Kang Wu feels enraged by the attacks and tries his best to endure them. Then the system starts to put a seal on him. Just as he tries to retaliate and fight back, Kang Wu passes out. Some moments later, he wakes up and opens his eyes to see the sun on his face. He looks around and notices that he's in a forest and wonders if he has arrived on Earth. Still, he is in a lot of pain as he tries to get up and check how his body is doing. When the status window appears, he is confused about what he's looking at. The status window shows that most of his powers have been sealed, and his other stats are way below average. That's how he went from a king to a loser in the woods. Kang Wu takes a look and notices that his powers are actually sealed. While still analyzing his status, he hears a loud shriek from the woods. Kang Wu quickly turns back and sees some ugly goblins approaching him. The goblins rush towards him, ready to dice him up, but he doesn't remember seeing creatures like this on Earth the last time he was there. Kang Wu charges up a spell to get rid of the vile creatures, but is shocked when his ability suddenly vanishes. Then he recalls that magic is weak inside the Myriad Demon Palace. At this point, the goblins are already on top of him, and there's only so little he can do. He keeps his composure and clenches his fist, ready to use something else he has in store for the monsters. In the blink of an eye, Kang Wu slices the goblins like kebabs before they can have the chance to land an attack. From his arm grew a demonic blade that he used to defeat his foes. The shadow of one more goblin looms over him as he keeps his gaze focused on the monster. The system window then tells him that he has defeated an E-class normal monster. He gains extra experience as he slays the last goblin and levels up to level 4. The dead bodies of his foes are lying all around as he tries to understand the kind of monsters he just encountered. It's not just that, but the experience points and leveling up don't make sense because he can feel himself getting stronger. He looks back at the pile of dead bodies scattered around the ground and remains speechless. After that, he decides to see what he can find out by collecting data on the place first. Luckily, he still has the power of gluttony, so he unleashes it on the bodies of the dead goblins. Kang Wu is able to learn some things about their bodies, but isn't able to get any information about the world he's in. But his magic stat increases by 1 point because he used his ability. Kang Wu's face is filled with fear and confusion as he sees the system talk about magic. He curses his fate because magic is a resource that should only exist in hell. He figures that there's a good chance he's not on Earth due to the existence of magic there. Kang Wu goes hysterical at the thought of not being back on Earth. The only reason he survived in hell for a long time had a chance of returning to his home planet. Then suddenly he hears a loud scream from inside the woods again. He looks a bit relieved as he notices that the scream doesn't sound like a monster or a demon. When he hears the screams again, he is sure that the voice is that of a human. Kang Wu rushes to the location faster than the Flash can blink his eyes. As he races to the scene, he prays that he can finally meet a human and desperately hopes that whatever he encounters has no tentacles. The thought of Lilith flashes through his mind, and he prays even harder. He finally arrives at where the screams are coming from and sees a horde of goblins surrounding a girl. Looking closer, he assesses her features and sees she has every single thing that can give a man joy. When he sees that the girl has no tentacles, tears fill up his eyes, and he lets it all out. He was finally able to see something that didn't make him want to puke immediately. While he is celebrating, the goblins are about to put an end to the poor girl's life. She closes her eyes and accepts the cruel fate that is about to befall her, but suddenly hears the goblins screaming for their lives. When she opens her eyes, she sees Kang Wu decimating the creatures mercilessly. She has no idea how he was able to kill them so swiftly, but at least she is safe. Kang Wu extends a helping hand to the girl, and she thanks him with the most innocent look a girl can have. As their hands touch, he feels elated to finally feel the touch of an actual girl. Although he's trembling, he tries to maintain a cool composure in front of her. The girl nervously thanks him again and introduces herself as Han Seola. However, Kang Wu is still trembling like a loser, and Seola wonders what's wrong with him. He forcefully drags her hand unexpectedly and proposes to her. Now she is completely creeped out by this weird guy and has no idea why he's being so creepy. Seola doesn't know what he's talking about, and he realizes that he was too excited to think properly for a second. Kang Wu apologizes and introduces himself, but she still remains confused. He asks about her injuries, and she lets him know that it's nothing serious and she's fine. Regardless, her legs are trembling a lot, and she has a really bad wound around her knee. Seola staggers and falls on Kang Wu. Then a phone slips out of her cloak. He sees the phone as it slips out and concludes that he's definitely on Earth. Then, he helps Seola sit down and decides to treat her wound with some simple first aid. As he rips a piece of his cloth to tie up the wound, he realizes that he can easily communicate with her. He ties up the injury and recalls that he forbade demon language in hell so that he wouldn't forget how to speak Korean. At last, he can communicate without stressing himself too much. After tying up her wound, Seola humbly thanks him for looking after her. He returns her smartphone to her, and as she reaches for it, he notices the year is 2023. He is surprised to find out that he has been in hell for 5 years. Kang Wu is shocked to see that monsters appeared on Earth in the span of 5 years, even though he adjusted time well. Then, he decides to rest with Seola since it will be hard for her to move around. While they are resting, Kang Wu thinks about how to get more information about the world he's in. He and Seola start discussing, and she reveals that she ended up in the woods when she was doing a solo gate hunt. Despite the fact that she awakened as a god player, she feels stupid for trying to take on an E-rank gate by herself. All these strange talks about players and hunting are really confusing Kang Wu. He then asks her what her level is, and she says she's a level 6 player. Kang Wu vaguely answers her question when she asks how he ended up in the forest as well. Seola tries to avoid eye contact as he smiles at her. He shifts closer to her, causing their bodies to touch, and Seola goes completely red when that happens. Trying to avoid the awkward situation, she quickly gets up and suggests that they get going. Kang Wu is still worried about her injury and asks if she'll be okay. Her legs are still trembling badly, but she tells him that she'll be fine. He puts his arm around her and offers to support her while they walk, but Seola is too nervous around such a hot guy. Nevertheless, Kang Wu insists on helping her and says he'll escort her. She points him to their destination and leaves herself in his care. The look on his face shows how delighted he is to finally be with another human. Although it's been 10,000 years since he last spoke to a human, he's glad that she isn't so suspicious of his identity. He plans to continue like this and slowly adjust to Earth society. Moments later, they finally arrive at their destination. There, a large portal stands, and Kang Wu is yet to know where it will lead to. He is convinced that moving through such a space rift is not something that can happen on Earth. With no weapons that create such a gate in his sight, He wonders how the large gate is being maintained. Sayola then lets go of his hand and tells him to hurry up so they can leave. They step through the portal, and Kang-woo covers his eyes as they move through the space rift. When he finally opens his eyes, he can't believe what he sees. Firstly, he notices a random guy recruiting for a goblin hunting party. But it wasn't just him. There were countless more people doing different things, such as operating a futuristic terminal. There's even someone trying to persuade a thief to join his party by any means. Amidst all this, Kang-woo notices that they all have normal features, and most importantly, not a single person has tentacles. Before him stands a bustling, futuristic city filled with lots of humans. Sayola looks at him as the beautiful sight of the city makes him tremble. Joyous tears pour down from his eyes because he's so happy to finally be back home. Sayola sees how tattered his cloak is and thinks nervously for a moment. She then calls his attention and humbly asks him to come eat together at her place. Kang-woo can't believe his ears, because it's like a dream come true. Not only does he finally get home, but the first hot girl he meets is already asking him out. Sayola, with her cute demeanor, tells him that she's really thankful and she wants to repay him with a meal. It's like things can't get any better for him, and he's already on cloud 9. Kang-woo tries to act like a cool guy, saying that it won't be right for him to refuse such a request. Meanwhile, some people call their attention and ask them to wait. When he turns, he sees 2 police officers asking to check their player cards. Sayola tries to bring out her card, but Kang-woo doesn't have the slightest idea of what they're talking about. Caught between a rock and a hard place, he has no choice but to use the ace up his sleeve. The color of his eyes suddenly changes to black, and his pupils to a green color. With this ability, he can make his target see what he wants and distort their perception. This ability is known as the power of oblivion. Unknown to the officer, a devilish demon put its hands around his eyes, while Kang-woo holds up the middle finger to the officer. Now in a hypnotized state, the officer approves Kang-woo's non-existent card. After that, he and Sayola leave, while the second officer tries to bring his comrade back to his senses. When they get to Sayola's apartment complex, she tells Kang-woo that they have to take the stairs because the building doesn't have an elevator. Kang-woo proceeds with her and admires every single little detail he missed about his planet. From the smell of an old apartment to the narrow stairway, to the cold railings, and to the dusty window, it's slowly sinking in for him. To top it off, he gets to go to Sayola's place and maybe get in on some action. At that moment, Kang-woo is convinced that he will have a happy future. While he fantasizes about a future with Sayola, she is welcomed back by her mother. Kang-woo's hopes and dreams get utterly crushed as he hears Sayola calling her mother. Sayola's mom welcomes her and is worried that she is hurt, but Sayola assures her mom that she's fine. Meanwhile, Kang-woo wonders if he was really invited over for just a meal. Sayola then introduces him to her mom and tells her how Kang-woo saved her earlier. The mother grabs his hands and thanks him earnestly for looking after her daughter. She doesn't really know how to repay him, but Kang-woo tells her not to worry so much about it. She invites him inside and assures him that she'll make a delicious meal. Kang-woo humbly thanks her, even though he was hoping to be alone with Sayola. Still, it's better than his dreadful days in hell. Sayola's mom heads off to the kitchen and asks her for some help in preparing the meal. As Sayola heads off to change, she checks her phone and sees that her mother texted her earlier. The mom tells her to always be in contact whenever she's going somewhere dangerous. Kang-woo notices the phone in her hand and remembers that he needs to gather some intel about Earth. He then asks Sayola for permission to use her phone and lies about losing his own. Sayola tells him to make himself at home as he uses her phone, and she hands it over. Kang-woo starts acting like a child with a new toy as he traces his fingers along the screen of the phone. After that, he goes to the table and decides to get serious with his mission. He starts searching for news articles from the year 2018 and finds something interesting. 5 years ago, the world was turned upside down. Strange gates start to appear on Earth, and horrendous monsters emerge from within. Firearms are useless against these vile creatures, and the Communist Chinese army is utterly useless against them. A world organization of emergency operations is formed under America's lead, and Korea is the 9th country to join. The first player appears from America, but no one knows who she is. However, the number of players started to rise all around the world, and people wondered if they were the hope of humanity. As Kang-woo reads through the news article, he notices that all this started on the same day he fell into hell. He realizes that he was caught in one of the many gates that opened that day. He brushes off the articles as mere assumptions and decides to find out more details about the incident later. Later on, his meal is ready and gets served. As he thanks them, his eyes immediately catch the sight of the wonderful meal before him. It seems too good to be true, but there is no mistaking it. It's none other than the wonderful kimchi stew he's been dying to have for so long. They tell him to enjoy his meal, but Kang-woo is too stunned to even say anything. He nervously picks up his spoon and takes some of the stew into it. Sayola and her mom then sit down and get ready to eat as well. Sayola notices that Kang-woo is acting weird. His hand is trembling softly as he tries to taste the meal. On the other hand, Sayola and her mom are waiting keenly to know if he actually likes the taste of it, but he doesn't say a single word. Kang-woo just keeps eating and taking spoon after spoon of his meal, leaving Sayola and her mom quite worried about him. While eating, he remembers how he fell into the depths of hell 10,000 years ago. There, he accepted demonic energy in order to survive and turned into a being close to a demon. Due to his humanity, his taste buds were never satisfied with the disgusting demons he had to eat. He had to eat them to survive, but they all tasted like garbage trucks. Slowly, he was losing his mind, but the only thing that managed to keep his senses together was his strong desire to return home. Now, after many years, he's finally back and can savor the taste of good food. Tears flow down his eyes with each bite of the meal because of how overwhelming it is for him. Seola and her mom are quite worried because they have no idea what's making Kangwoo so emotional. With a mouthful of food, Kangwoo thanks Seola with everything in his heart and tells her how delicious the food is. However, Seola humbly tells him that it is she who should be thankful, but her expression shows how happy she is that he likes the food. She apologizes for not serving him anything else, but you can bet he can eat the kimchi for the next 1,000 years. Kangwoo tells her that the food is really good and asks if he can have another bowl of rice. Seola gets up to get him another bowl, and her mom is glad that he loves the food. The so-called King of Hell continues eating like a street wretch and thanks his stars for being able to return to Earth. His horrible eating manners don't irritate Seola one bit. Instead, she just looks at him and admires him. Suddenly a loud explosion goes off, but Kangwoo is too engrossed in his meal to notice. A strange person stands in the rubble and dust clouds, cursing whatever made him break down their door. Seola and her mom rush out to see the maniac who has broken into their home. The guy steps forward, and we see an ugly thug yelling for Seola to come out immediately. He walks up to her and asks her who gave her permission to enter the gate. The thug's audacity fills Seola with rage, and she looks like she's ready to send him to the afterlife. Despite the fact that she's shaking and scared, she tells him to get out of her house. The thug feels insulted by her order and almost can't believe what she told him. Seola repeats herself and refers to him as Han Tae-hyun, asking who the hell he is to barge into her house like that. She warns him not to come near her since she's now a full-fledged player, but by the looks on Tae-hyun's face, he probably thinks she's insane. He bursts out with laughter after she tries to make herself look like some badass person. Tae-hyun mocks her words and tries to act like what she says impresses him. Seconds later, he switches up and punches the wall beside her. He is furious that a low-level player like her is bold enough to claim to be a real player. Seola shields her mother with her body and warns Tae-hyun not to come any closer. Tae-hyun looks down at their mother with a disgusted look on his face. He is pissed at the fact that their father died early and their mother earns little to nothing. This enrages Seola, and she curses him out, saying that he's the reason for their pitiful state. He ignores her deranged yelling and starts dragging her to the Andrus Guild with him. Seola struggles to break free and tells him that she's never going to such a useless guild. Tae-hyun is upset that she would talk like that, and claims to be helping her to get into a good party. Seola finally snaps and bites his hand, spilling blood everywhere in the process. He quickly slaps her away before she does anything more reckless. Their mother rushes to Seola as she lands on the floor painfully. At this point, Tae-hyun is beyond enraged. The veins on his head start popping out when he grits his teeth, and he asks her if she thinks she'll survive by only doing nice things. It's not like their world is an easy place to live. He tells her to come quietly and become an offering. Seeing that she thinks of herself as a full-fledged player, he decides that they should fight it out to settle things since they're both players. Their mother begs her stupid son to stop being so mean to his sister, and she promises to do better for them. She softly grabs his hand, but Tae-hyun tells her to get lost and pushes the poor lady to the ground. Seola starts crying when her mom falls to the ground and rushes to make sure that she's alright. While she's screaming for their mom to wake up, Tae-hyun doesn't show any sign of remorse. Instead, he's angry that their mother would dare to annoy him after he told her to get lost. Seola glares at her brother with a piercing gaze, but he isn't the least bit scared of her. His shadow looms over his mom and sister, as if provoking Seola to try something else. He reminds her that she's a low level, while he's a stage 2 metahuman. There's no way she has what it takes to stand against him. Tae-hyun mocks her and wonders if she's silly enough to think that she could be a match for him. He grabs her mouth and calls her a moron who's only good for having a pretty face. The only reason he needs her to get into the Andrus Guild is so that the seniors will have a better impression of him. Aside from that, she's as good as a piece of garbage to him. Suddenly he notices something is off. When he looks ahead, he sees Kangwoo chugging down a whole pot of kimchi stew. Despite the whole ruckus in the house, this guy only cares about his stomach. Tae-hyun wonders who the hell this freak is and what the hell he's doing. Kangwoo completely ignores him and continues eating like a hoodlum without a care in the world. This makes Tae-hyun more upset, and he wonders if Kangwoo thinks they're in a restaurant. Pissed off, he approaches Kangwoo and asks if he can't read the room. Seola, on the other hand, is really worried about Kangwoo being caught up in her family issues. Tae-hyun calls out to the King of Hell, but Kangwoo still ignores him and keeps eating. You could see how peaceful he was while enjoying every spoon of his meal. Tae-hyun then pretends to walk off, only to smash the table and spill the food everywhere. Kangwoo's peaceful meal is ruined, and he's still trying to process what just happened. Seola is in complete shock, while Tae-hyun continues thrashing the place. Kangwoo still can't believe his eyes as his food slowly falls to the ground in front of him. It's like he just entered his worst possible nightmare. Seola calls out to him like a typical damsel in distress, and he screams out in sorrow because his precious kimchi stew has gone to waste. Kangwoo falls to his knees in despair, while Taehyun wonders if he's just another mentally deranged kid. Even Seola is completely put off by Kangwoo's reaction, and her brother asks where she found such a beggar. Amidst all the chaos, all this fool cares about is his kimchi stew. While he's still wailing like a brat, Taehyun tries to get his attention. Taehyun tells him to stop being a pathetic loser and get up, but Kangwoo is still mourning the loss of his meal as if he lost a child. Suddenly, Kangwoo looks at him with a demonic gaze in his eyes. Taehyun gets caught off guard as he feels an ominous and demonic aura from Kangwoo. You see, this is why you never interrupt a man and his favorite meal. Kangwoo is ready to rip his limbs apart for wasting his food, and Taehyun looks completely scared. Taehyun only gets more furious as he bites his lip and clenches his fist. His fists get engulfed in bright blue flames, and he's prepared to put Kangwoo out of his misery. If only he knew who he was about to face. He brushes off the thought that Kangwoo is a demon and asks him if he's crazy. Taehyun quickly blocks off an unexpected attack and sets his sights on where the magic came from. There, Seola stands with a magic staff in her hand, and she begs Kangwoo to run away while she deals with her brother. But she is baffled when Kangwoo unleashes his demonic blades from his arms. He swiftly rushes towards Taehyun, ready to slice him like a shish kebab. Meanwhile, Seola is shocked to her bones and has no idea what she is witnessing at the moment. Then Kangwoo dodges Taehyun's attack without breaking a sweat. Taehyun assumes that he's not fast enough when he sees Kangwoo coming in from his left side with a punch. Sadly for him, Kangwoo fakes the punch and lands a knee to his gut. Taehyun has the wind knocked out of him but recovers quickly and tries to land another attack. Kangwoo dodges it, and Taehyun just starts swinging around frantically. Taehyun's movements are easily readable, and Kangwoo lands another hit to his side. Poor guy probably hasn't been humiliated like this ever before. While bleeding from his nose, he catches Kangwoo's legs and says that the attack isn't that strong. He tries to slam the Demon King on the floor, but Kangwoo lets him know how weak he is by feeding him another deadly haymaker. Our MC slices the thug with his blades, leaving him heavily battered and bruised. Taehyun doesn't even have time to recover when Kangwoo comes swinging with another attack. He shoots out a flame from his fists, but the Demon King easily evades it. After tricking him with another feint attack, Kangwoo punches Taehyun in the gut. The idiot falls to his knees, cursing himself and wondering who the hell Kangwoo really is. Taehyun struggles to get up when Kangwoo pins him down with his foot on his head. He still hopes he can do something, but Kangwoo isn't done teaching him a lesson. The Demon King stabs him with his blades, and Taehyun screams out in pain like a little girl. Kangwoo tells him to suck it up and be a man and stop acting like a little baby. This is just the beginning of his torment. Kangwoo plans to make him pay for every single drop of kimchi stew he spilled. Taehyun doesn't understand why this guy is crashing out over a pot of kimchi stew, but he can't fathom what Kangwoo has been through for the past 10,000 years. Kangwoo grabs him by the hair for insulting his precious meal. With deadly killing intent in his eyes, he asks Taehyun if kimchi stew doesn't mean anything to him. Taehyun sees that he messed up and tries to apologize, but ends up fumbling his words. Before he's even able to explain himself, Kangwoo starts smashing his head on the ground continuously. That kimchi stew must have tasted like gold for him to be acting like this. Smashing the guy's head just isn't enough for Kangwoo, and Taehyun is barely still conscious. Kangwoo tells him to say that kimchi stew is sacred as he counts the numbers 1 and 2. Taehyun is still suffering from the pain of Kangwoo's blades in his arms. Then, his torture begins when the Demon King counts 1, and he replies by saying kimchi stew. Kangwoo shoves his blades deeper into the thug's arms because he isn't loud enough. Right now, Taehyun is regretting every single moment in his life. He can't believe that he's going through so much pain and humiliation. The Demon King, looking even more deranged, starts counting again, and Taehyun yells out loudly in his response. He towers over the poor fool like a god as Taehyun accepts that kimchi stew is a sacred existence. Still, it's barely enough to satisfy Kangwoo. He stomps down on Taehyun, telling him to scream louder as if he's worshipping a god or professing his love. Seola stands there, watching the horrors that her brother is being put through. She is both confused and terrified at the same time because none of this makes any sense to her. Kangwoo continues torturing her brother and yelling at him to scream with every breath in his lungs. Poor guy is trying his best, but trying to satisfy Kangwoo is like trying to win a basketball match with blindfolds. To him, it's not the right tone, so he tells Taehyun to scream out until his voice reaches the 7th octave. Fearing for his life, Taehyun has no other choice than to oblige. He screams out at the top of his lungs, glorifying the magnificent existence that is kimchi stew until Kangwoo is finally satisfied. The badass Demon King finally retracts his blades and relieves Taehyun of his pain. He looks back down at him one last time and tells the guy to never insult kimchi stew again. Taehyun lays on the floor in complete pain, wondering what exactly is wrong with our crazy crackhead MC. Later on, the house is put back in order, and all the broken furniture is put into a corner. Sayola's mom is being patched up and lying on the couch while her daughter tends to her wounds. The hot chick is still very worried about her mother. Then she looks over to the kitchen to see how things are going. There, Taehyun is whining like the pathetic loser he is because he's being made to wash the dishes and clean up his mess. He regrets the fact that he met Kang-woo and hopes that the guy can just leave the house. Not only was he utterly disgraced, but Kang-woo also stole his clothes. Kang-woo, on the other hand, isn't the least bit concerned about the loser and is just scrolling through a phone. Meanwhile, the loser continues crying like a wimp and wonders how he got into this because of some damn kimchi. He looks back at Kang-woo with a spiteful look for making go through so much suffering. Kang-woo notices his gaze and slowly puts his cup down, making Taehyun shriek and quickly turn back to his dishwashing duties. He asks the loser if he's frustrated that he's suffering because of the kimchi. Obviously, Taehyun knows that's a trick question to make him talk down on his beloved food, but he doesn't fall for it. The Demon King thinks back to his struggling days in hell and says that Taehyun doesn't know how lucky he is to wear clothes, eat, sleep, and breathe calmly. He tells the loser boy to treat every life on earth preciously while he still can. Taehyun replies like a good slave, but in his mind he's planning something sinister. He's waiting to report back to Andras so they can help him get back Kang-woo for all he's done. While he's still daydreaming, Kang-woo yells at him and tells him to come over to the table when he's done with the dishes. Taehyun humbly stands before him like a scared cat, and Kang-woo tells him that there's no real merit in keeping him alive because he can't do any good in the world. Taehyun holds his anger in and acknowledges how much of a waste he is, but Kang-woo grabs him and says that he won't kill him. From the look in his eyes, you can tell that Taehyun will be wishing he was dead when the Demon King is done with him. Kang-woo stares at him with a menacing look, and Taehyun is overwhelmed by the devilish aura. Suddenly, the loser sees a demon before him when Kang-woo activates the demon Oribus's power of dread. The demon Oribus takes Taehyun in his arms and instills unimaginable fear in him. Taehyun cries out and pleads for the demon to get away as he stares down at him with his third eye. He screams out like a wimp as the shadow hands start to crawl all over his body. Meanwhile, in reality, Kang-woo is just standing over him while he cries out and begs as Soils himself. Kang-woo gives him a final warning, telling him that he shouldn't dare speak of what happened in the house. The demon Oribus is known for taking its target's soul and engraving a fear that can never be gotten rid of. Not only that, but it also makes the target a slave of the Demon King. Kang-woo then tells the fool to get lost after looking at his pathetic and miserable state. Taehyun then walks away trembling after suffering a crazy amount of humiliation. On the other hand, Kang-woo was glad to finally be done with him. Sayola watches as her useless brother finally leaves the house, but is rendered speechless by the events that took place. Once again, she is saved by her knight in shining armor, Kang-woo. The so-called knight goes back to scrolling through the phone and realizes how broke he is. If he's going to survive in this world, he needs to get money as soon as possible. He then finds something intriguing. He sees an article about magic stones and figures. He can use them to make money. Kang-woo then asks Sayola to show him the magic stones in her possession at the time. She searches through her bag and pulls out an E-rank magic stone that they got from the goblin earlier. According to the article he read, the darker the color of the stone, the more valuable it is. Kang-woo tries to analyze the magic stone, but he's not able to sense any magic from it. He is able to detect something, but it isn't magic. He recalls how he gained a point of magic after absorbing the essence of the goblins, but wonders what's inside these magic stones. He realizes that it's not demonic energy but a different kind of energy known as magic. Still, he doesn't know where the demonic energy is coming from. Kang-woo returns the stone to Sayola and decides that he needs to collect more of them to fill his pockets in the meantime. To do that, he needs a player card and recalls his encounter with the police officers. Sayola tells him that there are no player support centers nearby, but the closest one to them is the Seoul Station branch. She needs to go there as well and asks him if he would like to tag along. Seeing the state of their household and her mother, Sayola tells him that she is trying to earn money to help her family. She feels foolish for trying to enter the gate recklessly and thanks Kang-woo for helping her out and teaching her a lesson. The Demon King genuinely hopes to help other people just like her and admits that he's finally met an angel after seeing only vile demons for years. Sayola then says that she's trying to learn the basics once more and unlock her second awakening. He wishes her well but has no intent of helping her out just yet. After that, Sayola goes to get ready so they can start heading out. When she heads into her room, Kang-woo thinks about how traveling around with her will only reduce his hunting efficiency. As brutal as it sounds, he knows it's the honest truth. Right now, he needs to focus on regaining his powers and ignore everything else that can hinder him. Meanwhile, Sayola picks out a white robe to change into. The Demon King goes to the window and stares outside, thinking of how much he needs to regain his powers in order for him to survive in this world. He tells himself that he has to do his best just like he did all those years in hell. Sayola then comes out and asks him if he has his ID, but it's obvious he doesn't. She decides that they have to go to the city hall first to get one for him. After some time, Kang-woo stares at his new ID while on a train ride with her. He seems to be really troubled that he was able to get a new ID without stress. When he went to collect the ID, the lady there asked if he needed anything else. Kang Wu told her no, but he was surprised that there was no missing report on him. He is sad that after all those years, no one knew that he disappeared. His mind spirals into deep despair, and he recalls the horrid days in hell again. Luckily, Seola calls back his senses and snaps him out of his daydream. She points out the window, telling him that they'll soon arrive at the player station. Kang Wu looks out the window and is captivated by the beautiful and elegant view of the city. Seola shows how excited she is at the wonderful view as well. Kang Wu slides his ID back into his pocket and says that things will be different from now. He turns to Seola and acknowledges how wonderful the city looks. Their train finally arrives at the player support station, and they exit the train. She points the way to him, and they arrive at the headquarters of the player support center. The building is really huge, with countless players going about their different businesses. While Kang Wu is still taken aback by how massive the place is, Seola says that she has something for him. She hands out her old phone to him so that he can use it to contact her later. Kang Wu thanks her and blesses fate for allowing him to encounter such an angel in his life. She then heads off to register for the basic lectures, and they bid each other farewell. Seola says she'll be a bit late and suggests that they have dinner together later on. Our boy doesn't hesitate to accept the invitation, and just like that, he secured another date with the hottest girl on the block. Kang Wu takes in the view of the building again, looking at the numerous players walking around. He then sees a terminal where he can insert his ID and get a ticket. Kang Wu walks up to the terminal and inserts his card into it. The machine confirms his identity and prints out a waiting ticket for him. After that, it tells him to move to the testing room with the ticket. The ticket suddenly starts glowing, and he gets confused. A waypoint pops up on the ground, pointing him to where the testing room is. He heads there and waits on a bench for his turn. Two other players start talking behind him, and the gray-haired guy says he got the D rank after taking his test. His friend assures him that he'll get a B rank on his next test, but the guy just laughs it off. He believes it's nothing compared to players like Baek Kang-hyun or Cha Yeonju. While the guys are talking, Kang Wu surfs the internet on his phone. He overhears talking about the Big Five Guildmasters, who got an S rank on their first awakening. One can even get scouted by these Big Five guilds if they become an S rank, but the guys talking believe they still have a long way to go before attaining such a feat. Kang Wu then recalls the Big Five guilds and their guildmasters, from Mir's Kim Jae-hyun, to Red Rose's Cha Yeonju, to Hanul's Baek Kang-hyun, Sanari's Jung Hyung-ju, and Onuri's Cha Min-hyuk. These guys made the top 5 guilds in Korea, and Kang Wu believes he'll bump into them when he fully recovers his powers. He is convinced that he'll definitely run into them while checking out his stats. His face shows how desperate he is to quickly regain his powers because his stats are less than pitiful. Although he believes that if he uses the traits of a player, he'll be able to become stronger than his past self. Finally, his number gets called, and he's invited into the testing room. After waiting so long, Kang Wu walks in and is told to take a seat again. It seems they have to test the power of your patience first. Anyway, the room is bustling with a lot of players, and he goes to a desk where one of the workers attends to him. The lady confirms his identity and then gives him a marble ball that will be used to test his powers. The ball is supposed to change color based on his rank. The higher his powers are, the more gloomy the marble will look. However, Kang Wu is worried that his powers might come out too strong. He places his hands on it, and the marble starts glowing with a very bright white color. He thinks he has messed up, and the girl is shocked to see that someone's powers can be so bright. When the test is over, she tells our boy that he's an F rank and asks him to take his hands off the marble. He doesn't believe what he hears and is completely shocked by the result. So much for being the king of hell. The attendant then guides him through the things he needs to take note of, but Kang Wu is still too stunned to speak. It's understandable that his powers are sealed, but being an F rank is far from what he expects. The lady tells him that he'll get an E rank player card and will be able to enter gates of the same rank. Sadly, he's only able to enter gates of higher ranks if he has a guardian with him. Kang Wu is still wondering if the rank he got is due to the nature of his abilities. He thinks that if Balak knew what happened to him, he'd probably want to rip the lady's limbs apart. Suddenly, he can feel the trauma of hell coming back to him. He then asks the lady what he needs to do to increase his rank. She says that his rank will go up to D rank if he goes through the basic course, the same course that Seola is currently going through. The other method is for him to show the amount of magic stones he has transacted with and use them to increase his rank. Kang Wu immediately goes with the second idea because it's more efficient for him. With the power of plot armor on his side, he can rack up the stones easily. While he is about to leave, the lady tells him to wait for his player card. She offers to help him register for the basic course, but he tells her not to worry about it. She feels bad for him and thinks that his low rank is too shocking for him. When doors open and Kang Wu leaves, the attendant thinks to herself that he'll die easily if he goes into the gate. To her, it's better that he gives up on being a player, especially for someone who's an F rank. Suddenly, she notices that the marble ball is slowly turning back. The ball turns fully dark and starts cracking, and she wonders if it's broken. It then shatters as she reaches for it, but it doesn't make sense to her because she's sure that Kang Wu's rank was F rank before he left. She stares at the shattered ball with fear in her eyes, trying to understand what just happened. Even when Baek Kang-hyun took the test, his color was only dark gray. She calls the receptionist to help her change the marble and shoves off the idea that someone could actually have a full black color. Later on, outside the building, we see players in front of a gate trying to recruit others to join their different parties. Just like a classic RPG game, people need tanks, healers, and mages, but no one likes thieves. Kang-woo sees a young boy who's a thief trying to join people's parties, but none of them are accepting thieves. He feels sorry for the poor lad and wonders why everyone is rejecting thieves. Regardless, he doesn't care about any of it. He hands his player card to an officer who confirms his rank and allows him to proceed to the gate. Kang-woo steps through and arrives in a forest area. However, he takes some time to recover because anything that has to do with teleporting makes him feel sick. After stretching, he decides to go look for monsters. Then someone behind him calls him. He looks back and sees a giant figure towering over him, and he wonders if it's a bear. The strange guy asks Kang-woo if he's hunting alone and if he has gone through a second awakening. The girl on his team then tells him that they're done with preparations, and she reveals that his name is Tae-soo. After that, Kang-woo tells him that he hasn't gone through a second awakening. Upon hearing this, Tae-soo gets excited, which makes his party members slightly frightened. With the look of a proud blockhead, Tae-soo tells Kang-woo that it will be better for an E rank to team up with a party because he didn't go through the basic course. The Demon King is already sick of the guy's theatrics as he tries to invite Kang-woo to his party. His teammates aren't too happy because he didn't consult them before inviting a total stranger. Tae-soo tries to get them to understand Kang-woo's situation, but he does so in a threatening manner. Since they are feeling so anxious, he decides not to accept magic stones from them in order to add Kang-woo to their party. They accept his offer, but Kang-woo tells them that he plans to hunt without a party. The last thing he needs is a group of lackeys slowing him down. Tae-soo, being a meathead, ignores what he says and goes straight into introductions. He asks Kang-woo for his name, and the Demon King introduces himself but still tells the blockhead that he has no plans of joining a party. Tae-soo laughs at him and tells him to talk casually. Despite looking like an old man, he says that he's only 24 years old. Kang-woo doesn't believe him because he looks old enough to be the father of a nation. Tae-soo then pulls out his player card, which confirms his year of birth. Kang-woo accepts to talk casually, but wonders what the hell happened in the 5 years that he was gone. He thanks Tae-soo for his offer once again and tells him that he already has plans of his own. At this point, even Tae-soo's teammates look quite worried. The blockhead decides to leave Kang-woo since he insists on being a solo player, but he warns the Demon King to be careful of a strong goblin known as the Hobgoblin. It's a boss monster that's leagues higher than the regular goblins and much tougher to fight. Kang-woo thanks him for the advice and admits that Tae-soo is quite a nice guy. Tae-soo heads off with his party and they bid each other farewell. Kang-woo says that he would have traveled with them if he was really a beginner F-rank player. However, this is something he's better off doing alone. With that settled, he heads into the forest to start hunting. He bolts through the forest with lightning speed and notices tracks of goblins along the way. Moments later, he arrives at a camp crawling with lots of ugly goblins. He breezes into the place, taking down his first unfortunate target before the others notice him. Quickly, he releases his arm blades and slices up the next goblin, saying that he's found a jackpot. The goblins are scared to the bone but firmly grab their weapons and get ready to fight him. As the gentleman that he is, he extends a hand to monsters and asks for the battle to begin. The poor goblins rush towards him with a burning rage, but they're no match for the King of Demons. One by one, Kang-woo hacks and slices off their heads before they can get a chance to land a single attack. More and more goblins leap toward him, but none of them are a match for the King of Hell. The vile monsters aren't even a worthy challenge for him, and he continues ripping through the horde easily. The battle rages on endlessly, and these goblins don't even know when to call it quits. It's like their brains have rotted too much for them to know that they have to run away. After some time, the goblins start to realize that they are fighting a futile battle and start trembling. After slaughtering so many of them, Kang-woo realizes that there are still a lot of goblins left. Regardless, he is excited that there are a lot of foes he can play with, so he continues his onslaught without hesitation. Moments later, he is finally worn out after fighting so much. Before him lay countless dead goblin bodies, and he acknowledges how hard it was to defeat all of them. Then he sees the system window pop up with a message. It tells him that he has gained experience points from defeating the goblins, and his level increased by 4 points. Kang-woo also notices that he can stack up on demonic energy points by leveling up as well. After that, he touches one of the dead goblin bodies and unleashes the power of gluttony on the rest of them. With his power, he detects traces of demonic energy, but sees that it's not coming from the magic stones. The amount of demonic energy within the bodies of the monsters also differs depending on their time of death, meaning that if he's able to consume freshly dead monsters, he can gain demonic energy quicker. So, he begins absorbing the energy, and is glad that he can easily sell the magic stones and acquire the demonic energy he needs at the same time. After absorbing the energy, all that's left for him is to pick up the magic stones before he leaves. While gathering the stones, he starts fantasizing about how much chicken he can get for selling all of them. As if that's not enough, he thinks that picking off the flesh of the goblins and taking out their bones is the same process as eating chicken. He starts drooling and thinking of going to grab a bite with Ciola once he has the money. The thought of Ciola feeding him like a lover makes him go crazy, and he starts raking in the stones like a vacuum cleaner. The place suddenly starts rumbling loudly, and the air seems off. Kangwoo quickly notices that something is right and turns to see what's causing all the ruckus. Out of the woods comes a very massive goblin, and Kangwoo wonders if that's the hobgoblin that Taesu spoke of. With each step this monstrosity takes, the earth trembles beneath its feet. The monster looks beyond terrifying with its deadly gaze. It sets its sights on Kangwoo and completely goes haywire with a loud scream. The Demon King is taken aback when he sees that the monster is able to use magic. The hobgoblin charges straight for our boy, giving him a tiny window to react fast before an attack lands. Kangwoo whips out his blades and gets ready to tussle with the beast. He maintains calm composure because he's confident that his demonic energy is way stronger than the hobgoblin's magic power. But he isn't all that safe just yet. The monster swings down its sword at Kangwoo, but the Demon King is able to dodge in the nick of time. Despite its huge size, the hobgoblin is still quick enough to keep its eyes on Kangwoo and goes in for another attack. Kangwoo is caught in a tough situation, but he's still able to block the attack while in midair. However, the goblin still follows him up, ready to squash our boy like a bug. It swings down its sword again, causing nothing but chaos and destruction on the battlefield. Kangwoo luckily blocks the attack with his blades. The problem he faces now is the sheer brute strength of the goblin due to the difference in their weights. He parries the monster to the side and tries to go in for another attack, but the hobgoblin blocks him with its shoulder pad. Since Kangwoo's stats are still quite low, his attack bounces right off, and the recoil sends him flying backward. This dire situation tells him that he needs to find a bigger gap and do it quickly. The goblin swings frantically at him, but Kangwoo is able to evade each attack well. Regardless of how big the monster is, the goblin is able to keep up a barrage of attacks without leaving an opening. Kangwoo continues dodging the attacks and hasn't seen an opportunity to land a blow yet. Each attack nearly decapitates him, and he admits that the hobgoblin is on a completely different level from the measly goblins he fought earlier. It is expected of a boss-level monster. He jumps out of the way as the goblin attacks him again, and it ends up slicing a tree in half. At this point, the monster is basically destroying its own territory, and there are no subordinates to support it. To Kangwoo, it's just another prey waiting to meet its futile end. He then tosses one of the skulls of the dead goblins over the monster's shoulder. The hobgoblin sees the skull of its dead comrade, and immediately gets enraged by Kangwoo's mockery. It charges towards him, but this is all part of Kangwoo's plan. Kangwoo clenches his fist, gathering overwhelming strength and anger. He then unleashes the Demon Crossel's power of rage and pushes all that power into the hobgoblin. The end result? The monster is completely unfazed, or so you thought. It suddenly gets even more upset and ready to decimate Kangwoo. The Demon King is glad that his plan worked as the hobgoblin swings at him again. He is able to dodge the attack, but all the trees behind are felled in one swoop. The hobgoblin continues its irrational attacks without a care for its surroundings. Kangwoo then explains that the skill he used is made to amplify the target's power several times, but it turns the target into a flipping maniac as well. With its senses gone, the monster keeps swinging around aimlessly, destroying anything within its sight. The chaos goes on, but Kangwoo escapes each attack easily. The situation makes it easier for him to dodge. He rushes in for an attack because his foe has left so many openings without caring for its defenses. He swiftly slices the monster's leg, bringing it to its knees, but the goblin is yet to give up. Now even more furious, it swings down at Kangwoo, but the Demon King already has this win in the bag. Kangwoo stabs through its head, killing it and making it the first monster to ever be defeated by a buff. Kangwoo is glad to be done with the tough battle and says it was quite frustrating for him. While complaining about how easy it would have been with his powers, the system pops up a message in his face. Thanks to clearing a monster hideout by himself, he is rewarded with 150% bonus experience points, and he gains 3 levels. Also, he unlocks his second awakening special ability because he is at level 11. Kangwoo celebrates this massive win, and we see that the second awakening ability is known as Insatiable Hunger. This will allow him to absorb more demonic power from defeated targets using his power of gluttony. Together with the benefits of being a player, he is sure to get stronger with this ability. Without wasting time, he looks at the defeated hobgoblin and decides to test out his new power on it. Kangwoo activates the power of gluttony, and a dark shroud envelops the dead body of the monster. He notices that the smoke is darker and wonders if it's an effect of his special ability. The ability gets activated, and he begins to absorb more demonic energy. His demonic energy stat then increases by 3 points. With this, he's sure to get stronger by defeating stronger monsters. After absorbing the energy, he decides to see how the increase in demonic energy affects his strength. Kangwoo meditates on his powers and is shocked by what he discovers. He's not twice as strong, but the power is 3 times greater than what he expected. He wonders why it's increasing so quickly because unknown spikes in power can be quite dangerous. In his meditation, he enters the Myriad Demon Gate. Within its shallow waters, Kangwoo notices that the seal on the gate has gotten weaker. He remains confused as to why this happened because, other than the awakening, he doesn't notice any special changes. A thought pops into his head seconds later, and he thinks that every time he unlocks an awakening, the seal on the Myriad Gate will get weaker. Our boy slightly smirks before his expression changes into a completely deranged look. If he keeps increasing his level like this, he'll definitely be able to regain his original powers. This gives him a reason to want to explore higher-ranked gates and level up as fast as possible. He sees the Hobgoblin's magic stone and picks it up. With an even more insane smile on his face, he sets his next goal for the third awakening at level 20. Later on, the scene shifts to a restaurant where a lot of people are eating, drinking, and having fun. We see Kangwoo and Seola at a table, and Kangwoo is feasting like a wretched glutton. He is really going at it with the chicken and chugging it down with a cool glass of beer. Just like every other regular man, the food brings him a lot of joy, and he can't deny it. Seola looks a bit uncomfortable with his habits, but she doesn't really have much of a choice now. She asks him if the food is really that good, and he says it's the best. That's when she triggers the trap and asks him if it's better than the kimchi stew she makes. Our boy is caught between a rock and a hard place because he dares not insult a woman's cooking. Luckily, he gives the right answer and tells her that he loves her kimchi stew more than the chicken. Seola laughs it off and says she is just joking, but we all know he would have been a goner if he hadn't chosen his words wisely. Kangwoo nervously laughs it off as well and is glad that he didn't mess up. She gives him some of her chicken as well and sees it as a way of being grateful to him for all that he's done. While Kangwoo still has a mouthful of food, she decides to ask him a question. She asks about his family or friends, and he takes his time to drink his beer before answering her. He furiously puts the glass down and tells her that he has neither family nor friends. A fork falls off the table because of the way he slammed his glass, and the poor guy tells her that doesn't even have a house. If only Balak knew what his precious king was saying about them. Seola shows concern by asking him where he sleeps, and Kangwoo tells her that he has nowhere to go. While he picks up the fork, Seola looks very troubled and upset. Shen then offers her place to him since there's nowhere else for him to go. Kangwoo is surprised at her kind gesture and asks if she's really sure about this. While she grabs another fork, she tells him not to worry about it because he has no idea how much he has helped her. So he takes her up on her offer and wishes both her and himself good luck on it. They're both glad that he won't have to sleep in the streets for the night. However, Seola feels like there are a lot of things weighing down on Kangwoo's chest, and he has yet to let them out. After that, Kangwoo remembers that he has something to give her. He slides a bundle of cash over to her and says it should be about 3 million won. Seola is shocked and wonders why he's giving her that much money. He tells her to take it as a fee for allowing him to stay with her, but she humbly rejects his kind offer. She says that it would be wrong for her to take it, especially after all he's done for her. Kangwoo insists on being generous, considering that her family isn't in the best place financially as well. She tries to reject it again, but he further insists and tells her to take it as money for groceries. That way, it will prove to be useful to both of them. After thinking for a bit, Seola accepts the money and thanks him for it. Kangwoo gets mesmerized by her cute eyes and tells her not to worry about it. Seola then promises to use the best kind of meat to cook some kimchi stew for him. Trust Kangwoo to get very excited at the thought of being able to eat his favorite meal every day. He calls her an angel and vows to earn more money by selling magic stones to make her happy. It's almost like they're already married. When Kangwoo is done celebrating, he then asks her if there are any D-rank gates nearby. Seola tells him that there's one nearby, but she hasn't gone into it because it's filled with lizardmen. Upon hearing about the lizardmen, he decides that he has to go there the next day. He's determined to defeat stronger monsters in order to unlock his awakenings quicker and earn lots of money as well. While grabbing a piece of chicken, he starts wondering if lizard meat is good and asks Seola. Later on at night, the lights of a room come on in Seola's apartment, and she tells Kangwoo that he can stay there since the room used to belong to her brother. As he sits on the soft bed, he thanks her for giving him the chance to be able to sleep comfortably. As Seola leaves, she turns off the lights, and they tell each other goodnight. Kangwoo sheepishly smiles at her until she closes the door. Then, he stretches himself on the bed and thinks of how he hasn't felt such comfort in the last 10,000 years. The quietness and peace he has make it all so much better. As Kangwoo goes to sleep, he admits that he made the right decision by returning to Earth. The next day, he heads out to a dungeon gate and sees a horde of players looking for recruits as usual. Since he's now a D-rank player, he notices that there are bus parties recruiting people to help them achieve their third awakening. While passing by, Kangwoo notices the thief from earlier who's always begging to join a party. As always, no one wants the kid around, and even Kang Wu is starting to feel bad for him. Regardless, he goes to get his identity checked with the officers and proceeds to enter the gate. He arrives in another very dark and thick forest, but there's a mystical air around the atmosphere as well. He warms up his body and gets ready to start exploring the dangers that lie within this gate. He then activates the power of silence to make his footsteps as soft as a feather. After that, he runs into the forest. He recalls that Seola told him that lizardmen are sensitive to sound, but they don't have great eyesight. She advised him to approach them silently since they could gang up on him all at once. Kang Wu then quickly discovers some lizardmen, but thanks to the power of silence, they don't notice him. He sees that there are 3 of the monsters, and you can see that his eyes are set to kill. He also recalls that Seola hinted at the lizardmen's weakness to fire and how it's very effective to use it when hunting them. Kang Wu immediately activates the devil Andros's power of hellfire and shoots the flames at his unsuspecting foes. Before the creatures realize what's happening, the fires touch them, and the color of their skin reacts to the flames. In mere seconds, Kang Wu starts roasting the hell out of the lizards, and all the vile creatures can do is scream helplessly. The flames are too hot for them to handle, causing them to jump into the river in an attempt to put out the fire. Sadly for them, Kang Wu reveals it can't be put out regularly unless it is forced away with demonic energy or magic power. The poor creatures get burned to a crisp, and Kang Wu also says that the flames burn away the target's life force instead of their physical body. Due to that, Kang Wu uses the power of gluttony on the physical body to absorb the energy he needs. After absorbing the demonic energy, Kang Wu remembers that Taihyun's guild is known as Andros, and figures that he got the name from somewhere. If things don't work out for him, he's prepared to destroy everything and lay waste to the land. He gets interrupted and turns to see more lizardmen on the trees behind him. They don't look too happy about what has been done to their comrades, but the Demon King just sees this as a sweet moment to obtain more power. After dealing with them, he starts thinking about whether he should hunt more lizardmen in packs or one by one. Suddenly, he hears someone calling out to him and looks over to see who it is. The person assumes that Kang Wu is a beginner because of his equipment and asks him if he wants to join their guild hunt. Kang Wu already looks irritated by their presence, and then asks the group what the name of their guild is. The leader of the party has a proud look on his face when he says that they're members of the Andros Guild. Kang Wu looks at the pendant that the dumb-looking guy is wearing and seems very unimpressed at the dude's attempt to look cool. He turns away to leave and tells them that he's not interested in joining them. The dumb-looking party leader gets pissed that Kang Wu has no interest in them. The girl beside him asks what they're going to do because their master won't like the situation when they return. The guy then decides that they will beat up Kang Wu and drag his half-dead body out. This is what happens when a party is being led by a complete buffoon. They all have sinister looks on their faces and are looking forward to causing trouble for Kang Wu. The leader slashes his arm braces together and tells his teammates that they're going to teach the Demon King a real-life lesson. You see how stupid this sounds. Meanwhile, Kang Wu is blazing through the forest and burning all the lizardmen he comes across. The poor monsters keep screaming helplessly as the flames burn them, but there's nothing they can do. Kang Wu starts absorbing their physical bodies as soon as he defeats any one of them. After some time, he manages to clear the area he's in and consume all the lizardmen there. While absorbing the last one, he thinks to himself that it's better to risk it and focus on leveling up quickly. Still, he ponders on the matter and wonders what exactly he should do. He gets interrupted again by someone calling out to him. He immediately recognizes the voice as that of the dumb-looking party leader from earlier. The guy shows up with his lackeys and tells Kang Wu that he's making sure that their new recruit is hunting well. Kang Wu can tell that he's another blockhead who likes to bully weaklings and decides to play along. He tells the leader that they have no reason to worry because he's hunting quite well on his own. The leader doesn't believe him and mocks his words because Kang Wu's clothes aren't torn up and there are no corpses around him. Kang Wu tells him that he's resting, and the dude gets even more agitated. The guy asks Kang Wu why he's being rude to his senior, and the Demon King tells him that his theatrics are getting quite annoying. This pisses him off, and he looks like he's ready to rip our boy to shreds. Kang Wu isn't bothered by his threats and even asks if he wants to get into a fight. One of the ugly-looking lackeys gets provoked by his words, but the leader tells him not to try and do anything. The kid wonders why their leader will let something like that slide, but the leader plans to teach Kang Wu a lesson by himself. From our boy's expression, you can tell he can't wait to mop the floor with this idiot's butt. The leader of the party then tells him that he's going to regret messing around with him. Kang Wu, on the other hand, is looking forward to whatever the guy has in store. The dude whips out his sword and starts slapping against his metallic arm braces. The other party members watch with interest as the chaos slowly unfolds. The idiot reminds Kang Wu that lizardmen are sensitive to sound, but the Demon King is still very much unimpressed by his petty tricks. Kang Wu slightly tilts his head and smiles as they wait for the lizardmen to show up. A fierce wind blows across the place as the leader continues making loud noises with his sword. The waters start vibrating in response to the horde of lizardmen that are approaching the scene. The party leader tells the mage to put up a magic barrier that will protect them from the monsters. Now protected by the barrier, he mocks Kang Wu and asks him what he's going to do. He tells the Demon King to get on his knees and beg for help because he feels the lizard men will be too much for him to handle. However, Kang Wu is looking forward to this. He wonders if this is all the trickery the fool has in store. The party leader starts getting nervous, and Kang Wu tells him that he should go all the way when playing cheap tricks. The Demon King's eyes turn red, and he claps his hands, unleashing the devastating power of sound, which is bound to attract dozens of monsters. The Andras Guild party members are caught unawares when the earth starts rumbling uncontrollably beneath their feet. Kang Wu continues stomping the ground, creating an even bigger noise. The party leader, now scared for his miserable life, begs him to stop before things get out of hand. Kang Wu suddenly stops making noise and smiles at the leader. The dude calls Kang Wu a crazy person for what he just did, and things are about to get quite interesting. While inside the barrier, the party members are weary about the lizardmen who are slowly approaching from within the woods. In a matter of seconds, they get surrounded by a horde of these reptilian creatures, and they are all struck with fear. Their mage starts trembling a lot because she hasn't seen this many lizardmen before. The leader tries to tell her to get it together in fear that the barrier can drop at any moment. He lashes out at Kang Wu and curses him out, asking if he plans for all of them to die there. Kang Wu scoffs at his words and jumps onto a tree branch. The party leader looks at him with fear, hoping that the Demon King isn't about to run away and leave them to their miserable fate. Kang Wu then tells him that he already knows all about the lizard men being sensitive to sounds. After that, the monsters rush towards the party members and start attacking the barrier. The mage is trying her best to hold the shield together, but the attacks are getting more overwhelming by the second. The party leader directs all his anger at Kang Wu because he knows his time is almost up. He curses out the Demon King, wondering if he's crazy for wanting all of them to die. Kang Wu has no idea what he's talking about because there's no way he's dying like the rest of them. He makes sure to let the party leader know that they're the only ones that will be dying. Kang Wu activates his power of silence and uses it to prevent the lizard men from noticing his presence. The monsters ignore him and keep going for the Andras Guild party members. While they're still trying to rip the barrier apart, the party leader finally realizes that Kang Wu has the ability to control sound. In that instant, the barrier vanishes, and his teammates become a quick meal for the monsters. He yells at the mage to get the barrier up again, but when he turns around, he sees that she's been impaled by a lizard man's tail. The poor girl looks at him with tears in her eyes as the monster gets ready to devour her. The dude falls to the ground and watches as the girl gets decimated before his eyes, knowing that there's nothing he can do. Surrounded by the bodies of his dead friends, the hopeless party leader quivers in fear and tries not to make a sound in order to avoid the same fate. One of the lizardmen holds the body of a dead comrade, and he watches the horror before his eyes. Just like that, his entire team got turned into minced meat. The boy's lifeless body drops the spear in his hand and tries his best to stomach the horrid scene before his eyes. The next time he looks up, he sees that he is the next target for these monsters, and he begs Kang Wu to have mercy and save him. He admits that he was wrong for trying to act all high and mighty. Kang Wu happily calls out his name, Xian Bei, and wishes him good luck with the fight. The poor idiot curses the Demon King with all his strength as the lizardmen start eating him alive. In a matter of seconds, the lizardmen turn the poor fool into a happy meal for themselves, and Kang Wu watches as they feast. In his mind, it's better to fight evil with a larger evil and murderous intent with an even greater murderous intent. With the death of the Andras Guild party members, Kang Wu goes ahead to set the rest of the monsters ablaze and clean up the place. Although he looks quite disappointed with how easy the whole thing was for him. After burning them with his flames, he then activates the power of gluttony to absorb the demonic energy he needs. Suddenly, the system pops up with a message, telling him that he can't use the power of gluttony against those protected by the Gaia system. He recalls that he first heard of the Gaia system when he was on his way to Earth. Looking at the dead human bodies, he realizes that players are protected by the said Gaia system. He is sad to find out that he can't consume their bodies and absorb their abilities. However, the amount of demonic energy he can use still remains the most important factor to him. Kang Wu's demonic energy stat then increases to 30 points. He sees this, and is glad that his demonic energy has increased significantly as compared to before. It's not just the quantity that is affected. Kang Wu activates the power of Hellfire and sees that the quality of his demonic energy has also increased. Now, all he has to do is level up. Excited for his third awakening, he picks up the last magic stone close to Sun Bei's dead body. Kang Wu's third awakening isn't so far off, considering how much he had just hunted. He then heads deeper into the forest to hunt more before taking his leave. 3 days later, in Siola's apartment, our boy is chugging down a pot of his favorite meal as usual. He tells Siola how delicious her cooking is, and she asks him if he's going hunting again. He says he is, and that he will be back around dinner time. Siola is worried that he's pushing himself too hard because he hasn't taken a break in the last few days. As she sets down the kettle to boil some water, Kang Wu lets her know that he's fine. She also lets him know that she'll be done with her lessons after a few days, and that she'll be going goblin hunting starting that day. She's unsure of how things will go, but she wants to reach her second awakening as soon as possible. Kang Wu assures her that she'll get there in no time, After that, Seola offers him one more cup of tea to refresh himself before leaving. Our boy has no choice but to accept her offer because he's a big simp. Suddenly, Seola remembers something she forgot and asks him if he had heard about the news from the gate recently. She says that there have been rumors of players known as cow players around. It could be just a rumor, but she advises him to be careful when venturing into the gates. Cow players are known for faking their ranks and attacking players. Kangwoo feels these rumors are springing up because of his encounter with the Andres Guild party. He was sure that he looked around the last time to make sure there were no witnesses. Their bodies look like they were killed by the lizardmen, so if the rumored cow player is him, then he has nothing to worry about. Still, he feels he can't be too sure, and he should prepare for the unknown and focus on leveling up. After hunting for some time, he finally reaches level 20 and unlocks his third awakening. The system tells him that the third awakening feature is now open, and he sees that his magic has increased to a whole other level. Kangwoo tests it out by unleashing the power of Hellfire, confirming his suspicions. Every time he levels up, the seal on his Myriad Demon Gate weakens and demonic energy seeps through, making his abilities stronger. He then notices a magic stone and decides to inspect it further. Thanks to his third awakening special ability, he can now absorb the magic inside the magic stones by converting it to demonic energy. Kangwoo absorbs the energy from the magic stone and is surprised by how much energy he is able to get, as much demonic energy as he can get from a whole monster. With this, he can stack up on demonic energy twice as fast, but he will have to give up on making money with the magic stones. He brings out his phone to check his earnings and sees that he has earned a lot in the past few days. With this, he won't have to go to the magic exchange anytime soon. He also notes that he'll have a lot of free time to use his special ability a little more. Kangwoo takes off his shirt and wraps it around his waist as he gets ready to do some more hunting. He basks in the sunlight for a while before squatting down and launching himself into the air with the power of the sky. While trying to get a clear view of the woods, we see that the power of the sky grants him some wings to keep him afloat and easily move through the air. He remembers that he hasn't encountered the boss of the lizardmen. Unfortunately, Kangwoo can't get a clear view of the forest, and since he doesn't have enough demonic energy, he can't use the power of governance at the time. He suddenly hears a voice calling out and recognizes that it's Taisu's own. When Kangwoo approaches the scene, he sees two players who look like thugs, giving Taiso a tough time. Kangwoo deems that this isn't a normal situation and wonders what all the fuss is about. He then sees Taesu standing in front of that poor thief from earlier who was begging to join people's parties. Taesu is filled with a lot of fury and asks the two players why they're attacking their own teammate. The two bullies get irritated by Taesu's loudness because it can possibly attract the lizardmen's attention. While they continue bickering, Kangwoo sees that the poor thief has been betrayed and figures that the two bullies are the cow players he heard about. He is glad that the rumors aren't about him. On the other hand, the red-haired bully suddenly attacks Taesu and tells him to shut up. Taesu blocks the attack with his hefty shield, but the impact slightly pushes him backward. He is really pissed at the two players but looks like he's been worn out as well. The two bullies are frustrated because of how tough Taesu is, and they wonder if he's only had his second awakening. Taesu firmly grabs his shield with all his strength and firmly slams it into the ground. Then he tells the cow players that he won't be going down so easily. He activates an ability that causes his shield to be surrounded by a sparking orange aura. However, the two players are unfazed by this because they believe Taesu can't beat them since he hasn't unlocked this third awakening ability. Despite Taesu's attempts to put up a tough act, he still looks very tired and doesn't look like he can last for long against them. The two players slowly approach him, ready to end their little debacle and send him to an early grave. The green-haired player then reminds his comrade that they can't kill the blockhead. Kangwoo takes note of what they said and wonders what they mean by that. He continues watching from the bushes and waiting to see how the situation will unfold. While Taesu struggles to keep up his ability, Kangwoo remembers their encounter and wonders if he should help the guy. Just as one of the bullies gets ready to put Taesu out of his misery, Kangwoo notices something very strange about the player. He steps out of hiding and reveals himself. The player gets confused, but our boy sees that the energy around the player's weapons is demonic energy. This makes him quite interested in who these players are. The players then ask him to identify himself and question if he's just a passerby or an unfortunate loser. Taesu, on the other hand, is completely shocked to see Kangwoo after a while and has no idea why he decided to pop out. Aside that, the two idiotic bullies tell Kangwoo not to think of walking away unscathed, considering that he's seen what's happening. The green-haired player then tells his ugly comrade that they don't need to capture Kangwoo alive, which means he can do as he pleases. At this point, Taesu is even more confused when he hears them say that they've fulfilled their quota by capturing both him and the useless thief. Of course, this makes the red-haired meathead very happy. He points his axe at Kangwoo, ready to slice up the Demon King, and rushes towards him to attack. The Demon King isn't the least bit bothered as the fool closes in on him. Taesu calls out to Kangwoo in fear, but the player is already inches away from slicing off the Demon King's head. Kangwoo just slaps the fool across the face, and his comrade watches as the idiot falls to the ground. He quickly gets up, and his teammate wonders what the hell he's doing. The red-haired guy tries to explain that something is off, but he doesn't see Kang Wu getting close to him. Before he can react, the Demon King lands a swift attack and continues to pummel the fool. Tae-Soo is quite surprised to see Kang Wu beating up the guy so easily, and wonders if he's the same Kang Wu that he knows. The other bully rushes in to save his comrade and whips out his sword. Just as he's about to slice off Kang Wu's head, our boy hits him with the power of destruction and knocks his lights out. The impact sends the guy flying into a tree, and he gets the air knocked out of him. The guy helplessly falls to the ground, and all his comrade can do is watch like a loser. Kang Wu picks up the red-haired idiot by the hair and starts questioning the fool. With a cold tone, he asks the guy where he got the demonic energy. The fool insults Kang Wu and wonders how he knows about that, but gets his head slammed into the ground for not answering the question. The Demon King raises his head back up and makes it clear that he's the one doing the asking around here. He gives the bully one more chance to be an obedient lad and asks him where he got the demonic energy from. The guy says that he can't reveal it, and Kang Wu makes him regret his answer by unleashing the power of dread. The demon appears before the poor fool and gives him a nightmare that he has never experienced before. After getting scared like a wimp, he then reveals that he got the demonic energy from his guildmaster. Kang Wu watches the pitiful fool give up the information, but his comrade suddenly tells him to shut up and calls the guy Seo Taiho. Sadly, Taiho continues to tremble due to the horrible nightmare he just had. His teammate yells at him and asks if he's in his right mind. Kang Wu doesn't find his interruption pleasant. He charges up a ball of demonic energy and blasts Taiho's teammate with it, telling him to stay by the side in the meantime. After that, he turns his attention back to the scared Taiho and asks about the guildmaster. Scared for his miserable life, Taiho reveals that the guild is none other than the Andras Guild. He tells Kang Wu that the guildmaster held a ritual and gave him his powers. Kang Wu asks what the ritual is about, but the guy hesitates to talk about it. He decides to torture the fool some more to get the information he needs. Taiho starts trembling a lot and tries to talk about the ritual. Suddenly he starts writhing in pain and foaming at the mouth. He screams in pain until he coughs up a lot of blood and gives up the ghost. Kang Wu is beyond angry right now. He says that the guild must have planted a device in Taiho to prevent him from talking about the ritual. After that, Tae-Soo approaches him and asks if he is really Kang Wu. At the same time, the thief finally wakes up from his slumber and wonders what's going on. Kang Wu confirms his identity to Tae-Soo, and the brute is glad that it's really him. They both notice the thief has woken up, and Tae-Soo refers to the boy as Tae-Hyun. Tae-Soo introduces the loser to Kang Wu and tells him that the Demon King saved them. The brute wonders what Kang Wu is doing there because he thought he was at the E-rank gate. Kang Wu plays it off nervously and says that he was just there for an errand. Tae-Soo then figures that the Demon King isn't a beginner player, and figures it's the reason Kang Wu rejected his offer earlier. He thanks Kang Wu for saving their hides from those insane bullies. While Tae-Soo is shaking Kang Wu's hand crazily, Tae-Hyun tries to thank Kang Wu as well, but he's too timid to speak loud enough for someone to hear. Tae-Soo shows how glad he is to find out that Kang Wu is a high-level player and promises to return the favor for saving him. After the Demon King thanks him, he calls their attention to the Andras Guild and says that their reputation isn't exactly the best. While they look at the two dead bodies, Tae-Soo says that he's really surprised that the guild had cow players as their members. He picks up his phone to report the matter and says he'll alert the Hwarang Corps. According to him, the Hwarang Corps is a player unit under the management of the government. Once Tae-Soo tells them about the Andras Guild using cow players, they'll look into the matter immediately. Kang Wu thinks about what he said and tells him not to report the matter for now. Both Tae-Soo and Tae-Hyun look baffled and wonder what Kang Wu's reason is behind his decision. Kang Wu then tells them that he'll take care of the Andras Guild himself because he's got that dog in him. Tae-Soo pauses for a moment and then accepts Kang Wu's decision since he respects the Demon King. Kang Wu tells them to forget about what happened there, but suddenly Tae-Soo gets on his knees. Our boy is confused and wonders why this brute is pulling some silly theatrics again. Tae-Soo then offers himself to Kang Wu and wants them to work together to make the Andras Guild pay for their crimes. The Demon King is completely weirded out by this and just doesn't understand what this blockhead is talking about. Tae-Soo admires the fact that Kang Wu wants to punish the Andras Guild with his own hands. At least, that's what he believes. Even the dead bodies around are creeped out by his attitude. He feels that Kang Wu's sense of justice is like the ones he sees in movies and talks about how much he loves movies. It still doesn't change how creepy he's looking, especially for the fact that steam is coming out of his nose like a depraved fool. Tae-Soo then slams his hands on the ground and tells Kang Wu that he has fallen in love with his sense of justice. In order to repay his debt, he once again asks Kang Wu to let him join in his journey and promises to repay him along the way. At this point, our boy is beyond creeped out, and he just sees Tae-Soo as another version of Balak. As if he's not dealing with enough, the thief butts in and also says he wants to thank him as well. He calls himself a Dodak Bung and promises to repay Kang Wu one way or another. Kang Wu is more concerned about the weird thing he just called himself and asks the loser what it means. Tae-Hyun explains that it's a term used for bandits since they're awful at dealing damage or tanking. Kang Wu sees that it's something that has to do with why thieves are seen as an eyesore. With tears in his eyes, Taehyun says that it's the unfortunate fate of players like him. Tae-soo then opens his big mouth and suggests that Taehyun should build a team with Kang-woo if he wants to repay him. While Kang-woo knows that is in no way beneficial for him, a lot of emotions begin to well up inside Taehyun, and he starts tearing up. He really appreciates the suggestion, but he acknowledges that he was nothing but a pathetic burden to Tae-soo and only succeeded in getting beat up. Taehyun wishes to become strong enough to assist both Kang-woo and Tae-soo. While Tae-soo acknowledges his valor and resolve, Kang-woo is convinced that these two idiots have completely lost their minds. After that, Taehyun bows to take his leave. However, Kang-woo admits that it isn't bad to have people indebted to him. The only problem he has now is dealing with Tae-soo. After the blockhead bids Taehyun farewell, Kang-woo asks him what his level is. Tae-soo reveals that he's at level 12, and he just reached his second awakening not too long ago. In terms of his basic education, his first awakening ability is C rank, so he leveled up by hunting. Kang-woo is quite impressed with this and asks what rank his second awakening ability is. Tae-soo tells him that the ability is an A rank, and Kang-woo admits that the blockhead has more potential than he thought. Still, he wonders why the blockhead hasn't joined a guild yet. Tae-soo then says that he was still considering joining a guild, but feels there's no need for that now. Kang-woo's expression shows that he has no idea what this idiot is talking about. Sadly for him, Tae-soo says that he's made up his mind to follow him while giving that fiery, dumb impression of Balak. Regardless, he's still a pretty decent companion for Kang-woo. It's known that a player who receives a high rank for their second awakening will most likely possess better abilities for their third and fourth awakenings. After recalling that Seola will have her second awakening soon, Kang-woo accepts Tae-soo's request and takes him into his team. Then Tae-soo asks for his contact details in case a situation arises where his help is needed. While putting his contact details on the phone, Kang-woo asks him for a favor. The blockhead eagerly awaits his new comrade's request, like a baby waiting for a lollipop. Kang-woo then tells him to form a party and level up with someone who will be completing their basic training in a few days. He also tells him that his new companion is a healer, and Tae-soo says he will gladly join them. After saving his contact, Tae-soo promises to form a great party and not let Kang-woo down. After that, Kang-woo contemplates whether he should head to the Andres Guild immediately or not. Moments later, he picks up the half-dead cow player and tries to make sure that the guy is still alive. The poor guy struggles to break free, but Kang-woo has some questions for him and tells him not to lie if he still treasures his meager life. With a demonic look, he tells the guy to nod if he understands. The hopeless guy agrees, and Kang-woo lets go of his neck. While Kang-woo finds out that the guy's name is Kang Cheolho, Tae-soo looks very worried about his interrogation methods. Kang-woo then looks at Cheolho with a disgusted expression and starts asking him questions. He reminds the guy that he spoke about capturing a player and bringing them back. Upon hearing this, Cheolho starts sweating nervously and tells Kang-woo that he doesn't remember saying anything like that. Kang-woo immediately kicks the fool's face, and the poor guy screams out in pain. The fear in Cheolho's eyes shows that his senses were definitely back after that kick. Kang-woo picks up and asks if he remembers now, and he tells the Demon King that the people are meant to be captured alive to be offered as sacrifices. The poor good-for-nothing continues trembling in fear while Kang-woo ponders on the words he just told him. Kang-woo then tosses him to the side. He also remembers that Han Tae-hyun spoke about the same thing. Suddenly, he gets an idea and starts smiling in a scary way. He quickly grabs Cheolho and looks at him with a demonic gaze in his eyes. Then he tells the poor dude that he has a favor to ask of him. With that look in his eyes, you can bet Cheolho is going to regret ever existing in this world. Later on, Cheolho is seen walking past a lonely alley with some luggage. Someone suddenly stops him and points a flashlight at his face. After confirming Cheolho's identity, the strange guy says that he and Taeho left to hunt for sacrifices. He wonders what took him so long but is caught off guard when he sees how messed up Cheolho's face looks. The guy went to a D-rank gate, so it didn't make sense for him to be so battered and bruised. Aside from that, he also asks about Taeho, and Cheolho lets him know that the guy is dead. None of this makes any sense to the guy, and he is completely confused by what he just heard. Cheolho tries to brush off the topic, but the guy keeps asking how the hell Taeho is able to die in a D-rank dungeon. While handing over the luggage, Cheolho tells him that there was a high-level player in the dungeon, and he was only able to kill the person thanks to Taeho. The guy checks the suitcase and sees a body inside. He sees that the body's condition is fine, and the sacrifice is still breathing. However, he tells Cheolho that he's acting weird, but Cheolho says that it's because Taeho died. The dude tells him to forget about all that and says that it's better to have fewer people. With the sacrifice, they'll be able to get baptized, and Cheolho can have all the demonic energy for himself since Taeho is dead. Regardless, the poor guy still looks quite uncomfortable and worried about something. His weary expression grows more when the strange guy asks if he can't use a little bit of power this time. The guy then assumes that Cheolho probably killed Taeho so that he could have all the power to himself. Cheolho gets pissed off by his remarks and yells at him to just take care of the sacrifice, and he takes his leave. While he runs out, the guy wonders where he's going. Cheolho just ignores him and keeps running. trying to get away from there as fast as possible. After that, the dude takes the luggage into the building while thinking that Cheolho is probably more sensitive to Taiho's death than he thought. Later on, the guy with the suitcase walks into a weird room where it looks like a cult meeting is taking place. The guy on the altar is the guild leader, and he tells the guy that he's late. The lackey explains what Cheolho told him and talks about Taiho's death, but all the guild leader is worried about is the sacrifice. The leader tells the guy to bring it quickly because they don't have much time left. He unzips the suitcase, and the guild members start their incantation. Then we see the guild leader carrying Kang Wu's body to the altar. He beckons on the power of Andras, saying that it's been a year since he converted, and asks his god to bless him with his incredible powers. The incantations continue in the background, while Kang Wu is being prepared to be used as a sacrifice. The leader thinks to himself that he can quench the thirst of his followers with demonic energy since it's what they want as players. After that, he takes off his mask to reveal a rotten face underneath and goes ahead to commence the ceremony. He tells one of his followers to bring some magic stones, and the lackey opens a trunk filled with countless stones. As the desire of his followers grows, the power becomes more demonized, and the guild leader hopes to become a complete demon. He then asks his followers about who is meant to be baptized, and the guy tells him that it's meant to be Cheolho, but the fool ran away. After hearing this, the leader decides that there will be no baptism this time around. The followers can't believe their ears, but the leader tells them to shut up. He tells them that only those who work deserve to be baptized and reminds them that without his teachings, they won't even have a chance to be baptized in the first place. However, he decides to take the sacrifice for himself since there is no owner. After that, he turns to his lackeys and tells them that the ceremony will begin. The deranged leader crushes a magic stone and lets out the demonic energy, allowing it to fill the air. A lot of strange inscriptions on the floor start glowing around the altar as the ceremony takes place. With so many magic stones in his possession, he'll be able to hold more ceremonies and keep feeding himself the power to get stronger. A sudden crack in space appears, and demonic energy starts flowing out uncontrollably. The leader wants nothing more than to absorb all of it into his body, but it'll be too dangerous for him, and will result in his death. This is why he needs a medium to absorb the energy. If he lets the sacrifice absorb the energy until they die, he can drink the blood of the corpse, and he'll have all the refined demonic energy he needs. So he begins feeding the energy into Kang Wu's body. Poor guy doesn't even know that he's digging his own grave at the moment. He prays that the demonic energy will consume Kang Wu and take his life. What a stupid prayer, to be honest. Kang Wu continues taking in the energy while pretending to be in a lot of pain. The guild leader wonders if his special ability is an A rank because of how pretty well he's lasting. Of course, this only makes him more delighted because the longer the medium can last, the more demonic energy he can obtain. The veins on Kang Wu's face start bulging out, and his body starts trembling from the pain. He keeps absorbing more energy, and the deranged leader is surprised at how incredible this medium is. At this point, he's beyond excited, and he tells Kang Wu to keep screaming pathetically and absorb as much energy as possible. The rate of energy absorption keeps going up, and Kang Wu slowly starts regaining more of his powers. Eventually, the rate starts getting ridiculous, and the leader wonders why it's not stopping. It makes him really scared, and he starts begging for the process to stop. But at this point, there's no hope for him. His followers also start getting nervous because they can't understand what's going on. Their guild leader then screams out uncontrollably, begging for the energy absorption to stop by any means necessary. After some time, it stops, and the residual energy disperses all around the room. Feeling shocked and dumbfounded, the guild leader falls to his knees and claws at the ground. He doesn't understand how his plans could have gone so wrong. Kang Wu finally gets up and says that the boost allowed him to go up by 20 levels. The leader, with a perplexed look on his face, asks how and wonders what the hell Kang Wu is talking about. The Demon King then asks if he can hold the ceremony one more time for him. He has a cocky and mocking look on his face while urging the guild leader to run up the ceremony just one more time. Feeling very frustrated, the guild leader crashes out, which makes his followers very worried about him. He curses Kang Wu and tries to attack him immediately, but Kang Wu swiftly dodges the fireball, and it ends up destroying the wall behind them. The Demon King mockingly commends his feeble attack, and this makes the guild leader start throwing out spells haphazardly. The barrage of fireball spells keeps going on non-stop because this guy is crashing out as if he caught Kang Wu sleeping with his wife. After the horde of attacks, he looks up to see if the Demon King is dead. Sadly for him, Kang Wu is unscathed, thanks to the amount of demonic energy he currently has. Things are really convenient for Kang Wu right now, but this deranged leader isn't too happy about all this. He tells his followers to stop standing around like NPCs and attack Kang Wu. All of them start charging towards our boy while their leader moves to the side like a wimp. Kang Wu whips out his arm blades as one of the followers approaches him and rushes the poor idiot before they even have a chance to attack. After slicing up that person, he quickly deals with the rest of the annoying lackeys. With his eyes fixed on the leader, one of the lackeys refers to their master as Cho Deo-kyun. The deranged guild leader starts laughing with a sinister look on his face and conjures up another powerful flame spell known as the Power of Hellfire. As soon as Kang Wu sees his cheap trick, he starts bursting out with laughter. Diokyun gets enraged by his mockery and still doesn't understand how Kang Wu is able to handle demonic energy. Regardless, he feels that the Demon King's power is not able to surpass his own, but Kang Wu shows him what the true power of Hellfire looks like. Diokyun is completely shocked and has no idea how Kang Wu is able to conjure up such a powerful spell. He starts trembling and finds it impossible for someone to bear more power than him. His body starts trembling even more, and when he looks at Kang Wu, he sees the face of a true demon. He quickly realizes that he has no chance of beating the Demon King and puts out his little flame. Surprisingly, he gets on his knees, and Kang Wu asks him what he's doing. Diokyun suddenly starts referring to Kang Wu as the great incarnation of Andras, and Kang Wu can't believe the stunt this fool is pulling. It was probably the only other plan he could think of to avoid being burned to a crisp. Diokyun starts worshipping, calling Kang Wu their god, king, and the Messiah himself. While he continues to praise our boy, his followers can't believe what their leader is doing. He starts yelling at his followers and telling them to join in the worship of Kang Wu. For some reason, he believes Kang Wu is the one that will lead them to eternal life. Kang Wu immediately realizes that this fool is trying his best to pull off the stupidest trick in the book. The other followers get on their knees, and Diokyun continues glazing the Demon King, hoping that his little theatrics will work. Kang Wu cancels his spell and walks up to the useless guy, who's still trembling greatly. Diokyun says he's so overcome with emotion that he feels that he can burst at any moment, and Kang Wu admits that the guy isn't a complete idiot. The Demon King decides to play along and activates the power of the sky, unleashing his demonic wings. Diokyun looks up to his savior like a pathetic wimp as Kang Wu laughs like a maniac. Kang Wu declares himself to be Andras, the king of hellfire and the king of all demons. He then tells Diokyun to dismiss all his subordinates so that he can have a word with him alone. Moments after the followers leave, Kang Wu starts to ask Diokyun some questions. First off, he tells him to cut the crap and stop with the awful worship display. Diokyun still looks very scared for his life, but then asks Kang Wu who he really is. The Demon King tells him to shut up because he is the only one allowed to ask questions around here, and Diokyun's only job is to respond. After that is cleared up, Kang Wu looks at him as if ready to eat him alive and asks the fool how he is able to create a crack with magic from the magic stones. Diokyun says that he learned it after being preached to. He tells Kang Wu that one day, a guy wearing a demon mask approached him and told him that he could achieve eternal life if he followed the demonic religion. Kang Wu throws him to the ground, calling him a fool for accepting something that he didn't even know of. Diokyun then explains that the guy overpowered their guild in an instant and told them to choose between dying or following his orders. Fearing for their miserable lives, they had no choice but to accept the masked man's preachings and follow his orders. Kang Wu then asks for the whereabouts of the masked man, but Diokyun says that he hasn't seen the guy since that day and that they received their orders by mail. Regardless, Kang Wu calls him out for following the masked man's orders like a pathetic dog. Diokyun tries to tell him that it's because the guy is too powerful, but Kang Wu doesn't buy it. The Demon King knows that he might have been forced in the beginning, but Diokyun definitely continued with the ceremonies because of the temptation of immense power. He wonders who the masked man could possibly be, and decides that this isn't a matter that he can easily overlook. He then tells Diokyun to give him the letters containing the orders. The guild leader hands over the letter, and Kang Wu is surprised that there's only one letter. You can see how this guy has to be the most foolish guild leader ever. Kang Wu opens up the letter, and it says that one should accept the demonic energy to become a demon and gather as many players as possible. None of this makes any sense to him. He then asks Diokyun if he's the only one that has been preached to. The guild leader tells him that he hasn't met anyone else. Kang Wu believes that it's not possible for Diokyun to be the only one involved in this, considering that it's a plan to increase the forces of the demonic religion. Angry at the fact that the demonic religion is trying to turn Earth into hell, he grabs Diokyun and gives him 3 instructions. He tells the guild leader to investigate the demonic religion, to stop performing the ceremonies, and to keep everything that has just happened to himself. Diokyun cries out like a useless wimp and agrees to all of Kang Wu's demands. After that, the Demon King tells him to get lost, and he runs out like a loser. Kang Wu still feels like he has to clean up after all of the atrocities that the Andras Guild has done. The government forces will catch him once he starts investigating the matter, but he feels it's worth looking into the demonic religion. He plans to get rid of Diokyun and his followers once they've served their purpose to him. With everything settled in the meantime, Kang Wu takes a breather and starts healing himself. Moments later, he gets back home and greets the only woman in his life, Siola. She looks pretty worried, considering that Kang Wu left a long time ago and hasn't contacted her since then. He looks at his phone and sees that she called him a lot of times, but he was too busy to notice. He apologizes to her and tells her that it was nothing serious. Siola is relieved that nothing bad happened to him. Kang Wu then looks at her gently and thanks her for worrying about him. He promises to contact her next time he stays out for too long, and she starts blushing like a little girl. After that, she goes off to make dinner, and Kang-woo requests his favorite meal. Seola tells him that she's already in the middle of making kimchi stew with the best kind of meat. Feeling very excited, he thanks her for always making a delicious meal for him every night. She also drops the good news by telling him that she has gotten her second awakening, and Kang-woo can't believe it. Seola starts feeling overconfident and tells him to listen well. She reveals that her special ability is a B rank and is known as the Blessing of Light. Kang-woo obviously has no idea what that means, but he's glad that they'll be able to form an amazing party with Tae-soo. With the three of them, he is sure that they'll be far stronger than other parties. He asks if she has received any guild offers yet, and wants to know which one she plans on joining. Seola nervously tells him that she doesn't really have plans of joining any guild. Instead, she wants to help him out in any way she can. Kang-woo thanks his stars for meeting such an angel, but tells her that it's not a good idea for them to team up now. He goes ahead to crush her heart more by saying that her current self won't be of much help to him. Seola ends up really sad, and he feels bad for having to break the news to her like that. Regardless, he feels she'll be much more useful to him later on. Due to his overwhelming strength, he won't be able to gain enough experience from battles if he forms a party now. In order to train himself properly, he wants to form a party with people who are compatible. Kang-woo then tells Seola that he knows a tanker who she should form a party with and level up with for now. When she gains enough experience, they can all form a party together and try out a higher rank gate. Seola gets pretty excited when she hears this and agrees to form a party with Tae-soo. He feels they'll be able to level up quickly due to their high rank special abilities. On the other hand, Seola just can't wait to level up and join Kang-woo. He tells her that he'll sponsor her with everything she needs until then. Seeing how happy she is, brings a little smile to Kang-woo's face. While Kang-woo thinks about when to level up both her and Tae-soo, Seola brings him his dinner. As usual, the pot of kimchi stew is always a beautiful sight for him, and he wastes no time to grab a spoon and start digging in. Seola tells him to wait a bit so he can try the meal with something new. Then she pours some ramen into it, and the pot starts shining with the aura of a goddess. As he reaches for the chopsticks, he vows to stop the demonic religion and protect this world and his precious meal no matter what. The next day, Kang-woo heads to the player support center to get his C-rank player card. The female attendant then tells him that the card will be emailed to his address the next day. He wants it done that day, but she tells him that the magic stone identification needs to be added to the card. Kang-woo then leaves, feeling bad that he can't get the card the same day. For a moment, he realizes that he hasn't really had a full rest ever since he came back to Earth. Seeing that he can't do anything about the demonic religion at the moment, he decides to use the chance to rest well. He then walks around the city, thinking about what he can do while resting. He brings out his phone and scrolls through a collection of webtoons. Kang-woo remembers that he used to read them a lot before he was dragged into hell. He decides not to go back to that same habit and tells himself that he needs to enjoy everything that he can. He suddenly notices a PC store nearby and heads inside. It's not a sight that he has seen before, and he's shocked at how awesome the place looks. Kang-woo gets on one of the gaming computers and sees that he can even order some food from the menus. He goes ahead to order a plate of ramen because he heard it tastes better in PC rooms. While he waits for that, he decides to play one of the most popular games there. The game has a tactical RPG style, where one needs to form a party consisting of different roles. He picks a role that represents how chaotic he is, like how he causes an uproar on the battlefield. After that, the game starts, and he can't believe how great a game can look. In the game, he gets gold every time he kills a monster. His teammates quickly notice that he's a noob, and the chat screens start looking like the Call of Duty lobbies on Xbox. Later on, someone comes to deliver his ramen to him, and they leave it on the table for him. While his teammates are still crashing out, Kang-woo starts enjoying his delicious meal. The texts keep popping up, but the Demon King isn't the least bit bothered about his teammates at the time. All that's going on in his head is how awesome his ramen is, especially with the added pickled radish. After that, he washes it down with a bottle of soda and wonders if he is in heaven. Kang-woo finally looks back at the PC screen to see that his character has died in the game. He gets startled when he suddenly hears someone shouting about how horrible their teammate is in the game. Kang-woo is confused and turns back to see who's screaming like a deranged banshee. He sees a girl looking at him, and she rudely asks him what he's looking at. She tells him to look elsewhere because she's in a really bad mood. Then she sees his game screen and doesn't know whether to call it good luck or bad luck. Not only is Kang-woo such a horrible noob, but she finds it more annoying that he's enjoying a plate of ramen in the middle of all this. She walks up to him and demands that he come out of his chair while she's still being nice about it. Kang-woo has no idea who this crazy lady is or what the hell she is talking about. This only makes her more furious, and she calls him a troll while attempting to grab his shirt. Kang-woo swiftly dodges her hand, and she can't believe how fast he is. He then tells her to stop bullying him, and asks her why she's lashing out at him. She attempts to grab him a couple more times, but our boy has better reflexes than her. The crazy lady then goes all out and attempts to attack him with full force. They get into a little scuffle, and Kang-woo dodges all her attacks faster than the Flash. Their movements are so fast and hard to track. However, he dodges every single attack, and she finally stops. When she realizes that he isn't an average person, she wonders who he is and asks if he was sent by the Mir Guild. Kang Wu tells her that he has no idea what she's not talking about, and that he's not part of any guild. She accuses him of lying because she doesn't believe that someone with his skills isn't part of a guild. Kang Wu asks about her guild, and she says that she's a part of the Red Guild, one of the top 5 guilds. After blurting that out, her stupid brain realizes that she's meant to keep that information a secret. Kang Wu then goes ahead to ask for his bill, and the girl loses her cool because he's acting like she doesn't exist. His face isn't too happy either when he sees that she's still talking to him. This crazy girl continues bugging him and tells him to give her a serious reply. She says that she hasn't heard of an A-rank player without a guild. He shows her his player card, which designates him as a D-rank player. However, she can't believe that he's really a beginner. The girl knows that something isn't right because if he is really a D-rank player, she would have defeated him. After that, Kang Wu takes his leave and bids her farewell. She is still in shock and wonders if Kang Wu is who she thinks he is. When Kang Wu steps out of the building, he has a very disturbed look on his face. He hasn't regained all of his abilities, but he still has his reflexes from years of fighting experience. However, meeting someone on a similar level is the last thing he expected. He thinks back to the last move that the girl used on him and admits that she left his field of view for a moment. He would have been defeated, but his plot armor is still up and running. He can't believe how skilled the girl is and wonders just who exactly she is. Regardless, he is relieved that he escaped. Then he suddenly notices something. Meanwhile, the girl he just fought opens a window and leaps out with sick ninja moves. When she is sure that the coast is clear, she brings out her phone and makes a call to her guild. The Red Rose strategy team answers and refers to her as Cha Yeonju. They connect her to HR, and a man known as Park Hyun-woo asks her what's wrong. As the guild leader, she tells him that he needs to investigate something important for her. Hyun-woo asks if she's referring to the demonic religion worshipper, but she's not entirely sure. Yeonju says that the guy is hiding his identity because she still doesn't believe that Kang Wu is a D-rank player. Since Kang Wu has a D-rank player card, Hyun-woo knows that he doesn't have a mana-discerning device. This makes it easier to carry a fake card because cards from C rank and above are harder to fake. Yeonju is very frustrated by her encounter with him, and Hyun-woo tells her that if Kang Wu is a D-rank worshipper, he would go around killing players of the same level. She then tells him that he doesn't belong to that level because Kang Wu is skilled enough to predict her movements. Upon hearing this, Hyun-woo can't believe it because there hasn't been a single demonic religion follower skilled enough to react to her movements. Yeonju has investigated the demonic religion for some time, and there hasn't been anyone who can match her level, but she remembers Kang Wu's movements and wonders what exactly he is. Due to the Demon King's skill level, they assume that he can either be the manager or leader of the demonic religion. Feeling even more frustrated, Yeonju flips a button and snatches it firmly. She then tells Hyun-woo to find out more information about Kang Wu quickly. After that, she hangs up the call. She's not sure if Kang Wu is part of the demonic religion or not, but she can confidently say that he can easily mop the floor with her butt. Meanwhile, Kang Wu notices that his button got ripped off his jacket. So much for having swift reflexes. While still in the quiet alley, Yeonju says that if Kang Wu is really a D-rank player with such high talents, then there's no chance of her maintaining her position as a high-rank player. On the other hand, Kang Wu decides that it's time for him to go to a C-rank gate as soon as he gets his player card. He turns his head back for a brief moment as if he noticed a hostile presence nearby. Later on, Yeonju returns to the PC arcade and sees that her rank has gone down, thanks to Kang Wu being a good-for-nothing noob. She swears to kill him for messing up her winning streak, and Kang Wu feels the ominous vibe all the way on the other side of the city. The next day, Kang Wu heads to a C-rank gate. From the brochure, he sees that the gate has enemies like trolls. The officers stop him at the entrance and say that he's only allowed to enter if he is C-rank and in a party of 5 members. They tell him that the boss monster, the chief troll, has appeared inside the gate, and solo play is forbidden whenever the boss monster shows up. However, Kang Wu sees this as a lucky opportunity for him. The boss monster just suddenly appears as soon as he gets his license. The plot armor is on another level. Around the area, some players decide to disband for the day due to the appearance of the boss monster. Kang Wu notices that C-rank gates have a different vibe compared to the lower-ranked ones. The players have much nicer equipment, and the inspection is also stricter. The inspection is a big problem for him, and he wonders how he can enter alone to monopolize the rewards before more players start trooping in. Behind him, he hears some players getting pumped up to take down the chief troll and win a lot of money. While that is happening, some other players aren't too confident in their abilities as well. He sees the uncertainty and fear of most of the players around him because they're all complaining about the boss monster. This gives him the heinous idea to add a little rage to the situation, and you can see why he's the king of demons in the first place. He sneaks up behind a player having a conversation and uses the power of rage on the guy. The player immediately gets consumed by the ability and his attitude changes. He starts asking his teammates why they're always like this, and they wonder why he's suddenly acting so strange. The guy starts talking about how they used to get beat up by thugs back in middle school, and how they always wanted to rip the guys apart for giving them hell. With the appearance of Gates, he thought his wishes were granted, and he could finally stop being a pathetic weakling. But he suddenly starts screaming and asking why they have to bend to the will of monsters. His teammate gets worried by his weird behavior, and doesn't notice when Kang Wu also uses the rage ability on him. The young man's attitude changes as well, and he starts saying that they should massacre all the monsters and stop trembling in fear. Another random player joins the madness and says that she won't forgive the monsters for killing her younger sibling. One of the guys with a scar on his face looks around and sees the madness that's slowly unfolding before his eyes. This riles him up, and he joins them, saying that he's going to make those who belittle him kneel before him. Everyone starts yelling about killing the monsters, and the whole place quickly turns into a madhouse. The guards start getting worried and wonder why the players are causing a ruckus. Before they know it, the players start swarming them and demanding for the gate to be opened immediately. The players eventually start storming into the gate like mindless zombies. One of the guards then reports the matter to their headquarters. While he's communicating with his subordinates, Kang Wu slips past them and proceeds to the entrance of the gate. Seeing all the crazy players work together is really a lovely sight for him. Now he can enter the gate and reap all the rewards that await inside. Kang Wu steps through the portal and arrives in a desert environment. The area is so huge and completely different from the areas he has been to earlier. Kang Wu shields his face from the scorching sun and realizes that finding the boss monster will be difficult in such a huge space. He then checks his stats and sees that he can use a special ability now. His demonic energy stat is just over 50 points, so it will be enough for him. After checking the stats, he leaps to the top of a huge hill. On top of there, he activates the demon Astaroth's power of observation, and this allows him to get a broad view of the entire area. With the load of information he has, he scans through the area and sees a huge mob of trolls. Among them, he comes across the location of the chief troll. After that, he dispels the ability, because it seems to take a toll on him. While trying to figure out how to approach the horde of enemies, he sees a group of players rushing straight into the vast sands of the desert. He sees it as a good opportunity to use them as part of his plans again. While the players are handling the meager enemies, he heads straight for the chief by himself. As he leaps through the place, he sees some trolls and decides to lure them. Kang Wu lands and activates his special ability to begin his onslaught. With his powers, he conjures a long demonic staff and starts putting on a show. Like a second-rate martial artist, he starts spinning it around until he locks his eyes on his prey. Then he tosses it straight at the chief troll and kills the boss monster in an instant. The system awards him with extra experience points for defeating the boss monster and contributing the most to its defeat. After that, he gains 4 levels. Not only did this end so quickly, but even he can't believe how easy it was. How the hell does a boss monster even die in one shot? Kang Wu wonders if the chief troll is really a boss monster or just a cheap knockoff. He looks at the status window to confirm, but he still doesn't understand why a C-rank gate boss is so weak. After more analysis, he realizes that he just has that dog in him and has become a lot stronger than he was. He then rolls up his sleeves when he sees that hunting safely isn't really an option for him anymore. He jumps down from the hill and lets out his arm blades, ready to tussle with the rest of the weaker trolls. He decides to change his plans and enjoy the slaughter like the maniac he is. The trolls start rushing towards him without delay, but Kang Wu stands firm, ready to welcome them. The thrill of the moment causes him to start smiling, and with a demonic look in his eyes, he declares to wipe them all out at once. In the blink of an eye, he swipes through the horde without making a sound. The trolls turn back and are confused about what just happened. Suddenly, the marks on their bodies start glowing, and they all burst open. The demonic king stands as their blood rains down the sand and on him. The sight of the demise of his enemies brings him boundless joy, and he says that he used the power of the blade to cause internal explosions in the trolls. After that, the system tells him that he gained 2 levels, and he unlocks a skill known as Terrorblade. The system also tells him that he can utilize registered skills with greater precision. More trolls start showing up, while Kang Wu is still reading the information from the system window. He decides to test out his new skill on the fresh targets that just showed up. His fingernails open up and he drops a purplish substance on the ground. The ground starts getting marked out, and the trolls are yet to understand the horrors they are about to face. The trolls attempt to approach Kang Wu, but when they step on the markings, a blade pops out and stabs their foot. They start running their miserable lives, but they can't escape the slaughter. The more they move through the markings, the more blades pop out and stab them mercilessly. After enjoying the massacre, Kang Wu sees how his blades are now more efficient after becoming a skill. With all the monsters dead, it's time for him to claim his rewards. Kang Wu starts absorbing their bodies, and in the process, he gains 2 points to his demonic energy stat. He is quite disappointed that he only got 2 points and realizes how hard it is to level up once your level is high. Regardless, it's still a decent speed for him, and he only has 4 more levels to go before unlocking his 4th awakening. After devouring the bodies, he decides to do some more hunting before heading back. Later on, the other players show up and are frustrated when they can't find the boss monster. They ask themselves if the government miscalculated because they didn't even see a minion as well. The guys remember that they saw some trolls running away. They also find traces of the chief troll's corpse, but there's no sign of the body. Because of this, they get discouraged and decide that it's better for them to go back. One of them tries to suggest that they should search a little longer, but even he gets frustrated in the end. While they are all complaining, Kang Wu is spying on them and is relieved that they haven't found him yet. He decides to blend into the crowd and make his escape amidst the chaos. When the players leave the gates, they swarm the guards and start asking for compensation for wasting their time. While the chaos is going on, Kang Wu looks for his chance to escape, but someone yells for the crowd to shut, and he turns to see what's going on. A group of soldiers approaches the scene, and they are recognized as the Hwoarang Corps. Everyone starts getting nervous because the appearance of the Corps means bad news. The troops then make way for a lady with white hair to pass through. The players notice her presence and refer to her as the commander of the 3rd unit of the Hwoarang Corps, Baek Hwayeon. She looks like the kind of person who's always having a bad day, and you don't want to mess with her. She slams her sword on the ground and tells everyone to be quiet. Her eyes scan through the area, and she tells them that there have been reports of a cow player appearing at D-rank gates. As the corp members start approaching each player, Baek tells them that they'll be conducting inspections on all players who have reached their 3rd awakening. Kang Wu looks very nervous right now because this is a bad situation for him. Frustrated at the current situation, he wonders what he has to do to escape Baek and her soldiers. He keeps his eyes on her and prays that he hasn't been caught. Baek has her eyes firmly fixed on everyone, in case someone decides to try something funny. The soldiers try to calm down everyone by telling them that it's not a complicated inspection. They only plan to search for players on their investigation list. Nevertheless, Kang Wu knows that he did some bad things, and he hopes that he's not on that list. There are so many eyes around the scene, making it hard for him to try and escape. He also knows that it will be tough to sneak past Baek. Rage starts to build up inside of him while he tries to think of a way to get himself out of the situation. Suddenly, Baek approaches him and asks to see his player card. He nervously plays along and hands it over to her. While she scans through the card, Kang Wu thinks of how careful he has to be from now on, since the cow players are already making their move. After that, he and Baek start talking, and she tells him that she can't leave her subordinates to do all the work. Our boy then tries to rizz her up, and he tells her that she's really cool. Baek is trying her best to see if she can find a fault in his card, but he distracts her with his questions again. She confirms that there's been a lot of cow players these days, and that's why they are conducting random inspections. After that, she verifies him and hands the card back to him. Kang Wu looks down as he collects the card and sees that her hands are shaking a bit. He talks about how the cow players are killing players to make money, and she has the same view, but he knows that's a lie. He also knows that the government is looking for the demonic order as well. Baek quickly bids him farewell and moves on to the next person. As she turns to leave, Kang Wu asks for the name of the suspected person so that he can report the player if he comes across them. She thanks him for the offer but tells him to leave the work to the professionals. Kang Wu agrees in order to make himself look any more suspicious. Seeing that he just achieved a C rank level, she tells him that it'll be better to level up in D rank gates, and he thanks her for the advice. Baek calls Kang Wu a good person and hopes to see more people like him in the future. Kang Wu accepts the compliment but knows if there are more people like him, then the entire planet will be in chaos. After that, he watches Baek as she moves to investigate the next player. After that, he calls Tae-Soo and asks to meet up with him. A few days later, he meets up with Tae-Soo and Seola at a cafe. Tae-Soo finally gets to meet with Seola and asks if she's the healer that Kang Wu spoke of. She greets him but hesitates to shake his huge hands because she doesn't want to get crushed. Tae-Soo starts looking at them like a creep and says that she and Kang Wu look good together. After their greetings, they sit down to discuss, and Kang Wu tells Tae-Soo that he wants to take Seola and hunt at D-rank gates. The blockhead quickly agrees, since having a healer will be favorable to him as well. The situation then gets awkward when he calls Seola his sister-in-law. She starts blushing like a little girl, but Tae-Soo tells her not to worry about it and asks her to explain her special ability in detail. Aside from healing, her ability also allows her to buff her teammates' strength, stamina, and dexterity. Tae-Soo is quite impressed by this, and wants to know if healing and buffing can be done simultaneously. Seola says she can do both, but the only problem is that her attacks are weak and pathetic. However, Tae-Soo is still impressed. It's very rare to come across a healer who can buff and protect themselves as well. Seola then thanks him for the nice compliments. She also says that she has no plans of joining a guild at the time. Meanwhile, Kang Wu is drooling like a fool because she didn't deny it when Tae-Soo called her sister-in-law. Anyway, Tae-Soo starts gulping his drink like a drunk brute and talks about how he plans to write a new history with Kang Wu. Seola and Kang Wu just can't believe how crazy this guy is. After that, Kang Wu asks if he has thought of a candidate for a dealer. The blockhead tells him that he has two people in mind, and they just received their second awakening. He claims to be a good judge of characters and says that Kangwoo will definitely like them. Remembering their last encounter, Kangwoo questions his silly claims, and Taesu admits that he does make mistakes sometimes. Taesu offers to introduce the guys to them before they go hunting the next day, and they agree. Seola tells Kangwoo how she's very eager to level up so that she can be with him. He tells her to take her time, and Taesu is playing the role of the third wheel very well, although he keeps staring at them like a creep because he's so happy to see young people in love. After that, Taesu says they'll meet up at East Incheon the next day, and Kangwoo asks why the location is so far away. The blockhead tells him that he plans to hunt the trolls in the gate there since there was an incident at the gate that's close by. Kangwoo is shocked to find out that it's a beginner-level D-rank troll. They're stronger than lizardmen, and will help to quickly boost the growth of both Taesu and Seola. Kangwoo likes the idea and is glad that Taesu isn't a complete musclehead. After that, Kangwoo prepares to take his leave because he has some other things to do. When Taesu asks about it, he says that he's just going to level up. With his current level at 29, Kangwoo is just one step away from achieving his fourth awakening. He heads to the C-rank gate and uses his observation power to locate some trolls. He locates 8 of them and quickly slices through them in the blink of an eye. Before the trolls even realize what's happening, the deed is done. They quickly die off, and Kangwoo shakes the blood off his arm blades. While thinking of how many more he has to kill, he notices a strange scent. It's not the scent of monster blood, but that of human blood. He quickly leaps to trace where the scent is coming from. As he flies through the air, he says that the amount of blood is coming from at least 6 people, and he wonders if a C-rank party was killed instantly. The only explanation he can come up with is that there are some cow players around the place. Kangwoo finally sees the dead players and lands at the massacre scene. Every single one of the players is dead, and looks like they were killed brutally. The demonic order usually needs live sacrifices, so he wonders who could have killed them. The scent of the blood is still fresh, which means the culprit is still likely close by. Kangwoo suddenly sees something that makes even him shudder with fear. The monster's huge and sharp teeth are traced with blood, and still munching on the remains of its victims. The devilish creature lets out a loud scream, and Kangwoo wonders why a hellhound is there. The monster's loud scream shakes up the air and causes the ground to tremble. It immediately dives toward Kangwoo and attempts to devour him. Caught in a dire situation, the Demon King quickly whips out his arm blades and slashes the monster. Unfortunately, the hellhound's skin is too tough, making this fight even more annoying. He is caught off guard again as the beast charges up a blast and fires it at him. The attack explodes on impact, causing nothing but destruction in its path. The beast waits for the dust to clear up to make sure that his foe is dead, but it has a long way to go before killing the Demon King. Kangwoo leaps into the air and decides to use a different weapon for this fight. He conjures the dark spear and unleashes its power. The hellhound looks up as Kangwoo creates a whirlwind and hurls the spear down at it. The spear easily pierces the beast's body, causing it to scream out in pain. Kangwoo then lands back on the ground while the beast struggles with the pain. He is glad that he was able to subdue the hellhound, but that jinxes the situation, causing the beast to get back and charge straight at him. Kangwoo is able to dodge the attack and is able to make an opening for himself. He kicks the monster and uses the impact to send himself backward. He sees another opening and uses the power of earth before the monster attempts to devour him. This causes the ground to shatter beneath them, and the monster loses its footing. With that opportunity, he conjures his dark spear again and lunges straight at the hellhound's skull. The monster struggles to break free, but Kangwoo uses all his might to hold the beast down. As they crash on the ground, the monster leaps out of the hole that was created and sends Kangwoo flying away. He is able to quickly recover, but this monster is proving to be very stubborn, and he does not like this one bit. The hellhound still stands before him with its injuries and looks at him with furious eyes. On the other hand, Kangwoo is worn out, and he knows that he still has a long way to go. He recovers a bit and prepares himself as the monster gets ready to charge at him once more. The hellhound firmly grips the ground and engulfs itself in a vicious red aura. With that power boost, it instantly rushes towards the Demon King. At this point, Kangwoo is pissed that a mere mutt is causing him so much trouble. He unleashes the demon Baphomet's power of 1,000, greatly increasing his physical prowess. Nevertheless, the beast continues to charge straight at him. With this power boost, Kangwoo loses all reason and has his mind set on massacring the monster. He lands a clean uppercut and sends the beast into the air. The useless mutt flips through the air and lands back, causing dust and sand to fill the air. Kangwoo lets out a sigh of relief, and you'll think that it's all over. But this persistent mutt still refuses to stay down. Right now, Kangwoo wishes he could use 2 powers simultaneously. However, since he used to hunt these beasts in hell, he's confident that he can defeat the hellhound at his current level. He prepares for another attack as the beast rises from the sands, but in a weird turn of events, it starts sinking into the ground. At least it's finally over. the system window pops up and tells him that he has defeated a C-rank Krax fragment. He gets to level 30 and finally unlocks his 4th awakening and gets a special ability called Ruler of Demonic Energy. This will enable him to use demonic energy more quickly and naturally, and he'll also be able to conceal his demonic energy from other beings. Kangwoo recalls that he has heard of the term Core Crack before, and wonders if it's what the system calls beings from hell. This also makes him wonder how the Hellhound was able to find its way across hell. More and more questions keep popping into his head, but he doesn't understand any of them. He shoves the thoughts aside until he can find clues and goes to check the rest of the system messages. While scrolling through, something catches his attention. He sees that his 4th awakening ability is an A-rank ability. With this, he doesn't have to bother about little things anymore. He then starts to devour the body of the Hellhound and absorb the demonic energy. The thought of reverting to his state before the Myriad Demon Palace makes him so happy because it means that he can be stronger than he was in hell. After that, he leaves the gate and decides to head home. All that's left to make the day better for him is a pot of his favorite meal, and he can't stop thinking about it. On his way out, someone calls out to him, and he sees Yeojun leaning against a wall. Kangwoo is definitely not happy to see her and doesn't feel like they're close enough to exchange greetings. She then introduces herself to him, and he recalls that he heard her name from some players at the support center. She confirms it and says that she's the guildmaster of the Red Rose Guild. He finally understands why she is so strong and asks what she wants with him. She tells him that she did some investigation on him and starts spilling out his life story like a creepy stalker. She also knows that he was missing for 5 years, and now he's suddenly registered as a player. Kangwoo feels threatened by this, but confirms that everything she said is true. She even knows the exact date he was registered as a player. Back then, the support center marked his 1st awakening ability as an F rank, but she doesn't believe that he's that weak. Kangwoo remains silent and continues staring at her with a dead look. Yeonju even says that she thought he was a criminal, considering how fast he has leveled up. She even reveals that his fingerprints match her records, and he asks how she was even able to get that. She tells him that his fingerprint was recorded when he registered for his license. Due to this, she's able to confirm that he's not using a fake identity. After going through her phone, she comes to the conclusion that Kangwoo has great talent and may even surpass her. Not only her, but he may even have greater talent than Baek Kang-yoon. Kangwoo thanks her for the sweet compliments, but he still wants to know what exactly she wants. Yeonju thinks momentarily, and then tells him that she'd like to sponsor him with her authority as the Guildmaster of Red Rose. That definitely isn't what he expected to hear, and she asks him what he was expecting. Kangwoo says that he thought that she would ask him to join her guild, but she tells him that she can't let someone so suspicious join her guild right away. She also says that he wouldn't have hidden his powers if he planned to join a guild, but Kangwoo feels like he wasn't. Yeonju then explains that she plans to give him financial support and help him to level up faster. Kangwoo starts mocking her by asking if she plans to help him in the game they played last time, and she completely loses her cool. Luckily, she calms down by reminding herself that she's a guild master and not a deranged witch. Kangwoo is just joking with her, but she hasn't forgiven him for how he prevented her from leveling up in the game. He goes even further to talk about her low bronze league, but she says it's because she always gets matched with useless noobs. Jokes aside, he then asks her why she's so eager to sponsor him, and she says it's because he's going to get stronger. She is impressed by how fast he has leveled up and how he has done everything while hunting by himself. With her sponsorship, he'll get a pass that will allow him to enter gates from A rank and below without restrictions. Not only is this really good for him, but he'll also be able to form a party with her guild members. Any stones he sells through them will be free of tax, and he'll receive the full profit. Kangwoo is really impressed, but it gets even better. He'll also be able to borrow all kinds of unique items from the guild for free, and she'll also give him a house and car if necessary. Now it sounds too good to be true. Even Kangwoo is starting to suspect why she's being so nice to him. Yeonju says it's an investment for the future, but her offer is very extravagant. She also tells him that the guild will assign him different tasks for all this, and he'll have to complete them in return for the favors. Kangwoo thinks about it and asks her for the details of the commissioned requests. Unfortunately, she can't reveal the information, and he decides not to pry any further. He stretches his hand to accept her offer and tells himself that he can just reject any ridiculous request they give him. With that done, Kangwoo accepts her offer, and they shake on it. He sees it as an opportunity he can't miss out on, considering he'll be getting a good amount of support from a top guild. Yeonju is also glad that he decided to take her up on her offer. After shaking on it, Kangwoo asks about the details of the commission, but she says that she'll tell him when the time comes. She doesn't feel that he can do anything at his current level, but is confused when he tells her that things are different from what they seem. With a gleaming confidence, he tells her that he's stronger than he looks, but she doesn't look impressed. Yeonju then laughs it off and tells him that his weakness isn't the reason that she can't give the details of the commission. The main reason is that she doesn't have enough evidence yet, and she can't discuss it until she does. Kangwoo doesn't get what she's saying, but she hands over her phone and tells him to put his number in it. While putting in his number, he asks when he can get the equipment, and she says whenever he wants. After that, he decides to grab the items immediately. They both head towards Yeonju's guild house, and she says that it's located at Seoul Station. Later on, in the middle of the city, the people walking around are shocked when they see a really cool sports car nearby. Even a little kid begs his father to buy the car for him, but he obviously has no idea how capitalism works. It's the cleanest and finest looking car they've ever seen, and some of them are surprised to see the model in Korea. Yeonju walks to it and gets inside the car. Then she tells Kangwoo to get in, but even he can't believe how awesome the car looks. When he gets in, he asks her how much the ride costs, but she can't remember. She tells him that it's probably around 10 million won, and Kangwoo is starstruck when he hears such an amount of money. His broke butt can never relate. He wonders how someone who is dressed so casually can afford something so expensive. They get on the move, and Kangwoo notices how smooth the drive is. Yeonju then asks him if he wants one, and she reminds him that they can provide him with a car if he needs one. Kangwoo suddenly starts calling her his older sister, and it makes her want to vomit. After that, he requests a similar car and tells her to keep her eyes on the road. On the other hand, Yeonju is ready to send him to his maker at any moment. They start arguing like siblings, and Kangwoo decides to stop messing around so that she can focus on driving. When they arrive at the guild house, Kangwoo can't believe how massive and insane the place looks. The building is as big as a support center, and he wonders if this is how all guilds are. They get inside and see two of the guild members waiting for them. One of them is Hyunwoo, and he stretches out a hand to greet Kangwoo. After they exchange greetings, Kangwoo gets introduced to the other guy known as Moon Youngho, who's also the commander-in-chief. Youngho has a menacing aura around him and doesn't look happy to see Kangwoo. Hyunwoo tries to calm the air by thanking him for accepting their guild master's proposal. However, Youngho still looks like he's ready to get into a fight with the Demon King. I guess you could say he's the brainless musclehead of the guild. Hyunwoo offers to escort Kangwoo to the equipment store, but Yeonju says that she'll do it because he has a lot of other things to do. Youngho decides to tag along in his place, but the guild master asks why he wants to. With a disgusted look on his face, he says it's because he wants to see the kind of person that Kangwoo is. She decides to go ahead with it since they'll be seeing each other more often. They take the elevator and arrive at the storage floor. There, Yeonju tells Kangwoo that he can borrow any item that's up to an epic rank. She unlocks the doors, and Kangwoo marvels at the sight before his eyes. When they get inside, she tells him that he can have the unique items so long as he pays a deposit before taking them. Kangwoo takes a look at all the gorgeous weapons in the storage, and he looks like a little kid at a candy store. He asks about legendary and mythic items, and Yeonju tells him that the guild members make use of them. Kangwoo wants to know if she has items above legendary ranks, and she confirms it. When he asks how much the deposit will be to borrow such an item, she says it's 50 million won. He's surprised to hear that it's a discounted price, and this makes it more clear how much of a poor man he is. When he asks to take a look at the equipment, Youngho stomps his weapon on the ground. The two of them get confused as to why he's acting so angry. He's standing before them with a very intimidating aura around him. Then he tells Kangwoo to use honorifics while looking like his veins are about to pop. Kangwoo has no idea what this douchebag is talking about, and Youngho says that he should use honorifics when addressing their guildmaster. His expression gets worse, and he's looking like an ugly rabid wolf right now. Kangwoo just smiles and decides to mess with him by saying that he doesn't want to. The stupid brute then raises his weapon to strike the Demon King, but stops when his name is yelled out. Kangwoo, on the other hand, is just waiting for the guy to do his worst. Yeonju then asks the idiot what exactly he thinks he's doing. She loses her cool and is ready to rip him to shreds. The guildmaster demands an answer from her lackey, but he's too scared to speak. Kangwoo silently watches as she scolds Youngho and tells him to mind his business. He is surprised at how easily the brute is able to calm down. After that, Yeonju also tells Kangwoo to be careful because Youngho can leave him disabled. He brushes it aside like a spoiled brat, but he can tell that her guild members are loyal. Meanwhile, Youngho is sulking by the side like a wimp. He hears Kangwoo referring to the guildmaster as Nuna, and this makes it hard for him to keep his cool. Kangwoo decides that he doesn't want the foreign car anymore and asks if he can borrow a piece of unique rank equipment. She says she can lend it to him, but only after an internal meeting. Then suddenly the musclehead interrupts them again. He is angry that Kangwoo refers to Yeonju as his older sister and starts crashing out like a deranged person. He tries to strike at Kangwoo and causes destruction all around the room. Youngho looks completely shocked when the dust clears up and he sees Yeonju blocked his attack. She looks ready to send him to the afterlife, and Kangwoo can't help but enjoy what's happening. Youngho tries to explain himself, but she shoves his weapon to the side, and he loses his balance. Kangwoo has a smug look on his face when she tells the idiot to get out. She also tells him that if he oversteps his boundaries once more, he'll be taught a good lesson. Youngho then apologizes for being a nuisance. With that done, she apologizes to Kangwoo for her comrade's rude behavior. As Youngho turns to leave, Kangwoo asks Yeonju for some kind of unique armor that will be easy to move around in. While she thinks about it, Youngho comes back and offers to give Kangwoo his armor if the Demon King defeats him. Yeonju finally snaps and gets ready to send this idiot 6 feet under since he doesn't know when to stop acting like a brat. Kang Wu stops her and says he thinks it's a pretty decent proposal. This makes her confused, and she has no idea what our protagonist is scheming in that devilish head. She recalls that he has a lot of potential and will surpass her, but at the same time, Young Ho is at level 67 and has also unlocked his 6th awakening. She doesn't feel that Kang Wu is at the level to take on her commander-in-chief. She tries to stop the two of them, but Kang Wu tells her it's fine. The devilish look in his eyes already tells that he's very eager to teach this stubborn fool a lesson. Young Ho also wants to fight him and make him never disrespect his guildmaster again. Yeonju doesn't understand what Kang Wu is trying to do, but he's also already slowly warming up for the fight. Then we see that Young Ho is a good-for-nothing simp who was saved by Yeonju a long time ago. Now he feels like Kang Wu is trying to steal his woman. Meanwhile, Yeonju is very worried about Kang Wu, but the Demon King doesn't even care. Later on, they head into the training room, and Kang Wu compliments on how great the facilities are. Yeonju tries again to tell Kang Wu that this fight is insane, but he isn't bothered at all. While he's warming up, Young Ho tells him to start whenever he's ready. This idiot really feels overconfident, and he tells Kang Wu to attack him however he likes within the first 3 seconds. Kang Wu wonders if he's serious and tells him to stop acting so pompous and grab his sword. Young Ho ignores him, and he gives the idiot another opportunity to hold his sword. Regardless, the commander says that he has no intention of using his full power against someone like him. Kang Wu laughs at this and decides to go ahead since that's what the guy wants. He starts charging up power underneath his feet and bolts towards his foe in the blink of an eye. He lands a straight kick on Young Ho's gut, and the poor guy isn't even able to react in time. Young Ho gets sent flying into a wall, and he crashes on impact. The air gets knocked out of him, and his eyes go blank. He lands back on his knees and groans because of the pain. On the other hand, Yeonju can't believe what she is witnessing. Young Ho is able to stagger and get up, but he has no idea what kind of attack that Kang Wu used on him. With his face writhing in pain, he knows the only reason he survived is because of the power of his armor. Seeing that he has no other choice, he finally brings out his sword and gets ready to face Kang Wu. He still doesn't understand how someone who has only been a player for 3 weeks can be so strong. Kang Wu, with a mocking tone, looks at him and reminds him that he promised to give him the first 3 seconds. Young Ho asks what he did to him, and Kang Wu says that he's just much stronger, but the idiot doesn't believe it. The dude is biting his lips and still trying to recover from the pain, but he can barely stand upright. Kang Wu laughs at him for thinking that he was a noob. He insults the guy for whining like a wimp because things aren't going according to his plan. After mocking the fool, he tells him that the games are over and decides to get serious. Young Ho grits his teeth in anger, but that's pretty much all he can do. He sees that the love of his life is watching and knows that he can't afford to look like a fool in front of her. He firmly grips his sword and unleashes the power of the blade. A bright light bursts out from it, shooting upwards like a beam. He then gazes at the Demon King, who calls his skill name silly and cringe. Kang Wu keeps provoking the guy, and Young Ho keeps falling for it. Feeling really frustrated and angry, Young Ho rushes towards him with his blade. Kang Wu knows that he's still the commander-in-chief and not an enemy that will go down easily. He activates his shadow powers and sets a trap for the dude. Young Ho doesn't even notice when his foot steps on the shadows. Yeonju tries to warn him, but Kang Wu already has the fool in his grasp. As his sword strikes down, Kang Wu laughs at his futile attempt. Yeonju rushes in to stop him, while the Demon King pops up on the side of the shadow. That's when Young Ho realizes that his enemy is no longer within his sights. Before he has any time to react, Kang Wu grabs his shoulder and tells him that he has lost. Our boy uses the power of Shockwave and blasts the dude into a wall, making him look even more pathetic in front of Yeonju. Young Ho gets his senses knocked out again, and he falls to the ground. Yeonju is speechless and looks back at Kang Wu with fear in her eyes. The Demon King then reminds her that he said that he's way stronger than he thinks. This guy really doesn't miss an opportunity to show off. With the fight over, some workers come into the room to clean up the mess and tend to Young Ho's wounds. Yeonju apologizes for everything that happened and tells Kang Wu that Young Ho will be kicked out of her guild. She'll also warn the other guild members not to try anything stupid as well. Kang Wu tells her that it's alright because he's just happy to have the guy's armor at the moment. The armor is known as Gargoyle Armor, and it has a unique rank. It also has really awesome stats that will be very useful to him. The thought of having such a unique item makes Kang Wu feel like he's on cloud 9. While Yeonju is beyond frustrated with what happened, he takes note of the fact that her underling went ahead to disobey her orders. The fool also put something so precious on the line and lost it like a piece of garbage. He wonders if this is what it's like to be blinded by love. He then tells Yeonju that if something similar occurs again, he will have to reconsider their cooperation. She promises that her guild members will treat him with respect from now on. After that, he addresses the size of the armor, and she tells him that she'll have it refitted and delivered to him when it's done. He places it on the display table and leaves it in her care. Kang Wu then leaves to attend to other matters, and she reminds him to send in his measurements for the armor. Yeonju lets out a sigh of relief when he leaves, and she wonders if he is even human. She is really disturbed by the fact that a 3-week-old player is able to defeat her commander-in-chief. This makes her think that Kang Wu might actually be a world ranker. There are currently 8 world rankers across all countries, but Korea doesn't have one. She says that there were rumors of Baek Kang-hyun becoming one, but he never succeeded. While she's still lost in thought, Hyun-woo enters the room to talk to her. She tells him that the gargoyle armor now belongs to Kang-woo, and she plans to hold a meeting to kick out Young-ho. Hyun-woo is disappointed to hear this, but she tells him that it's necessary so that such actions don't repeat themselves. After that, she then asks him what information he has for her. Hyun-woo informs her that the government has successfully implanted a spy in the demonic order. With this, they'll be able to get some more information about the demonic order. Yeonju then tells him to find out more about this and with much more detail. Meanwhile, Kang-woo is in the middle of the city, checking out his stats on the system window. He sees that his demonic energy is growing along with the others. If he can strengthen his body with the effects of the other stats, he won't have to rely on the demonic energy so much. He also doesn't have a need for intelligence and wisdom stats since they don't help with his dumb brain. The problem is, he can't get the stats he wants. After getting the second awakening, the stats related to his special abilities are supposed to go up. However, the amount of demonic energy he hasn't gone up, but the other ones keep increasing. He doesn't have a clue why this is happening, and wonders if it's because of how high his demonic energy is. Basically, it's way higher than the others, and he can do things that other high-level players can't do. It also seems that the higher the stats, the lower the figures get. This leads him to believe that the level 30 range doesn't boost the demonic energy status. Seeing that thinking too much won't do him any good, he decides to brush it aside, saying that he still has time to reach his 5th awakening. He then decides to see Seola and Tae-soo. When he gets to East Incheon Gate, he sees Tae-soo screaming his name like a lunatic. Kang-woo tells him how embarrassing he is, and tells him that he's done with what he wanted to do. Tae-soo then introduces him to the 2 players he spoke about earlier. The handsome Jigachad is Kim Si-hoon, and the little girl is Choi Yoonbi. Kang-woo notices how good-looking Si-hoon is, and even calls the guy gorgeous. It's kind of sus, but we'll forgive him. Yoonbi, on the other hand, starts throwing a tantrum because Tae-soo called her a brat, further proving that she really is one. She calls the brute an old man in his 40s and successfully breaks his spirit. She then turns to Kang-woo with so much excitement in her eyes and says that she has heard a lot about him. Kang-woo then asks about her special ability ranks and classes. The little brat ignores him and turns her attention to Seola when she sees how pretty she is. She starts calling Seola her sister and asks to take pictures with her. Kang-woo looks back at the little girl and wonders if he just met the female version of Tae-soo. Si-hoon then comes up to greet Kang-woo with a more calm composure. He states that he's a level 12 player, and he's also a warrior class with an A-rank special ability. While Yoonbi is taking pictures, Si-hoon also tells Kang-woo that she's a mage with a B-rank special ability. Kang-woo thanks him and takes note of how calm and composed the guy is. Moreover, the guy has an A-rank ability with his second awakening. This makes Kang-woo think that he's the main character of a manhwa. Tae-soo then asks what he thinks about the new guys. Kang-woo smiles and tells him that they're alright. Meanwhile, Si-hoon is dragged into Yoonbi's shenanigans and made to take a picture of her and Seola. The blockhead starts praising himself, but Kang-woo reminds him how his last party nearly turned him into a shish kebab. Tae-soo spins it around by saying that the universe made it that way so that he could meet Kang-woo. The Demon King doesn't even have words for this guy's stupidity. Tae-soo changes the topic and asks for his opinion on the new party. Kang-woo says that it's not bad, considering that they have the basic roles needed for a party. It's the best setup for a 4-member party. Not only that, but 2 of the members have A-rank special abilities, and the other members have B ranks. This makes it a very decent party for hunting. Kang-woo then says that he'll be tagging along in their hunt for the day. He plans to watch them and let them know if there's something they're lacking or anything they can improve on. Tae-soo thanks him with his loud, annoying voice, making Kang-woo even more tired of him. Kang-woo also tells them that he'll only step in when things get dangerous, so they have to be alert. These guys have a lot of potential for growth, and he doesn't plan to carry them all the way. Later on, the scene shifts, and we see some ugly trolls shrieking and running towards the party. More and more rush out from within the woods, but Tae-soo smashes into them with his mighty shield. With the monsters flying backward, Tae-soo smiles and ridicules them. The poor creatures start trembling in fear. Then Yubin rushes out and uses her lightning magic to roast them. She immediately signals to Tae-soo, telling him that there are 5 more trolls behind them. The tank reacts quickly by rushing to her side and quickly plants his feet on the ground. The trolls suddenly get blinded by a bright light from Tae-soo's shield, and they try to block their faces from the light. With their attention on him, he tells them to come at him, giving Seola the opportunity to buff him with her light magic. He thanks her, and is able to hold them off without much stress. She then draws an arrow made of light and starts firing at the monsters while Tae-soo blocks them off. When her attacks stop, the brute bashes them with his shield with all his might and sends them flying around like pesky flies. While the trolls try to recover from their injuries, Si-hoon shows up and slices through them swiftly like the wind. He takes them all down in one swoop like the badass that he is. He turns back to see Tae-soo complimenting his skills and asks if he trained in kendo before becoming a player. Si-hoon says that he did it as a hobby, and that's why he's so good with a sword. Considering how he easily chopped up the monsters, Tae-soo doesn't consider it a regular hobby. After that, they turn to get an opinion about their fight from Kang-woo. When he looks down at them, they all get really nervous and wonder what he's about to say. Kang-woo gets down from the tree and says he'll point out a few things to fix. They are all nervously waiting for him, but he tells himself that there's actually a lot they have to fix. Firstly, he compliments Tae-soo's good senses, but tells him that he wastes too much of his strength when he tries to do everything with it. He was tossing the trolls right from the start, and it will be a problem if a boss monster suddenly shows up. Kang-woo then tells him to stick to his role of enduring attacks. Next up is Seola, and the poor girl is shaken up when she hears her name. He compliments her for buffing the tank to enhance his strength, but tells her that it's a bad idea for healers to attack. Using the arrow of light isn't a good decision on her part. Seola apologizes and feels very bad, but Kang-woo says they'll fix everything step by step. After that, he faces Yoonbi and reminds her of how she was scared of the 5 trolls that showed up when she was finishing up the other monsters. He then says that she can just knock out the monsters with a weak attack and leave the main damage dealing to Si-hoon. Last but not least, he faces Si-hoon. Kang-woo looks at him for a bit and then says that he has nothing to fix. At the moment, he's fulfilling his role with no flaws. Kang-woo acknowledges that he's incredible and wonders if the guy is a genius. The other party members compliment Si-hoon and tell him how incredible he is as well. After that, Kang-woo suggests that they venture further into the woods. As they move, he tells them to try and incorporate the pointers he gave them in their next encounter. Moments later, we see Tae-soo blocking a troll and performing his role as a tank. Seola is giving the necessary support, and Yoonbi is dealing just enough damage to stun the monsters. Her lightning attacks are frying their brains effortlessly, and Si-hoon jumps in to slice them up and finish the work. Kang-woo watches them from a tree and is really impressed with how well they're doing. He feels they'll be able to attempt C-rank gates in a month if they keep going at their pace. With the battle done, Tae-soo puts his shield down and asks Kang-woo if they have improved with this fight. The Demon King doesn't want to make heads swell, so he says that they aren't too bad. Suddenly, they notice a monster nearby. Kang-woo's eyes open up in fear when he sees that it's not a troll. The camera shifts, and we see a frightful beast with sharp teeth and horns speeding straight for Tae-soo and his party. Looking closer at the beast's devilish eyes, Kang-woo sees that it's a demon wolf. Tae-soo raises up his shield to block the monster's demonic charge, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to defend against it. Kang-woo attempts to step in when he sees that they're facing a demonic monster, but he suddenly stops in his tracks. He is surprised when Si-hoon steps in and starts attacking the monster viciously. Si-hoon is able to create an opening and tells Tae-soo to stand back. He slices the monster and dodges its attack. Si-hoon engulfs his blade in a blue aura and continues to give the wolf a tough time. The fight is going well, but he isn't fast enough to block the wolf's counterattack. The demon wolf slaps him to the side and gets ready to devour him. Just when it looks like its curtains closed for his poor life, Kang-woo steps in and shows the wolf what a true demon is. With his enhanced powers, he punches the wolf into the ground and shatters the ground. On the other hand, Si-hoon is amazed at how powerful Kang-woo is. As blood drips from his fist, the system pops up with a message, stating that he has defeated the monster and his level has increased by 1. Kang-woo picks up Si-hoon like he's a little princess and asks if he's alright. The rest of the party members rush to the scene to make sure that he's fine. They are all worried about him and are very impressed with how Kang-woo is able to defeat a beast with 1 punch. Saitama has some competition now. Anyway, Seola starts healing Si-hoon, and Tae-soo tells him how awesome his swordsmanship is. Meanwhile, Kang-woo is surprised that the guy is able to battle a demonic monster well enough. To him, Si-hoon is too abnormally powerful. On the other hand, Tae-soo is treating Si-hoon like a ragdoll, and the poor guy is begging to be put down. Kang-woo decides to use himself as a support for the guy, so that he can walk. With his hands on Si-hoon's shoulders, he uses his omniscient power to look through Si-hoon's abilities. On the status window, he sees that Si-hoon has a triple S rank, and the guy is also the descendant of the martial arts god. He looks at Si-hoon nervously and wonders just who the hell this kid is. At the same time, Tae-soo is also offering to support him so that he can move well. Looking closer at him, Kang-woo realizes that Si-hoon is the main character, and once again, someone cooler than him has shown up to steal his spotlight. Kang-woo wonders if the reason for his awesome swordsmanship has something to do with the martial arts god. Si-hoon is finally able to walk well and thanks him for the support, but Kang-woo feels that this kid can potentially be a threat to him. Just like Yeonju is being friendly with him, he decides to do the same with Si-hoon and build a good relationship. Regardless, things can still go bad, so he can't solely rely on friendly relationships. In the end, Kang-woo doesn't think Si-hoon is the type of person to switch up abruptly, considering that he dived in to save Tae-soo. At the same time, he thinks the kid is also a pathetic loser. Meanwhile, Yoonbi is attempting to fry Sinho's brain with an electric massage. The fact that no one knows how things will turn out makes Kang-woo start smiling like a deranged person. While lost in his demonic thoughts, Seola calls him back to his senses and asks him if everything is alright. He tells her that he's fine and keeps his thoughts aside. The party starts asking the important questions, like why a demon wolf showed up in a D-rank gate. They all thank Kangwoo for saving their lives, and Seola tells him that Sihoon is a lot better, thanks to her healing. Tae-soo and Yoonbi try to comfort Sihoon so that he doesn't overstress himself. Kangwoo walks over to him, and Sihoon says that he feels much better, thanks to Seola. Upon hearing that, Kangwoo is relieved that the guy is alright. Sihoon looks at him with googly eyes, thanking him once again, and admiring how strong he really is. Tae-soo and Sihoon start glazing the Demon King like lost puppies, and Yoonbi can't stand how pathetic they look. The tank goes ahead to say that he has never seen someone with a second awakening like Kangwoo. He then asks why Sihan hasn't joined any of the big guilds yet, because he thinks that the guy will easily get into any of them. While Tae-soo suggests that he should join the Mir Guild, Sihoon starts trembling a bit. Sihoon then tells him that he has no intention of joining any guild, especially the Mir Guild. Tae-soo is confused and wonders if he has any issues with the Mir Guild, but Sihoon grips his sword firmly and says it's nothing to worry about. Despite being a blockhead, Tae-soo apologizes for prying into his past. Sihoon lets him know that it's all right and also apologizes for being too sensitive about the matter. After that, Kangwoo decides that they should all go home so that Sihoon can get some rest. The swordsman tries to insist that he can still hunt, but Kangwoo tells him not to overdo it. Tae-soo then asks if Kangwoo will be joining them to hunt the next day, but the Demon Lord has no plans of being around his loud butt anytime soon. He's disappointed to hear that the Demon Lord can't always look after them, and they have to learn how to hunt by themselves. Tae-soo decides to focus on leveling up, and they all start leaving. When they leave the gate, Kangwoo tells Seola that something has come up, so she has to go home first without him. He looks at his phone to see some missed calls and says that it's something urgent. She asks what he'll do about dinner, and he tells her to go ahead and eat first since he might be running late. Seola isn't too happy to hear that, but tells him to be careful, and he promises to be back home as soon as possible. After that, they both bid each other farewell. When Seola walks off into the crowd, he decides to begin whatever crazy plan he has. Meanwhile, Sihoon is looking through his phone while standing at a bus stop. While looking through the bus routes and thinking about the Mir Guild, Kangwoo approaches him, saying he has something to discuss. With a serious look on his face, he says it's something really important. Then he suggests that they head to somewhere more private to discuss the matter. After a while, they get to a lonely alley. When Sihoon innocently asks what he wants to talk about, Kangwoo suddenly punches the guy in the gut. Sihoon gets the air knocked out of him. Then the protagonist grabs him by the collar and tosses him to the ground. The poor kid tries to ask Kangwoo what he's doing, but the Demon Lord drops his knee on Sihoon's chest and says he's going to make some insurance. While holding him down, Kangwoo tells Sihoon that he's going to become very strong and he wants them to form a friendly relationship. Kangwoo looks like a complete maniac when he tells him that he wants them to become true comrades. While struggling to talk, Sihoon asks him why he needs to do something like this just to become friends. The Demon Lord then injects some demonic energy into him. Sihoon starts to struggle due to pain, and his consciousness slowly fades. Kangwoo uses the power of subordination to grab Sihoon's heart to take control of his body. In the process of this, he says that the guy won't remember a single thing that happened to him, and he'll go back to hunting like normal. Suddenly, Sihoon's heart transforms into a weird demonic heart with eyes and teeth. He's still struggling with the pain when Kangwoo whispers that he'll grow stronger with Seola and Tae-soo and form the strongest party ever. After that, the Demon Lord releases his heart and says that if Sihoon becomes his subordinate, the guy will be able to use a portion of his powers. The poor guy just lies on the floor and is barely conscious after he has just gone through. On the other hand, with a sinister look on his face, the Demon Lord says that they'll become very good comrades. Moments later, Sihoon finally gains back his senses and scrambles to get up. He can't remember what happened and has no idea how he got into the alley. The only thing he remembers is that he was waiting for the bus earlier. He checks the time on his phone and recalls waiting for the bus an hour ago. Sihoon tries to remember what happened after that, but only ends up with an agonizing headache. Unable to remember anything else, he assumes he blacked out because of his fight with the demonic wolf. He frowns and grits his teeth, feeling that he's far too weak. Sihoon struggles to get up and tells himself that he has to get stronger and he has a long way to go. Images flash through his mind, and he remembers Kim Young-hoon, the vice guild master of the Mir Guild. Upon seeing Young-hoon's face, he smashes the wall beside him and vows that his blade must reach the vice master's throat. While he staggers through the alleyway, Kangwoo watches him from the top of a building. The system pops up with a message, saying that the soul subordination he used on Sihoon worked. He decides to issue commands later on since he now has the insurance he wants. He postpones the commands and decides to watch Sihoon as he grows up. Talk about a freak. The clueless guy is just going through his phone and has no idea that he has been turned into a lapdog for a deranged demon lord. Si-hoon manages to walk back to the bus stop and rushes to get into a bus. Meanwhile, Kang-woo continues to watch and says that Si-hoon's abilities will become as strong as Balak's once they strengthen. He plans to use his new subordinate to battle the demonic order since his myriad demon palace is still partially sealed. Like a creepy stalker, Kang-woo watches as Si-hoon boards the bus and says he'll support him as much as possible. That's how our protagonist is nothing more than a creepy freak. Suddenly he gets a call from Cho Deo-kyun. He picks up, and Deo-kyun says that he has some information to give him. Deo-kyun isn't too certain, but he tells Kang-woo that he found a trace of demonic energy. He also says that it wasn't created by a human. Kang-woo assumes it was done by a demon and asks him where he found the trace. Deo-kyun tells him that he found it at the B-rank gate by Weijongbu, which makes Kang-woo sure that another demon has appeared yet again. Kang-woo recalls how the Hellhound and Demon Wolf appeared at the other gates. He starts getting excited when he sees that a stronger demon has appeared because it can help him level up some more. While going through his stats, he feels this will help him to achieve his 5th awakening earlier than he anticipated. The next day, a train arrives at Weijongbu Station, and he gets ready to exit. He's slowly growing tired of boarding the train like a pesky civilian, and feels like he needs to get that car soon. While checking some information about the kind of monsters that will appear inside the gate, he overhears a player saying that there's something weird inside the gate. The person says that some sort of monster mutation occurred, and due to this, no one is allowed to enter regardless of how large the party is. We see a lot of players in front of the entrance to the gate, and they're all complaining about not being let in. The guards try to explain that the monster mutation has caused the gate to be inaccessible, but the players are still complaining. An announcement comes from the speakers, telling them that 10 players have died due to the strange occurrence. Due to this, they'll be restricting players' access to the gate. Upon hearing this, the players start getting worried because 10 players is a high casualty rate even for a B-rank gate. On the other hand, Kang-woo knows that the demon is already rampaging inside the gate. Regardless, he didn't think it would cause players to get restricted. The news reporters then ask the guards to explain more about the monster mutation. Since the gates are being blocked, the reporters insist that they must know something about what's inside the gate. The guards then tell them that the monster resembles a lion. Upon hearing this, Kang-woo says the beast is known as a Buer. The Buer is one of the strongest predators from the second hell. This beast resembles a lion, has 5 legs, and possesses a special trait known as full stomach. As long as it consumes 5 prey within a day, it'll become full and stop striking preemptively. Recalling those moments from back in hell makes Kang-woo want to throw up. However, if there are already 10 victims, it means the Buer appeared at the gate 2 days ago. Kang-woo then says that all he has to do is toss 5 monsters to it and kill the Buer when it's full. After that, he decides to give Yeonju a call. She doesn't sound happy to hear him, and it's a bad time because she's working out. Regardless, he asks her to help him get into the B-rank gate due to its restrictions at the moment. He tells her that she can make it happen since she's very friendly with the higher-ups. Kang-woo hears some crashing sounds over the phone. Then she asks him if he really has to get into the gate. Yeonju tells him that it'll cost him a lot, and he promises to repay in full when he's done. She hopes he doesn't plan on getting mutilated by the monster. After that, she tells him to give the guard the phone. He then heads over to the guard and tells him that Yeonju wants to speak with him. The guard is shocked and wonders why a hotshot like her wants to speak to him. While the guard takes the call, everyone else around starts wondering who Kang-woo is and how he is able to contact Yeonju. The guard breathes heavily to calm himself and then tells Kang-woo that he is permitted to enter the gate as an investigator of the monster situation. In return, he has to provide information about the monster if he manages to defeat it. Kang-woo accepts the terms and promises to do his best. Upon hearing this, the reporters get very eager to know who exactly he is. While they all swarm him, someone suddenly yells at him to wait. Kang-woo turns back to see some weird-looking guys. Their blue-haired guy is known as Kang Sung-soo, and he's from the Mir Guild. Since Kang-woo is given permission to investigate, Sung-soo feels like his guild should get the same rights as well. He walks up to Kang-woo and asks if he's the one that the Red Rose Guild has been sponsoring recently. Sung-soo confirms it when he sees Kang-woo's gargoyle armor. Kang-woo starts getting irritated when this guy starts questioning the sponsorship of the Red Rose Guild and insulting it. He laughs it off and says that he prefers to be alone and not with a party. The rest of the Mir Guild lackeys watch as their leader mocks Kang-woo for thinking that a B-rank gate will be as easy as a C-rank one. Sung-soo goes ahead to insult him and say that people like him are bound to die quickly. He thinks Kang-woo wants to acquire fame by capturing the mutated monster and asks when players with 4th awakenings are allowed to be so nosy. This blue-haired idiot keeps trying to provoke Kang-woo, but the Demon Lord remains silent. Something then snaps in Kang-woo's head when Sung-soo assumes that he's scared. The idiot then suggests that he should join their party so that he doesn't die like a loser when he steps into the gate. Kang-woo decides to accept his offer and tries to act innocent by saying that he's scared of going in by himself. With a sinister look in his eyes, he decides to enter together with Sung-soo and his party. After counting the remaining 5 party members, he sees that he has the exact number needed to feed the Buer. Sung-soo is an extra head, and he can't wait to have his fun with the fool. We see that earlier on, Sung Soo receives a call from his Vice Guild Master, Kim Young-hoon. The Vice orders him to humiliate Kang-woo in front of everyone in order to ridicule the Red Rose Guild, and this is what led up to the present moment. The scene shifts to the present, and Sung Soo wonders if Kang-woo really wants to go in with his party. His plans to humiliate the Demon Lord in front of the reporters aren't going well, and he fears that he'll start looking like the bad guy. Frustration sets in because he has no idea what to do at this point. He decides to go in with Kang-woo, and this makes everyone else shocked to see that the Mir Guild and Red Rose Guild are cooperating. Sung Soo and his guild members start feeling a bit uncomfortable as Kang-woo walks ahead of them. On the other hand, the reporters have a big scoop on their hands, and they can't miss the opportunity to headline something so big. As Kang-woo approaches the gate, Sung Soo doesn't see any need to provoke Kang-woo any further and sees him as a coward. Unknown to him, Kang-woo plans for this to be the last alliance between the two guilds. When they get into the gate, Kang-woo suggests that they merge their two forces to capture the mutated monster. Sung Soo spits in his path and asks if he has any self-esteem. He wonders if Kang-woo is really stupid or just pretending. Kang-woo remains silent as Sung Soo hurls insults and calls him a pathetic loser. The party members start insulting Yeonju and the Red Rose Guild while praising their own guild and their Vice Guild Master. Kang-woo stands back, listening to them go off, and starts to think about the Mir Guild. Their guild master, Kim Jae-hyun, is also the owner of a company known as Mir Electronics. He awakened as a player alongside his son, Young-hoon, and used the finances from his company to level up quickly and founded the Mir Guild. The party members continue their chatter, and Kang-woo thinks about how their guild must be loaded with money. The thought of making the two guilds go head-to-head so that he can pick up the piece crosses his mind. But he decides that he has enough, and Yeonju is still very useful to me. At least with Yeonju, he gets to drive fancy cars and have unique equipment. This means that the Mir Guild is the only option when it comes to destroying one of them. After walking around for a while, Sung Soo starts getting annoyed because they haven't found the monster yet. Kang-woo suggests that they search the area, but they respond by calling him a clueless dumbass. The guys start hurling insults at the Red Rose Guild and Yeonju again, but Kang-woo holds himself back from doing anything drastic. While they continue walking, Kang-woo uses his observation powers to scan the area. He quickly locates the monster behind a wall and sees that it hasn't reached the full stomach state yet. After seeing this, he starts executing his evil plans. He uses the power of temptation on the party members, causing them to notice a strange scent in the air. With this, Kang-woo watches as the burr slowly starts approaching them. The ground starts to tremble as the beast gets closer, and Sung Soo tells his party to prepare for battle. He turns back and tells Kang-woo to stay put, but Kang-woo tells him that he's an expert at planting death flags. Sung Soo is provoked by his statement. Then Kang-woo reminds him that fools like him are bound to die quickly. While Sung Soo is arguing, one of his teammates gets impaled by the monster behind him. He turns around to behold the horrific sight. The entire team is speechless as they look at their friend, who has been impaled by the monster's claws. While the beast prepares to devour his first target, Kang-woo marks the first one down and laughs at the futile attempt of the rest. Sung Soo orders the rest to get information, and they start attacking. As their arrows and spells close in on the monster, it suddenly disappears before they can hit. The attacks hit the wall, and they see that the monster has swiftly dodged to the side. Sung Soo tries to keep his team in position, but the beast quickly swipes its second target in the blink of an eye. By the time Sung Soo turns around, the beast has already started to devour the unfortunate soul. Kang-woo continues to keep count as the Mir Guild dog starts to lose his cool. He tells the rest of his team to start attacking rapidly. He charges up an attack as the monster approaches him and stomps his staff on the ground. The lightning strikes the burr, giving the rest of the party an opportunity to finish it off. They quickly rush in to slay the beast, but two people get killed swiftly. At this point, Sung Soo is most likely pissing himself because he doesn't understand how his team is being slaughtered so easily. Despite getting hit with Sung Soo's full attack, the burr is still moving as if nothing happened. The last remaining party member, aside from Sung Soo, sees that there's no hope and begs for someone to save her. While Kang-woo is enjoying the chaos, Sung Soo tries to get his last teammate to stay in position. Feeling frustrated, he grits his teeth and decides to take on the beast with his final attack. Sung Soo leaps into the air and puts all his power into his spear. With all his might, he strikes down at the beast, but the monster slaps him to the side like the good-for-nothing loser he is. Sung Soo slams into a wall and becomes unconscious. His eyes open up when the beast approaches him, and he starts crying like a wimp. Kang-woo counts the fifth target, and we see that the monster has devoured his fifth target, and Sung Soo is knocked over. Sung Soo groans in pain as the bear gobbles up his last teammate. While breathing heavily, he watches the body pieces fall out of the monster's mouth. And with that, the beast has reached its full stomach state. He is shocked when he sees Kang-woo land on top of the monster and asks how it's possible. The Demon Lord explains that once the beast consumes 5 prey per day, it won't move unless it gets attacked first. After that, he starts to release the power of the spear and the power of hellfire at the same time. This is to hit the beast with an attack that can kill it in one shot. While he combines the two powers, Sung Soo just watches while maintaining his freaky position. Kang Woo tries to maintain his focus because he needs stronger concentration when using two powers simultaneously. After charging them up, the powers combine to form a flaming Bident. With this, the system notifies him that he has acquired the Bident skill, which is an S-rank ability. Kang Woo strikes the beast with it, and the Bident pierces the monster's heart. The Buer lets out a loud cry and begins to cause havoc. Sung Soo gets thrown around amid the chaos. After a while, the system tells Kang Woo that he has slain the beast, and his level rises by 6 points. With this, he gets to level 40 and unlocks his 5th awakening. His demonic energy stat gets to 60, and he meets the condition of something known as extreme demonic delay. Kang Woo sees the notification and wonders what it is. Looking at the system window, he sees a list of conditions that need to be met for him to become a demonic god. The first is that his demonic energy stat needs to be at 60. Regardless, he doesn't see any relevant information about the extreme demonic delay, but he assumes that it's something that will give him enormous strength. Since he was in hell for all those years, this is the first time he's heard about this power. According to his hypothesis, if he continues leveling up, he can become stronger than when he was the demon king of the 9th circle of hell. The thought that he can become a demonic god is even better. From his facial expression, you can see that this maniac is very hungry for power. After that, he starts absorbing the Buer to gain more demonic energy. As an investigator, he should preserve the corpse, but can't pass up the chance of gaining more power. Kang Woo gains more demonic energy after absorbing the monster, and the stat increases by 4 points. While he absorbs the monster, Sung Soo calls out to him and wants to know what exactly Kang Woo is. Kang Woo turns back and remembers that there's still one more pesky person remaining. He starts to walk toward the guy, and Sung Soo warns him not to come any closer. With a shaky voice, Sung Soo then asks if he plans to kill him. Kang Woo tells him that he still has a role to fulfill, so he can't die yet. He tells him not to be scared because there are some things he wants to ask first. Sung Soo is at a loss for words when Kang Woo asks about who gave the order to provoke him. Looking at the pathetic loser, he knows that Sung Soo wouldn't act so rashly, and it looks like his party already knew about him. However, Sung Soo doesn't answer him. Kang Woo then kicks the idiot into the air and starts smashing his face around the room. After asking again, Sung Soo reveals that Kim Young-hoon gave the orders. Kang Woo then asks why their vice guildmaster put a target on his head. It's revealed that Young-hoon once asked out Yeonju, but she rejected him harshly. Ever since then, he has hated the Red Rose Guild because he has awful Riz skills. Besides that, Sung Soo also says that he wants to change the image of the Mir Guild and prove that they're far superior to the Red Rose Guild. Seeing that the guy is nothing but a hopeless loser, Kang Woo asks for a picture of Young-hoon. Sung Soo hands over his phone, and Kang Woo sees that Young-hoon doesn't look bad. Surprisingly, he sees Si-hoon in the picture as well and says that they have a resemblance. Kang Woo can't believe he was involved in something so useless, but Sung Soo apologizes because he's just following orders. Regardless, the idiot was really into the idea. When he tries to explain himself, Kang Woo doesn't want to hear it. As long as he fulfills his role well, Kang Woo will have no complaints. Sung Soo then promises to do whatever he wants. Kang Woo tells him that it's nothing difficult and it might actually be good for him. Later on, they leave the gate and are greeted by a horde of reporters taking pictures. The paparazzi want to know what happened to the other party members and if they're the only 2 survivors. Kang Woo opens his mouth to respond to their questions but instead starts yelling for an ambulance to save Sung Soo. The poor guy's face is looking completely wrecked. The reporters keep taking pictures and asking what happened to him. Kang Woo tells them that the mutated monster attacked him and that he and Sung Soo are the only survivors. All of them believe his sob story and try to inform the Hwarang Corps about the matter, but Kang Woo tells them that there's no need. He tells them that the mutated monster was defeated, while Sung Soo faintly cries out for help. Rather than take the glory, Kang Woo claims that Sung Soo defeated the monster and saved his life. The so-called savior doesn't really look like someone who managed to defeat a demonic beast. Anyway, the reporters go ahead to ask for more details about the situation. Kang Woo begins to describe the events of what happened. He tells them that they sensed murderous intent when they got into the dungeon. The monster was circling the entrance of the gate, and they all knew it was a deadly monster as soon as they came across it. They went ahead to fight the monster because Sung Soo said that it would hurt civilians if it got out. Kang Woo tells them that the monster was exactly as the government described. The beast had a lion head with 5 legs. Due to its deadly attacks, Sung Soo's party members were instantly killed. As if he hasn't lied enough, Kang Woo continues by saying that Sung Soo told him to run away when the situation got dire, and he faced the monster alone. He says he couldn't run away, so he stood there until the end of the battle. It was a grave and fearsome battle, and when it was finally over, Sung Soo finally managed to defeat the beast and emerge victorious. Of course, the dumb reporters will never know the truth, so they go ahead with Kang Woo's silly lies. He even adds that Sung Soo continued to mutter the names of his party members until he lost consciousness. Sung Soo is trying to call out for help, but Kang Woo is covering his mouth so that no one will know what he's saying. He tells the poor guy not to speak anymore until the ambulance arrives. The reporters then ask Kang Woo what he feels about Sung-soo's earlier aggressive actions towards him. With a sad look, he tells them that it's because Sung-soo was concerned about him and just wanted him to keep his guard up. Our protagonist manages to shed a tear, further making his ridiculous story more believable. He calls Sung-soo his savior and the true hero of this era. The newspapers get filled with news about Sung-soo's heroics, but the poor guy falls into a coma and remains in a vegetative state. The next day, we see Yeonju reading the news, and she definitely knows that Sung-woo got beat up by another person and not the mutated monster. She wonders if she's raising a tiger cub. Then another lady in the room with her tells her that her rookie is pretty cute. Her name is Jong Hyungju, and she's the guild master of the Samurai Guild. She asks where Yeonju was able to find a person such as Kang Woo. Yeonju tells her that he's not a rookie and asks when the old lady is going to leave. Hyungju loses her composure when Yeonju calls her an old woman, but she lets it slide. Yeonju suddenly pauses when she asks if the appearance of the mutated monster is the doing of the demonic order. Hyungju tells her that it's only a matter of time before those outside of the Big Five guilds find out about the demonic order. Peace was only found after the establishment of the Big Five guilds. If people begin to find out about the demonic order and their human sacrifices, civilization will plunge into chaos once again. She then asks what the Red Rose Guild makes of the situation, but Yeonju looks like she's ready to send the lady to hell. Suddenly, Kang Woo walks into the room. Hyungju greets him and says that she's a friend of Yeonju's. She decides to leave since Kang Woo has come to the room, but he tells her that he can come back later when they are done chatting. She says it's fine since she's already with her business, but Kang Woo feels bad. To make matters worse, she feels insulted that he would refer to her as a lady. This only means she's definitely an old hag. After that, she takes her leave but stops at the door and turns back to think about Yeonju. When she finally leaves, Yeonju tells Kang Woo that the crazy lady is just her friend. She then gives him a card and says that it's the S-rank gate permit, which he asked for earlier. Kang Woo compliments the power of her guild because the card came out faster than he thought it would. She tells him to stop with the flattery and warns him not to try hunting in the S-rank gate. Kang Woo doesn't respond to that, but then says that he heard everything she was discussing with Hyungju. She pours a cup of tea for him and tells him that they had to inform him at some point, even though it's classified information. Kang Woo acts like he's clueless about the demonic cult and asks if the cult is behind the monster mutations. Yeonju tells him that the cult is a group of deranged maniacs, and they've been quite active lately. She doesn't know when the organization was formed or how big they are, but the guilds and government are cooperating to find out more. She tells him that it's just her guild that's cooperating with the government, despite the others knowing about the cult. He wonders if the guild is trying to improve its image, but she says that they're not volunteering for free. In exchange for defeating the demonic order, the government has guaranteed them a nice reward. But she says it's not because of the reward. Her spoon drops when she says that the guild members who were investigating the order have been sacrificed. While a deadly aura oozes from her, she tells Kang Woo that there's no way she could leave them alone. A cold sweat starts to run down Kang Woo's face, and he can tell that her guild has suffered significant damage. Just by looking at her, he can sense her murderous intent, and now he has an idea of what a rancor truly is. The poor girl is grieving, but all this fool can think about is how much her powers make him want to fight her. It's even enough to put a creepy smile on his face. He then asks about the request, which she wanted him to assist with. Yeonju tells him that she wants him to help in defeating the demonic order. However, she doesn't feel they can be called a simple cult, and tells him that having strong players won't be enough. She looks at him seriously, saying she won't stop him if he wants to leave, then asks if he's willing to help her out with her request. Kang Woo pauses for a second, then tells her not to worry while holding up his S-rank permit. He says that she has helped him out a lot, and it will only be right for him to fulfill his duty. Yeonju looks at him, then starts blushing like a little girl and thanks him. Unknown to her, he's only doing this for the amount of demonic energy he'll get to absorb. Yeonju then tells him that she may contact him in the future in case of emergencies. After that, she warns him again about going to hunt in the S-rank gates. Later on, we see a badass-looking car speeding out of the guild building. Behind the wheels is Kang Woo, and he feels way more relieved to be traveling by car. While driving, he decides to check out his 5th awakening special ability. This ability enables him to summon a demon from another dimension, and depending on the amount of demonic energy used, he can summon a really powerful demon. However, the spell can only be used once every 3 months. This means he has to summon the most powerful demon he can in whatever given situation. He figures that the gate acts as a bridge to another dimension outside of Earth, and the more powerful the gate, the stronger the monsters that pass through it. The same goes for the crack fragments, which means that he can summon more powerful demons in higher-ranked gates as well. Kang Woo arrives at his destination and steps out of the car. Since he is a stubborn fool, he goes to an S-rank gate to test out his new special ability. The guards scan his card and permit him to go inside. He sees that the security at the gate is very tight. If not for the Red Rose Guild, he couldn't even attempt going into an S-rank gate. The gates open before him, and he heads inside there. There, he sees a lovely ocean view and vast grasslands. He locates a good spot and sits down. Then he thinks about how great it will be if he can summon a Cerberus because of its high rank. Kangwoo starts to meditate and begins the process of summoning a demon. The ability gets activated, causing him to float in the air, and a lot of demonic energy starts to get released from his body. The process puts a toll on his body, but he's able to endure it. The system begins to create a crack to complete the summon. Kangwoo looks at the crack while sweating profusely and manages to successfully create it. A green light shines from within the crack, and the system tells him that a deeper crack is created due to the effects of the Myriad Demon Palace. He notices the green color and recalls that all the other cracks he had seen usually have a bluish hue. After that, another message shows up, stating that a dimensional gate to the continent of Eleanor has been opened. Kangwoo wonders where the continent is and hopes that this process won't reverse and transport him back to hell. He shields himself from the bright light and looks for where the summoned demon is. The crack closes, but he has no idea that he's standing in the palm of the demon. Then he finally sees the demon, and it's a dragon. The monster is known as Echidna and is the daughter of the demon dragon, Kargath. Kangwoo is surprised to see a dragon, and suddenly the beast crashes into the ground after coming out of the crack. He hears a foreign language and looks up to see some strange faces jumping out the crack as well. The mysterious people continue to speak, but he can't tell what language they're speaking in. One of the guys with blonde hair turns back to tell his people something, but Kangwoo has no idea what they're doing. The strange people move forward to inspect the dragon. Kangwoo then activates a power that allows him to understand people who don't speak the same language. With this, he hears the blonde-haired guy telling everyone to get back, and the female elf refers to him as Reynold. The guy is trying to point out that the dragon is slowly breathing and looks like it's about to die. The elf tells him that it won't be able to harm others, and he's relieved. Kangwoo then walks up to them and asks who they are. Reynold introduces himself as Reynold von Arnon and says that he is the third prince of the Arnon Empire. Kangwoo has no idea what the Arnon Empire is, and looking closer, he can see that there's an elf and a dwarf there as well. He is a bit nervous about all this, and wonders if these guys really came from another world. Kangwoo looks at the dying dragon and decides to heal it. The rest of them watch him to see what he's about to do. With the power of resurrection, he places his hand on the dragon, and the demon's wounds start to rapidly heal. Reynold rushes to stop him but is shocked when they start communicating. Echidna thanks Kangwoo for treating her. At the same time, Reynold has no idea what's going on. The dragon apologizes for showing up in a raggedy state, but Kangwoo tells her it's okay. Reynold suddenly holds a sword to his neck, while the elf aims at him with her bow. In a furious state, he asks Kangwoo if he is the dragon's master. Kangwoo looks back at him and asks why he is trying to kill Echidna. Reynold loses his cool and starts shouting about Echidna being an evil demon dragon. He explains that Echidna has brought nothing but a disastrous plague, and because of it, countless citizens of their empire have lost their lives. Kangwoo then tells him that Echidna said she didn't do any of that. Furthermore, if she is able to cause a drought, then she wouldn't have sustained such injuries, and no one would be able to defeat her. Reynold pauses for a moment because he probably thinks our protagonist has lost his mind. He suddenly bursts out in another rage, saying that Echidna is definitely the cause of all the disaster. He tells Kangwoo that the dragon has to die in order to save the suffering citizens of the empire. Kangwoo is fed up with this arrogant fool and decides to teach him a lesson. He slams Reynold with the power of explosion and sends both him and his team flying away. They quickly recover from the spell and prepare to attack. Kangwoo then lets them know that even if Echidna really did cause all that destruction, she is now his familiar, and that's enough reason to send them to their maker. Echidna begins to cry as her master defends her and states how he has no plans of giving up on her. Reynold calls him a wicked demon, but Kangwoo lets him know he really is one. Upon hearing this, Reynold starts yelling like a deranged maniac again and says that he knew Kangwoo was a demon. He then vows in his name to defeat Kangwoo for the citizens of his empire. On the other hand, the Demon King can't believe how ridiculous this prince and his band of lackeys are. Reynold quickly rushes to slash him, and an explosion goes off on impact. Regardless, Kangwoo survives, but he says Reynold's attack isn't one that he can easily block. As the prince rushes in to land another attack, Kangwoo smashes the ground and uses his power to send them flying into the air. After that, he uses another ability to send molten rocks down at them while they are in midair. The brutish-looking guy uses his iron wall ability to block the rocks and protect his comrades. However, it's too much for him to withstand. While focused on defending the view in front of him, he doesn't see the rocks coming at him from behind. By the time he turns around, he gets battered by them. Reynold screams out his name, Hans, as the explosions go off. From within the smoke, Kangwoo pops out with his blades to slice him up. Frustration sets in once Reynold sees that it's not going to be an easy fight. The mage uses an orb to protect herself as Kangwoo blitzes through the obstacles and heads straight for Reynold. As he closes in on his target, the prince moves to attack as well. Reynold uses one of his skills, causing multiple blade slices to appear like a storm. However, Kang Wu uses his iron wall power to block it and kicks Reynold, sending him flying into the dirt. Kang Wu thanks the guy for shouting out his skill name before attacking, even though it's the stupidest thing he has seen. But suddenly Reynold gets back up and charges at him while he lands back on the ground. Luckily Kang Wu is able to dodge it, but the prince keeps coming at him with multiple attacks. Reynold continues swinging around, hoping to put an end to the Demon King quickly, but Kang Wu is too swift with his reflexes. The barrage of attacks goes on for a while, and Kang Wu admits that Reynold is pretty strong. If not for his fifth awakening, he would have been in a pretty bad situation. Feeling proud of his strength, Reynold begins to sound boastful. Regardless, he's too honest for his own good. Kang Wu uses Reynold's trick by shouting out a skill name. Upon hearing this, Reynold puts up his sword to block the attack, but Kang Wu catches him off guard by kicking his knee. The prince winces due to the pain and wonders why Kang Wu didn't go ahead with his blade slash. This fool really thinks this is some kind of chivalrous fight. Kang Wu laughs at the idiot and calls him a dumb person for being so gullible. Reynold tells the rest of his teammates to run away when they try to check on him. He tells them that Kang Wu is too strong for them to handle. Feeling like the next best thing, Kang Wu smirks because he knows the fight is over as soon as he injures Reynold's leg. The mage, who looks like a wannabe damsel in distress, says that they can't just run and leave him behind. Reynold likewise screams back like the most cliché knight in shining armor, saying that he's okay and that he's leaving the Arnon Empire in their hands. Kang Wu kicks him to the side like a piece of garbage and calls him disgraceful. Reynold curses his broken leg as Kang Wu moves to finish him off. The Demon Lord always fights this way. He has no sympathy or mercy for his enemies. He only kills to survive because, in hell, emotions are too much of a luxury. The female mage jumps in the way to protect the prince. Kang Wu looks down at the pitiful girl as she begs for mercy and asks that he kill her instead of Reynold. The prince calls her name Reyna and tries to get her to stop acting crazy. On that spot, tears start to flow from her eyes, and she confesses her love for the prince. Reynold is shocked to hear this, and she apologizes for confessing her feelings in such a dire situation. Reyna turns back to Kang Wu and promises to do anything for him if he spares Reynold's life, but he refuses. Reyna is baffled to see that Kang Wu isn't a typical man with some chivalry. He lets them know that their issues have nothing to do with him, and he doesn't care. Kang Wu tells them that they should be prepared to die the moment they lift up their weapons to kill. Reynold and Reyna can't believe that he's so merciless. He then tells them to take their theatrics to a soap opera. Reynold calls Kang Wu a nasty person for his attitude, but the Demon Lord doesn't even have the strength to explain things to him. As Kang Wu prepares to send them to the afterlife, the system notifies him about other beings that have crossed over the gate. The Gaia system starts to rule out the intruders, and their bodies start to glow. They are all confused, wondering what's happening to them. Seeing this, Nagwu tries to end them quickly before he loses them. He really wants to take their equipment as his trophy by any means necessary, because of how rare they are. Just as he closes in on Reynold, the system purges them, and he misses his shot at obtaining new equipment. Kang Wu curses his luck, and his eyes are full of regret. Panic suddenly sets in, and he looks over to the side to make sure that his precious dragon is still there. Luckily, Echidna is still with him and doesn't get thrown out like the others. While thinking about what the Gaia system is and its use, he jumps down from the cliff to approach the dragon. He recalls seeing something about the Gaia system when he was crossing over to Earth. Kang Wu feels that the system might have something to do with the monsters that have been showing up from hell for the past 2 weeks. Suddenly he starts panicking as something clicks in his head. Cold sweat starts to run down his body as he remembers when he crossed over, and he thinks that this is all his fault. While his mind is running wild, Echidna calls out to him. She asks about the whereabouts of Reynold and his team, and he lets her know that they're gone. Kang Wu shyly accepts her thanks for saving her, and he says it's no big deal. After that, he tells her to stay still while he treats her and heals the rest of her wounds. Looking at how huge she is, Kang Wu asks if Echidna can alter her size, and she confirms that she can. After that, he then asks her about the continent of Eleanor. According to Echidna, it's a world centered around the Arnon Empire. They use swords and magic and have different kinds of mythical creatures like dragons. Later on, the scene shifts to Kang Wu driving his car with Echidna in a smaller form. He wonders if all monsters aside from demons come from Eleanor. Echidna asks where they're going, and he lets her know that they're going to a residence. She has no idea what the word means, but assumes it's his nest. Kang Wu goes along with the idea and starts fantasizing about being in a nest with Seola. Anyway, Echidna thanks him and says that it's been a while since she's been to someone else's nest. She tells him that she's been alone for a long time. She originally lived with her father, but one day he disappeared and Echidna was all by herself. Since then, all she did was read books in the lair, and it was a very lonely experience for her. Then suddenly, someone randomly came into her home, and it was Reynold. Echidna starts shaking nervously, and she swears that she never caused the drought or did any bad thing. No matter how much she told them that she was innocent, they didn't believe her. Kang Wu notices how badly she's trembling and looks at the cute dragon as she gazes at him with tears in her eyes. He recalls being in the same state as her once in his life. He remembers growing up in an orphanage where it felt like a luxury to meet his parents. He didn't mind who they were as long as they loved him. All he wanted was someone to love and care for him. Kang-woo laughs at himself for getting emotional and tells Echidna that even if the rest of the world condemns her, he'll always believe her. He pats her fluffy fur and wipes the tears from her eyes. Kang-woo looks down at her with passionate eyes, and as they drive off, Echidna promises to never forget his name. When they get home, Seola smothers Echidna with love and says that the little dragon is so cute. Echidna nearly has the life squeezed out of her, but Kang-woo is too busy with his food to care. He didn't think that Seola would accept Echidna so easily, but she tells him that the familiar is too adorable to resist. Seola continues to smother Echidna, while the poor dragon struggles for her life. Eventually, Echidna is able to break free and run back to her master's side, leaving Seola a bit sad. Kang-woo then asks about Seola's hunting progress, and she tells him that the party members are fine and that they're leveling up quickly. Soon enough, they will be able to get their third awakening. He looks up at her as she thanks him for everything. She feels really grateful because, if not for him, she can't imagine meeting great party members and having such a life for herself. Seola then thanks him again, while blushing very hard. Kang-woo tells her that he should be the one thanking her, and he finally gets the feeling of what it's like to be loved. After that, Seola asks for permission to sleep with Echidna, and he wishes it was him getting some of that action. The next morning, Kang-woo is still in bed and struggling to wake up well. He feels overly exhausted and not like his usual self. When he gets to the kitchen, Seola greets him and notices that he woke up later than his usual time. Kang-woo tells her that he feels weirdly tired, and she wonders if he's falling sick. He tells her that he's fine, and she shouldn't worry. Then a strange little girl sitting beside him greets him while eating her breakfast, but then he notices that something is off. He quickly realizes that the little girl is Echidna, and he loses his mind. Meanwhile, Seola is acting like this is all normal. Echidna looks at him with a cute smile, and he asks her if she is always capable of changing her appearance. She tells him that she felt a strange sensation while sleeping at night. By the time she woke up, her appearance had suddenly changed. Echidna continues to enjoy her meal, and Kang-woo figures that the strange phenomenon has something to do with his tiredness. Hopefully she's still able to turn back into a dragon. He then asks her if she can turn back to her original form. Echidna stands up and begins transforming back. Her fangs start to show as a bright green aura emanates from her body. Kang-woo looks at her and realizes that he may have messed up. Her wings pop out, and the force flips the table and causes the house to start shaking. Echidna begins to roar loudly, and they beg her to stop before the whole place ends up in shambles. The power of transformation shatters the windows of the house and causes destruction all over the place. Moments later, they're able to stop her, and she apologizes. Kang-woo finds out that changing forms isn't a problem for her as well. Seola comforts the little girl and tells her not to transform inside the house again. On the other hand, Kang-woo tells her to get used to living as a human. Echidna offers to bring a boulder to fix up the hole in the house, but Seola tells her not to worry about it. Regardless, the little girl feels very sad about her actions and regrets them. After that, Seola suggests that they should get clothes for Echidna. She would have given her some of her old clothes, but they aren't good anymore. She tells Kang-woo that there's a store nearby where she plans to take Echidna. Meanwhile, the little dragon doesn't understand what they're talking about. The two girls ask Kang-woo to come along with them, but he says it's going to be difficult for him. Seola wonders if he's going to hunt again, but he tells her that it's not that. Feeling very nervous, he tells them that he has somewhere to go, but he doesn't disclose the details about the place. Later on, we see his car at the Red Rose Guild building. While there, Yeonju tries to confirm his stories about his familiar and the guys from Eleanor. Kang-woo confirms everything she repeats back to him, and she asks if that's why he wants an ID for his familiar. However, she doesn't look like she believes such a ridiculous story. He is surprised that she's able to grasp everything quickly, and this mocking gesture ticks her off. After that, Kang-woo asks her if she knows anything about the Gaia system, but she says it's the first time she's heard of it. Meanwhile, Kang-woo is looking at a cute picture of Echidna in a dragon costume. Yeonju is shocked that he's able to summon a dragon as his familiar and wonders just who the hell he is. Kang-woo ignores her question and continues admiring the picture of his new child. He then tells her that it's too late to be asking questions like that, and she wonders if she made a mistake by offering him a helping hand. Yeonju then tells him to send a picture of Echidna so she can make the ID. He then proceeds to ask for another favor, making Yeonju even more tired of him. He gets interrupted when someone knocks on the door, and he recognizes the voice. He looks at the door and sees Baek Hwayeon walk into the room. She tells Yeonju that she wants to speak to her about something. She apologizes for intruding on their conversation, but Yeonju says that she's already done discussing with Kang-woo. Our boy nervously looks at the hot chick as she asks Yeonju if he's the one that she's sponsoring. They both introduce themselves to each other, while Yeonju tells Hwayeon that her guild has been cooperating with Kang-woo. Hwayeon remembers his name and recalls meeting him at the C-rank gate during their last encounter. Yeonju is shocked to see that they've met before and wonders if Kang-woo beat up a guard, but Hwayeon says that he's a polite and righteous man. if only that were actually true. Upon hearing this, Yeonju feels like throwing up because she doesn't see Kangwoo as a polite person. She then changes the topic and asks Kangwoo what he wanted to tell her earlier. The two women are surprised when he asks for an official S-rank entrance pass. Despite their reaction, Kangwoo keeps a calm look on his face. He tells Yeonju that if he brings his familiar, he can easily go hunting, but his outrageous requests are making her more sick of him. With a mean look on her face, she asks him if he knows what appears at the Suwon S-rank gate. Kangwoo lists all the creatures, such as wyverns, mountain giants, giant ogres, and a very menacing creature known as the El Cuero. Yeonju then warns him to never go near the lake if he goes to hunt there. Kangwoo assures her that he'll be careful, but Hwayeon interrupts them to ask what they're talking about. She recalls that Kangwoo was hunting at C-rank gates just a few weeks ago, so his going to an S-rank gate sounds outrageous to her. Yeonju doesn't give any vital information and just says Kangwoo's abilities can be trusted. While Kangwoo basks in his fame like a fool, Hwayeon wonders if he was hiding his true identity when they first met. However, she admits that Yeonju has quite an admirable player in her hands. On the other hand, Yeonju isn't even sure whether it's the other way around, considering how much trouble he brings to her. With that settled, Kangwoo decides to take his leave, and the guildmaster tells him that he'll be able to hunt at S-rank gates from the next day. She reminds him to be careful and lets him know that S-rank gates are still very dangerous. Kangwoo promises to heed her warnings. While he leaves, Hwayeon looks at him in a suspicious manner. Yeonju then attends to her guest and asks her why she came over. Hwayeon has a very serious look on her face when she is asked if she caught the tail of the demonic order. She says that's not the reason she came and that there's something she's hoping for. Yeonju wonders what that could be. Hwayeon recalls that one of their members was able to sneak into the demonic order. She says the agent will be able to give a video clip with evidence at a contact point. Yeonju asks why the agent can't just send it, and Hwayeon tells her that it's not an easy situation, and that they haven't made contact in the past couple of days. She says they are to meet tomorrow, with the contact point being at Suwon Hwaseo Station. When Yeonju hears this, she recalls that it's close to the S-rank gate where Kangwoo went hunting earlier. The scene then shifts to Echidna, jumping happily and asking Kangwoo what he thinks of her outfit. He tells her how great she looks in it, and she lets him know that she got it at the nearby department store. The little girl thanks Seola as well, who tells her that she's so pretty and will look good in anything she wears. Kangwoo and Echidna get ready to go hunting, and Seola tells them to be careful. While Kangwoo discusses with Echidna, Seola starts thinking of hunting with him. She wishes to join him and can't wait for her level to be high enough. Kangwoo calls her back to her senses and asks if she's going hunting as well. He then tells her that he'll join her since he wants to go hunting with her soon. As she hears this, Seola is filled with immeasurable joy and looks forward to that moment. Kangwoo smiles at her while she's blushing and lost in thought of what hunting with him will be like. After that, he and Echidna bid Seola farewell, and they leave. At the Suwon S-rank gate, Kangwoo warns Echidna not to go near the lake and not to transform, in order not to attract attention to themselves. With the rules settled, he activates his omniscient power to scan the area for monsters. Kangwoo locates a giant ogre and decides to start his hunt at a slow pace. He activates the power of temptation and blows it into the wind to attract the monster. After that, he signals Echidna to get ready. While she's on standby, he unleashes Baphomet's power of 1000, significantly increasing his size and physical prowess. Kangwoo then launches himself from the boulder and engages the giant ogre. The fierce battle begins as their fists clash, causing a huge shockwave to shatter the ground and cause the air to tremble violently. The monster's sheer strength is proof enough for Kangwoo to see why it's an S-rank monster. Kangwoo's body is shaking a lot, and despite using a good amount of brute force, the giant ogre doesn't even budge. He then parries the monster's fist to the side, causing it to smash the ground. He emerges from the dust, climbing the ogre's hand with his dark spear, and plunges his weapon through the monster's neck. The beast grits its teeth and endures the pain. Then it quickly grabs Kangwoo and starts to squeeze his body. Echidna then assists Kangwoo by using an ability known as Dark Storm. This causes sharp blades of wind to slice up the monster's body. This causes the monster to free Kangwoo from its grasp. The Demon Lord then uses his lightning powers and strikes the giant ogre with it. The beast gets its brain fried, and its entire body gets electrocuted as well. With this, the creature is defeated and falls to the ground. Kangwoo's level also increases by 1 after gaining experience from the battle. Due to the experience points gotten from defeating the monster, he sees why players usually hunt here with players over level 65. Echidna then runs up to him, asking if she is useful, and he tells her that she did a good job. She tells him that she has grown stronger ever since she was summoned by him. Echidna starts to smell the scent of the defeated monster, and she feels like feasting on it. Suddenly, they hear a loud shriek and look up to see a horde of wyverns above them. Kangwoo quickly grabs Echidna and looks for an opening to retreat because there are too many wyverns. Seeing that he can't rely on losing them while running on the surface, he takes to the skies with his wings and flies to somewhere safe. Despite his speed, the wyverns are able to keep up with him and close the gap quickly. He looks back and sees how close they are, but manages to dodge all their attacks mid-air. Echidna's eyes light up when the monsters tear her dress, and she slowly starts losing her composure. Kangwoo wonders what's wrong with her. It's more upsetting for her because Kangwoo complimented that dress. She gives in to her anger and transforms while killing some wyverns in the process. At the sight of her menacing look and terrifying roar, the wyverns become very scared and try to run away. But Echidna quickly teaches them why it's not good to make a little girl angry. She squashes them one by one, while Kangwoo just watches the chaos go on. He slightly dodges her claws when she reaches for one of the monsters close to him. She continues to lash out recklessly for a while, and Kangwoo wonders if she's the same dragon that nearly died to Reynold and his party. She's a lot stronger and more terrifying than he thought, and this makes him feel troubled. While he wonders if she is stronger than him, Echidna lets out a loud roar as she takes down the last of the monsters. Some time passes, and she wakes up in Kangwoo's arms. He tells her that they're still inside the gate and asks how she's doing. Echidna clings onto him tightly, saying that there's no strength left in her body. She used up too much of her strength in her dragon form and lost consciousness when she transformed back. Luckily, Kangwoo was there to catch her as she fell. However, she's still very upset about her dress, but her master tells her that they can always buy a new one. This is how kids become spoiled brats. She tries to complain again, but Kangwoo looks at her with a devilish look and says that he hopes she won't transform out of the blue in the future. In a stern tone, he lets her know that he doesn't like those who can't control their anger and act deranged. Echidna apologizes and promises not to do it again. She begs him not to abandon her, and Kangwoo says he's not about to do that. He just warns her not to try such an irrational behavior again. While she sobs on his shoulder, he decides that they should go back and buy more clothes for her. Knowing that her irrational behavior can be costly, he tells himself that his action is needed so that she doesn't repeat it again. Regardless, it's quite profitable for him, and the system shows that he leveled up significantly. Despite knowing how strong she is in her dragon form, Kangwoo is still surprised that she was able to eliminate the horde of wyverns by herself. Due to that, his demonic energy also decreased significantly. Echidna eventually falls asleep on her shoulder. Kangwoo continues talking in his thoughts, saying that she was able to get stronger because of the demonic energy she absorbed from him. The more energy she uses, the greater the power she can wield, and the more demonic energy he has, the more he can supply her with. However, he sees how much of a toll it puts on her body. Kangwoo suddenly hears a loud roar and recognizes it as that of a giant ogre. He notices that there might be two of the monsters, and goes to keep Echidna by a tree so that she can be safe. Engaging two monsters without her will be difficult for him, but the thrill of the battle gets him very excited, and he turns to face them. By the time he turns around, he sees two players who quickly deal with the monsters. One of them looks like a reckless delinquent, while the other looks like a wannabe assassin. Kangwoo has no idea what just happened, and is confused when he sees them. The two guys walk up to him, and he takes a defensive stance. They tell him that he could have been in danger, but Kangwoo's reaction makes them wonder if the monsters were supposed to be his prey. Kangwoo is uneasy as he gazes at them, and he recognizes who they are. The calm guy with a hoodie is the guild master of the Honorary Guild, Cha Min-hyuk, and the other reckless-looking delinquent is the guild master of Hanul and the #1 ranker in Korea, Baek Kang-hyun. While Kang-hyun puts on a friendly smile, Kangwoo wonders what the chances are of running into two guild masters at once. Kangwoo remains silent and guards Echidna as the two guild masters talk about how he looks like a newbie who's come to an S-rank gate for the first time. Kang-hyun tells him that he's lucky to run into him and offers to escort him back to the entrance. He also sees that Echidna looks tired, but Kangwoo tells him that they can take care of themselves. The Demon Lord tries to refuse his offer, and Min-hyuk calls Kang-hyun a busybody for being nosy. Min-hyuk suddenly notices something that catches his attention. Meanwhile, Kang-hyun is still trying to force Kangwoo to accept his kindness. While the two are talking, Min-hyuk grabs something from the monster's corpse that looks like a red orb. Kangwoo then tells Kang-hyun that he doesn't want to trouble them and that he doesn't have to worry about him. He's still trying to keep a low profile, so it's making him very nervous to be around them. On the other hand, Min-hyuk clenches the item in his hand while looking at them suspiciously. Moments later, Echidna opens her eyes when she hears her name being called. Kangwoo is carrying her, and he tells her that they're finally outside and they are going to buy some clothes before it gets late. He grabs his phone to use the GPS and locates the fastest route to get to the department store while looking at the city map. As he comes across a lonely alley, he notices that something is off. He assumes that there aren't many people around because of how close he is to the S-rank gate. Echidna calls his attention, and fear grips him when she says that she can smell blood coming from the path ahead. It's not just any blood, but the scent of human blood emanates from the dark pathway. The scene then shifts to the informant, who managed to infiltrate the demonic order as a believer. From his observations, the demonic order's cruelty is far beyond people's expectations. He is able to get a clip of this information, but he's not able to pass it along because of radio waves that are preventing him from sending any information out. After straining himself to contact the headquarters, the order tightened their security as if they suspected him. After some time, he was caught. We then see the informant looking beat up and running for his dear life. He wonders if this is the end of the road for him, but with the memory in his hand, he vows not to die no matter what. The poor guy breathes heavily and puts pressure on his wound while thinking of how he needs to get the memory card to Baek Hwayeon. Sadly, his legs give up, and he scrapes his knee along the hard floor. His body starts to tremble and is unable to move no matter how much he forces it. His hands are bloodied and shaking, and he claws at the ground. He knows it's just one more step left that he needs to finish his work. The guy struggles through the pain and tries to reach the gate where the Hwarang Corps are. Suddenly, Kangwoo and Echidna come out of the corner and find him. While the guy struggles to breathe, he looks up at them and firmly grabs Kangwoo's hand. Kangwoo looks down at his palm as the guy places a memory card in it while faintly uttering the word, "Please." Kangwoo is confused when he sees the memory and wonders what it's for. The informant then collapses to the ground. The Demon Lord tries to get some information out of him and keeps calling out to him, but the poor informant is already dead. All that's left is the strange memory card and the information it holds. Kangwoo decides to find out more through the guy's memories. Using his omniscient power, he sees that the information has unlocked his sixth awakening. After seeing the information, Kangwoo is sure that the dude didn't come from the gate, but nothing else makes sense. The only clue he has right now is the memory card, so he inserts it into his phone to see what's inside. When the card loads up, he sees the video file on his phone. A sudden realization strikes Kangwoo as he looks at his phone in horror. Echidna gets worried as she sees how his body is trembling a lot. Kangwoo's face goes red when he plays the video file and sees that it appeals to pathetic degenerates. You know what I'm talking about. Despite his attempt to feel disgusted, his face shows that he likes these kinds of things. Looking closer, he tries to see if there's something he's missing, but all that's there is a steamy, hot session that's appealing to his urges. He decides that it's not so bad since this is his first time. When Echidna asks what he's watching, he quickly covers the screen and plays it off by saying that it's crucial evidence. Kangwoo's degenerate satisfaction comes to a quick stop when he notices people approaching him. A couple of masked guys suddenly rush to the scene and stand before him. One of them immediately calls him out for watching explicit content, and he tries to act like he doesn't know what they're talking about. Echidna, on the other hand, is completely confused, and hopefully, her purity is preserved. The masked men whip out their weapons and tell him that he can't be left alive after watching the video. Kangwoo wonders if a little degeneracy is so bad, but they don't believe his ignorance. Seeing that they're trying to get back the video clip, Kangwoo slips his phone into his pocket. After the gruesome slaughter, Kangwoo dusts off his hands and heads back to the dead informant on the floor. He looks back at the explicit video on his phone and wonders why the demonic order was so desperate to get it. Like the foolish degenerate he is, Kangwoo loses his train of thought while watching the videos. Suddenly he hears Yeonju and Hwayeon as they jump down to the scene. As his eyes lock on Yeonju, a chilling, cold sweat runs down his spine, and fear takes hold of him. He quickly slips his phone into his pocket and hopes that she doesn't see what he is looking at. While looking down at them, Hwayeon is surprised to see that Kangwoo is there, and her fear grows even more. Kangwoo then asks Yeonju why she's there, and she tells him that she's there for business. Hwayeon quickly jumps down and asks him if he came across the memory card with a video clip. He then brings it out of his phone and shows it to them. Yeonju then asks for it, saying that the card contains something really important. Kangwoo starts sweating like a goat and is a bit reluctant to hand it over. She urges him to hand it over quickly because she needs to use it immediately. Kangwoo obviously takes it out of context, and dirty thoughts about her start to flood his mind. Yeonju gets tired of asking continuously, and he eventually hands it over. She wonders why he's acting so nervous and weird. On the other hand, Kangwoo assumes that there's more to it, and that Yeonju isn't the type to be asking for illicit content. As if his mind isn't rotten enough, she asks him to watch the video with her because it's something he'll need to know. But after hearing that, Kangwoo's mind plunges deeper into the gutter. While he's fantasizing about God knows what, Yeonju asks Hwayeon to check on the condition of the agent. When she checks on the guy, she sees that he's already dead. She closes his eyes as a way of paying respect. After that, Hwayeon asks Kangwoo to tell her what happened there. He tells her he doesn't quite show what happened, but goes ahead to explain his encounter. He tells her that the demonic order started attacking him after he got the card, and she assumes his involvement is just a mere coincidence. Hwayeon then suggests that he should watch the video with them, but she suddenly notices Yeonju acting strangely. Yeonju then shows them the explicit content and asks Kangwoo what the hell it is. Both of them are red all over their faces, and Kangwoo tells her that he's innocent while making sure that Echidna doesn't get spoiled at such a young age. However, Hwayeon isn't even moved by it, and she says that it's a fake video. She explains that they'll have to use a decryptor at their headquarters to reveal the real video. Not only that, but their headquarters also recommends using adult content as fake videos. Maybe the Hwarang Corps are the real crackheads in this manhwa. While listening to them, Kangwoo realizes that the real video has something to do with the demonic order. After that, Yeonju starts scolding Kangwoo because he watched the video, but didn't tell her anything about it. Echidna then rushes out to defend him and tells Yeonju to stop being so mean to her master. When she sees the little brat and asks who she is, Kangwoo tells her that Echidna is his familiar. Echidna isn't too happy about meeting Yeonju and makes mean faces at her. However, Yeonju wonders how a little kid is Kang-woo's familiar and feels his style is more suited to a demonic, scary monster. Hwaeun interrupts their conversation, saying that they need to go to the headquarters immediately to check out the video. By nightfall, the scene switches to a huge building, which is the Hwarang Corps headquarters. All units stand at attention as Hwaeun steps in, and she asks a guy known as Park Junseok if the night ops personnel are good. Junseok quickly confirms that everyone is fine. She informs them that the agent, Kang Dong-hoon, is dead, and that they have to devote themselves further to the mission so that his death will not be in vain. While she addresses how the deceased's family will be compensated, Kang-woo watches her and admires her leadership skills. After that, she tells Captain Junseok to start decoding the video and have it ready soon. She requests to speak with General Chang Hyunjae, but she is informed that he is investigating an SS rank gate in Japan. Hyunjae is her superior and the highest authority in Hwarang First Corps. The only person who can face him in the whole nation is Baek Kang-hyun. With no other choice, she decides to head over to the investigation room and wait for the decoded video. When the video gets decoded, it is played through a projector. In the video, we see a demonic order follower speaking with his cardinal. The follower tells him that the preparations for their summons will be ready in 3 weeks and that they received sponsorship from a big guild. The follower hopes that if things go well, the order will reward them with something much bigger. The cardinal stops him and lets the lackey know that they are merely in the first step and calls him out for slacking off. While being stepped on like a piece of garbage, the follower apologizes for his actions. The cardinal reminds him that they still have a long way to go, and that he should keep quiet until preparations for the summons are complete. After that, he notices the camera watching them, and the clip stops there. Hwaeun, Yeonju, and Kang-woo are sitting in the investigation while watching the clip to the end. Kang-woo sees that the cardinal is the one recruiting people into the demonic order and is sure that there has to be more than one of them. Nevertheless, he is able to deduce 3 things after watching the video. Firstly, if the one with the star-studded mask is the cardinal, then he's sure that there's someone with an even greater power to who he answers. Secondly, the order is preparing to summon something on Earth. And lastly, one of the big guilds is sponsoring them. He suggests that they have to investigate the big guilds, and Hwaeun wants to know his reason. Kang-woo lets her know that since the spy has been caught, they'll do everything to hide their plans about the summons. This will make it difficult to find evidence related to the main order. All that's left is to find out which guild is sponsoring them, but the Red Rose Guild is already an exemption from this. Hwaeun is very impressed by his deduction skills and compliments him, causing him to feel like the next best thing on the planet. However, Yeonju tells her that he's usually quick-witted. She then asks how they are going to investigate guilds because even the government has a hard time doing the same. It's more likely to cause friction if they touch the big guilds. Kang-woo then tells them that they can bait the guilds. He reminds Yeonju of how the demonic order targets high-ranking players, which reminds her of how she lost some rookies from her guild. Kang-woo apologizes for bringing up something sensitive to her, but she tells him to carry on with his talk. He continues by saying that the main point of his plan is those rookies. Hwaeun then recalls that there have been more cow players in lower-ranked gates and more cases involving missing persons. Kang-woo then says that they can start a rumor about this. With a smug look, he suggests talking about a talented player in the low-ranked gates who's probably S-rank or higher. If not, he suggests that they spread rumors about the Red Rose Guild targeting the said player. This will cause the demonic order to act right away since they don't want to lose the player. Hwaeun sees it as a good idea, but wonders if the order is willing to take such a rash risk. Kang-woo assures them that the order will definitely act on it, and Yeonju asks how he's so sure. He then tells her that it's because the demonic order cannot control their hunger for power. While shaking with excitement, he tells himself that there's no way the order can resist such a temptation, considering that they've already accepted demonic energy into their bodies. In a lighter tone, he also tells them that there's no way they could cover their tracks. Hwaeun adds that despite the patrols, there hasn't been any decrease in the number of cow players. Yeonju decides that the plan is good and wants to know who they'll use as bait. Most of the low-ranked players with high-ranked abilities are already part of a big guild. She also tells them that her guild members are out of the option. She has no plans to send her guild members unless it's a direct battle. Kang-woo tells her that he understands her point and proceeds to say that he knows someone who will be the perfect bait for their plan. The poor lad is none other than Si-hoon, who we see walking sadly through the streets. He then gets home and kneels beside an old lady who seems to be ill. Si-hoon's eyes are filled with nothing but anger and despair as if cursing his fate. When morning comes, he goes back to kneel beside the lady and holds her hands while looking very grim. From a view outside the house, we see Kang-woo spying on him from the top of a nearby roof. The protagonist starts to get emotional after seeing how Si-hoon is taking care of his mother, and he feels like the guy should take over as the MC of this story. He brings out his phone and starts going through some hot trending topics. His bait plan is going well, and Sehun's blurred face is at the top of all the rumors recently. Even on the streets below, he sees two people talking about Kim Sehun and how he's the hottest trending rookie. His mind then shifts to the one person he knows who can spread rumors quickly and efficiently. While typing on the computer before him, we see that it's none other than Park Hyun-woo. As for the Yeonju and Hwaeun, they're too rigid and straightforward, which makes Kang-woo think that they won't be able to pull it off. He looks back at Sehun's house and sees the guy leaving the front door. With Sehun ready to go about his day, Kang-woo decides to move too and follow him. At one of the C-rank gates, Sehun meets up with Tae-soo and the rest of his party members. While ignoring the crowd around them, he notices that Seola isn't looking too good and asks if there's something bothering her. She talks about how Kang-woo hasn't come home in over a week, and it's making her really worried. At the same time, a strange player in heavy armor who's keeping eyes on them gets stopped by a weird guy desperately looking to form a party. Seola then tells her party that she has been able to contact Kang-woo, but he always has an excuse for not coming home. It's like he just left his wife and kid at home without a care in the world. So much for being a happy family. Her party members try to cheer her up and assure her that nothing happened to Kang-woo inside the gate. They tell her that he has his reasons for not coming home, but her heart and mind still aren't settled about the matter. Sadly, her mood doesn't get better. Yoonbi watches as Seola starts assuming that Kang-woo is sick of the food that she cooks for him. Her despair grows even bigger when she starts speculating that Kang-woo might have another girl he's interested in. Yoonbi snaps her back to reality and tells her that it could be the opposite reason. When Seola asks what that is, the little brat says that the Demon Lord is in his prime, and it may be hard for him to hold back his degenerate urges with her at home. Sehun quickly stops the brat from saying anything more stupid and tells Seola not to pay attention to her silly words. He then reminds Seola that Kang-woo is a high-ranking player and probably has his reasons for being unavailable at the time. However, he reminds them that they just have to train harder and become stronger so that they'll be able to join Kang-woo. After hearing this, Seola starts blushing hard, but she still can't get her worries out of her head. She eventually wipes the sad feeling off her face and gets ready to go hunting. The party proceeds into the gate. Then the mysterious player from earlier informs someone that the party has entered the gate. The person is revealed to be Kang-woo, and he is very happy that the party is moving forward at a good pace. Then again, he isn't too happy about not seeing Seola for up to a week now. Seeing her so sad is really getting to him, and it's not just her. Echidna, who's like his little kid, is also suffering from loneliness due to his absence. Kang-woo hasn't gotten any proper sleep or eaten well in the past few days, so he needs this to end as quickly as possible. Moments later, we see Tae-soo about to block the hit of a mindless troll. The vile beast swings down on his shield, but he's able to tank the damage. Tae-soo remarks how strong the monster is as he struggles with the battle. He then shakes the troll off balance by raising his shield and slamming it on the ground. This gives Sehun an opening to rush towards the monster. Seola gives him a boost as he uses his hidden dragon sword technique to swiftly cut through the beast before it has time to do anything. The troll coughs out a chunk of blood from its mouth, but is still far from being defeated. With fury in its eyes, it turns to grab Sehun, but a lightning attack pierces through it from behind and fries its brain. After getting electrocuted, the troll falls to the ground and is finally defeated. Tae-soo sounds surprised that they were able to defeat the monster, but Yoonbi tells him not to jinx it. Sehun confirms that the monster is dead and that they already acquired the experience points from it. However, Yoonbi tells them that they can't let their guard down. They all admit how strong C-rank monsters are, but Sehun reminds them that they've come a long way to be able to hunt such monsters in less than a month. Tae-soo tells the guy that their progress is all thanks to him and his awesome swordsmanship. Sehun humbly thanks them and compliments Yoonbi's magic as well. After that, they decide to start collecting the magic stones from the defeated monsters. While they are talking about selling some of the troll's blood, Kang-woo is watching them silently from the top of a cliff. The Demon Lord feels very proud of himself and acknowledges how much better the party has become at hunting. Each person is now aware of their specific role, and they're playing it very well with few errors. With this, he doesn't feel the need to help them anymore. When the party is done collecting the stones, Tae-soo starts to talk about Sehun's growing popularity. With his plan set in motion, Kang-woo says that the real baiting will soon start. He nervously remembers the cardinal from the demonic order and wonders why they haven't made a move for a week now. He wonders if the order is being extremely cautious about the movements. Looking at them, he recalls how he felt in the depths of hell, knowing that it's hard to find someone such as Sehun. Kang-woo sets his binoculars down and decides to look for the order members since they haven't made a move yet. He then activates his omniscient power and begins to scan the area for them. He sees two bright lights swiftly approaching some trolls, and in the blink of an eye, two players cut through the monsters and keep moving forward. As he discovers the two players, he notices that their levels are high enough to quickly slay the trolls. Not only that, but the players aren't collecting the magic stones and are heading straight in Si-hoon's direction. Upon seeing this, Kang-woo has a horrific smile on his face and is sure that the demonic order has finally taken the bait. Later on, another troll is taken down by Si-hoon's party. The team regroups, and Tae-soo recounts how awesome Si-hoon was in taking down the beast without needing Yoonbi's support. The little brat feels like she'll be jobless at this rate and asks him to take it easy. Si-hoon laughs at her comment but suddenly notices a strange movement. He calls out to Seola, who turns around to see another troll approaching from behind her. While they try to get into formation, the troll is quickly taken out before their eyes. The team is shocked and wonders who is strong enough to quickly take out a troll like that. Si-hoon quickly recognizes the person mocking them when he looks up. Standing before him is Kim Young-hoon, who is happily bathing in the monster's blood. Tae-soo and the rest look at Si-hoon and ask him how he knows the Vice Guild Master of the Mir Guild. Young-hoon is the son of the Guild Master of the Mir Guild, and a spoiled kid who was born with the shiniest silver spoon in all of South Korea. His talent is barely admirable, but he uses good old daddy's money to outperform other players and rise to the top. Si-hoon wants to know why he's there, and Young-hoon tells him that it's obviously to hunt. His teammates start feeling a bit disturbed when the two guys start arguing. Si-hoon immediately loses his temper once Young-hoon refers to them as brothers. Daddy's kid mocks his outrage, saying that Si-hoon is the one with cheap blood running through his veins. The swordsman further loses his cool and reaches for his sword to attack Young-hoon. The spoiled brat provokes him further, telling him to try and attack if he can. Si-hoon is able to hold himself back momentarily. Then Young-hoon tells them that there have been rumors about his dear brother lately. Si-hoon is struck with fear when he hears his brother talking about his special ability, which is supposed to be an S rank. While shaking with anger, he asks Young-hoon what he means by his statement. Young-hoon looks at him with a disgusted look and says that he needs an offering like him. He also sees the rest of his teammates as good offerings as well. After hearing this, Tae-soo assumes that he's a cow player and tells Seola to get behind him quickly. The brute stands to defend Seola immediately, but Young-hoon lets them know that he has other vile plans for the girl. Si-hoon finally loses his composure and goes straight to attack Young-hoon. However, his attack is easily countered with minimum effort. The others try to make sure that he's alright, and he manages to land on his feet after being repelled. Si-hoon doesn't understand how his brother is able to counter his attack so easily, and this makes him more frustrated. The huge guy in a tuxedo tries to join the fray, but the Young-hoon tells him to stay put. He activates the absolute defense mode on his weapon and leaps forward to attack Si-hoon. The spoiled brat laughs like a maniac and mocks Si-hoon for being overconfident when he tried to attack. He lets out a fury of slashes, putting Si-hoon in a very tight spot. The genius swordsman struggles to block all the attacks that are being hammered down on him, while his brother continues to mock his skills. He is able to parry an attack, causing Young-hoon to lose his balance. Si-hoon sees an opening and raises his sword to strike his deranged brother, but Young-hoon is still able to deflect the attack. With that chance, Young-hoon kicks him and sends him crashing into a wall. Tae-soo and the rest call out to Si-hoon but are too stupid to do anything else for some reason. While he struggles to get out of the pile of rubble, Si-hoon finally sees why Young-hoon is able to block his attacks. Young-hoon's sword techniques aren't being performed by him. Instead, the sword is moving him. Young-hoon's absolute defense system is a special system that was made with his dad's company's resources. It uses a sensor that detects the opponent's movements and moves the user's body in order to automatically defend. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Young-hoon calls Si-hoon an impudent vermin and tells him to crawl on the ground where he belongs. After that, he rushes to land a killing blow, but Tae-soo jumps in at the right time to block the blade with his shield. As the musclehead struggles to keep his defenses up, Young-hoon wonders who the hell he is. Regardless, Tae-soo is using every ounce of strength in him to keep Young-hoon's blade at bay. He vows not to let Young-hoon have his way with Si-hoon so long as he is alive. After that, he musters up all his strength and begins to push Young-hoon back. As he continues to push back with his shield, he suddenly notices that there's no response from his opponent. Tae-soo looks above the shield to see Young-hoon surrounded by a barrier and unaffected by his futile efforts. Young-hoon calls him an imbecile for daring to face him with such useless equipment. He then activates the demonic energy from his defensive suit and sends Tae-soo flying away. When the brickhead crashes into the ground, Young-hoon tells him that his interference wouldn't have made any difference in the end. With an unimpressed expression, he then sees Si-hoon charging up an attack and Seola giving him a boost as well. Si-hoon activates his hidden dragon technique again and bolts with incredible speed to put an end to his brother. The aura emanating from his blade takes the form of a dragon as he lands his attack. Young-hoon quickly blocks the attack, and their blades clash. As Si-hoon pushes down his sword, he struggles to defend himself well enough. Suddenly, Si-hoon shifts his blade and breaks through his defenses. With that slight opening, he sends his deranged brother crashing into the nearby wall. The genius swordsman tries to catch his breath after putting so much power into that one attack. However, his moment of respite is cut short when he hears Young-hoon speaking. Thanks to Young-hoon's defense suit, he emerges from the rubble without a scratch. He kicks poor Tae-soo to the side while saying that Si-hoon has never been one to back down easily. Si-hoon takes a defensive stance as they prepare to clash again. Young-hoon recalls that his brother was always the better one. Be it in their studies, exercises, or even as a player, he was nothing but a pathetic loser in front of Si-hoon. He activates his blade and points it at his brother, saying that all of that doesn't matter anymore. Si-hoon stands firmly and waits for whatever trick his useless brother wants to pull again. Sadly, the outcome is beyond his expectations, and it leaves him speechless. Young-hoon replicates his last attack with his blade, saying that he can always trample over him with enough money and power. Young-hoon rushes down towards Si-hoon, ready to kill his brother with his own skill. Si-hoon attempts to block the technique, but his blade shatters, and he's sent crashing into a wall. Young-hoon laughs like a maniac while feeling superior to Si-hoon. Seola quickly rushes to heal the swordsman, while Yoonbi tries to defend them. Now they want to act like they can help. Yoonbi attacks with her lightning magic, but it's completely useless in the face of Young-hoon's defenses. The son of a gun completely ignores the attack and continues to mock Si-hoon. He tells his brother that no matter how hard he tries, there are things that he'll never surpass. Meanwhile, Seola tries to tell Si-hoon that she can't heal him more than she already has. After providing him with first aid, she tells him to try and get up quickly while she goes to help Yoonbi. However, Si-hoon looks like he has lost all hope and says that he doesn't have any strength left in his body. Young-hoon slowly walks toward him while ignoring all the attacks that Yoonbi and Seola are putting out. The two girls are trying their best, but it's no use against Young-hoon's defenses. Tae-soo is also still knocked out on the floor and can't help. Looking at all this, Si-hoon curses himself for being too weak to protect his comrades. With his mind clouded in despair, he hears a strange voice speak to him and ask him if it is strength that he desires. Meanwhile, Kang-woo is watching the chaos from the top of a cliff. Having seen everything that happened, he is sure that the Mir Guild is the one associated with the demonic order. He is also surprised to find out that Si-hoon is the son of a concubine and has an older brother. After contacting the necessary people, Kang-woo decides to go help them out, but he suddenly stops when he hears Si-hoon yelling that he desires strength. A sudden surge of power begins to flow through the genius boy as he states that he desires the power to defeat his enemies. As if Kang-woo didn't have enough plot armor, this guy pulls out strength from God knows where. With this tremendous power, he activates his secret technique again. The system then shows Kang-woo that Si-hoon has accepted the power of the heavenly god. Si-hoon accepts a portion of his strength and acquires even more skills with this new strength. The system pops up with more messages, saying that Kang-woo has acquired one of the clues to metamorphosis. At this point, he really wishes that Si-hoon could just be the MC. Si-hoon overwhelms his brother as they clash again. He pours all of his newfound strength into his attack. The two brothers take to the skies as the fight continues, and Young-hoon is still having a hard time keeping up with the attacks. Si-hoon finally manages to cut through Young-hoon's absolute defense and enters a mindless killing state. Young-hoon tries to push back with his brother's technique, but Si-hoon dodges it. Si-hoon, who literally has that dog in him right now, activates his new ability and easily overwhelms his brother. Young-hoon is barely able to keep up and wonders how Si-hoon is able to acquire so much strength and speed in such a strong time. Despite the power difference, this idiot still believes that he's stronger. Once again, Si-hoon breaks through the defense and slashes him. Seeing that there's no hope, he tries to put some distance between himself and Si-hoon. By the time Young-hoon activates his absolute defense, there's no hope anymore. Si-hoon's sword is about to pierce through the idiot, but Young-hoon's comrade pops out of nowhere and blocks the attack. The giant man weaves his axe, sending Si-hoon flying backward. Young-hoon yells at the guy, calling him Cheon Myong-ho and complaining that he didn't show up earlier to save his sorry butt. Si-hoon has suffered critical damage due to using so much power and doesn't look like he can last any longer. With cold sweat running down his face, he looks at Myong-ho, who walks up to him and tells him to admit that he can't surpass his brother. Myong-ho says that if he complies with them, he'll only lose one of his arms. Just as Si-hoon tells the brute to stop talking nonsense, the huge guy slams down with the base of his axe, causing further internal injuries to him. Myong-ho quickly stops on Si-hoon's hand, forcing him to admit that his useless brother is stronger. Si-hoon struggles with the pain, but his body has lost all strength. As Myong-ho raises his axe to chop off our prodigy's arm, he tells him that the weak only have the right to suffer. As Si-hoon tries to muster a bit of strength, he recalls how his mother apologized for giving birth to him. At that moment, he tells his mom that he can endure, and that he's always wanted to thank her for birthing him. Si-hoon loses all hope and begins to cry like a wimp and apologizes to everyone for being so weak. Yoonbi tries to help out, but she has no mana left, and Seola is too busy healing Tae-soo. Si-hoon then accepts his fate and closes his eyes as the axe comes swinging down at him. Suddenly, his eyes open up when he hears a familiar voice. He turns and sees Kang-woo, who is blocking Myong-ho's axe despite all the strength the brute is using. As his arm blades crack the big guy's weapon, he tells Myong-ho that he agrees with his theory about the weak. He kicks the guy away, while Young-hoon is hiding like a loser and watching from afar. Kang-woo joyfully tells the brute that he'll help him fully exercise his rights as a weakling. Si-hoon then asks Kang-woo how he ended up there, and the Demon Lord decides to give him the details later. Kangwoo tells Yunbi and Seola to take Kangwoo and treat him in a safe spot. Myongho manages to get back up and asks if Kangwoo is part of the Hwarang Corps. If he was part of the Corp, he wouldn't have come by himself. He then tells the brute to give it a rest and come at him so that he can end the fight quickly. Myongho gets infuriated by Kangwoo's pettiness and rushes towards him. But he doesn't believe it when the Demon Lord easily crushes his axe and reminds him of how the weak only have the right to suffer. Myongho struggles to free his weapon, but his strength is nothing in the face of a true Demon Lord. A chilling fear grips as he gazes at Kangwoo and wonders who the hell he is facing. Young-hoon calls out to him and tells him to use his demonic energy. Myongho hesitates for a bit, making Young-hoon more furious and ordering him to use the demonic energy before he dies. While the foolish guy continues screaming orders, Myongho then drops his weapon and decides to sacrifice himself. Myongho slowly starts to release the demonic energy in his body. While he transforms, Kangwoo looks forward to what will become of him. The guy's skin starts to run red, and horns sprout out from his forehead. His teeth become long and sharp, and wings pop out from his back as well. In the face of the terrifying monster that Myongho has become, Kangwoo stands calmly and isn't even terrified. Meanwhile, Daddy's boy is laughing like a deranged person and tells Myongho that he can win with his demonic look. With his eyes full of fear and madness, Young-hoon orders his comrade to kill Kangwoo. Myongho quickly moves to squash Kangwoo, but our boy is still maintaining 100% composure. Kangwoo activates his iron wall power together with the power of 1,000 and gives Myongho a haymaker that knocks the glasses right off his face. The vile demon coughs out blood as a hole is blown through his chest. Young-hoon shivers with fear as he watches his comrade get taken out easily. While Myongho's body lies on the ground, Kangwoo turns around to face his next target. He looks at Kangwoo's deranged expression and wonders if he's a ranker. It's the only way he is able to explain how Myongho was defeated so easily. Facing a horrible predicament, Young-hoon decides to run away and try to contact his father. He brings out a communication orb that will allow him to talk to his father while inside the gate. Sadly for him, Kangwoo pops up right next to his shoulder and asks the wimp where he thinks he's running to. The Demon Lord slaps the guy to the ground immediately. As Young-hoon struggles to get back up, he asks Kangwoo who he is, but the Demon Lord stomps down on the idiot's head. Kangwoo notices that all his opponents always ask him the same question and wonders if it's something that they teach in the demonic order. He sees the orb in Young-hoon's hand and immediately figures that the guy is trying to contact his father. Young-hoon tries to lie his way out, but Kangwoo tells the spoiled brat to contact his father. This will only make things more interesting for him. We see Jaehyun seated in his office when his orb lights up. Expecting his son to be on the other end of the line, he suddenly hears Kangwoo's voice and demands to know who he is. Kangwoo tells Jaehyun that his son is being held hostage. Then Jaehyun hears his useless son's voice screaming for help. Jaehyun remains silent as Kangwoo continues to rough up Young-hoon and mock the way the boy was raised. Finally he responds, and Kangwoo sees that the man does care a bit about his pathetic offspring. Young-hoon gets beaten to a pulp and restrained with Kangwoo's chains. Jaehyun then asks Kangwoo what he wants. The Demon King tells him to come to the Mokdong C-rank gate immediately if he wants to save his son. He starts laughing at Jaehyun when the guildmaster assumes that he has to come alone. He already knows what Jaehyun is capable of, so he tells him to come well prepared while letting him hear the screams of his son. When the old man starts complaining, Kangwoo tells him not to make a fuss and to come alone by all means. Feeling furious, the old man threatens Kangwoo, saying that he can't get away with this because he belongs to a group cooperating with the government. However, Kangwoo tells him that he has no ties with the government. When asked if he is alone, the Demon King mockingly says that he's still single. This guy just loves looking for trouble at any opportunity. Jaehyun finally snaps and wonders where our boy got the guts to pull something like this. Regardless, Kangwoo doesn't even care about any of that. He goes ahead to provoke Jaehyun even further by telling him that he has no idea who he's dealing with. He continues to torture Young-hoon in the process and tells the old man that he needs some sense beaten into him. Kangwoo smashes Young-hoon's head into the orb, leaving the boy on the brink of death. The poor guy is in a lot of pain and wishes for his suffering to end. His father then tells Kangwoo that it's enough. The Demon King gives him 20 minutes to show up, and if he doesn't, Jaehyun won't be able to imagine what will happen. Kangwoo listens closely as the old man tells him that if he did all this to get a ransom, then it's already too late for him. Jaehyun swears to find him by any means necessary and rip him to shreds. However, Kangwoo wishes him luck and proceeds to smash the orb with Young-hoon's skull. With that settled, he decides to move on to the next thing. He suddenly hears Young-hoon's faint voice, asking for help and pleading to be saved. The poor guy offers to give Kangwoo as much money as he wants if he saves him. However, Kangwoo kicks him and says that money isn't what he wants right now. Desperate to be saved, Young-hoon asks what he wants, and Kangwoo tells him that he wants peace and prosperity for all the kimchi stew on Earth. Daddy's boy feels like the Demon King isn't being serious. If only he knew what that meal meant to Kangwoo. As he tries to tell Kangwoo to be serious, the Demon King grabs his face and shuts him up. His eyes suddenly light up when he hears that Kang Woo is preparing for a meeting with his father. In his head, he feels like his dad will save him by any means. However, Kang Woo uses his power on Young-hoon and says that he is glad that Jae-hyun loves his son so much. Before Young-hoon has a chance to say anything, Kang Woo uses his demonic powers to torture his mind. Later on, Kang Woo leaves the gate with Seola and her party. While he addresses them on what to do, he hears someone calling out to him. He turns to see Yeonju and Hwayeon, and Yeonju tells him that she brought all the troops he told her to bring, but she feels like there was no need to bring the soldiers. Seola and the rest are surprised that he knows the two famous girls, but he tells them that it's not a favorable relationship. Yeonju is ready to bite his head off for that statement, but she pushes it aside. She goes ahead to ask who his friends are, and Seola introduces herself. Yeonju assesses her looks and immediately starts feeling jealous of her jugs. She then asks Seola what her relationship is with Kang Woo, but Seola throws the question back at her. Before a catfight breaks out, Kang Woo calms them down and says that they'll do their introductions later. He tells Seola to take her 3 party members and leave in the meantime. Hwayeon then asks Kang Woo if the thing he's dragging on the ground is supposed to be the bait. He raises the chains up and shows them Young-hoon's half-dead face. The troops and other players in the scene start getting worried when they see how Young-hoon is being treated. They all know how Jae-hyun will react to this, but Kang Woo already has this in mind. Yeonju makes up her mind to face Jae-hyun head-on since the Mir Guild is related to the demonic order. Hwayeon lets Kang Woo know that it could be a tough fight with their numbers, since they aren't prepared to face Jae-hyun head-on. She feels they are being too hasty, but Kang Woo assures her that everything is alright. He tells her that the battle will be easy against someone who has lost their rationality. While kicking Young-hoon's head, he tells them that the love a father has for his son is infinite. Regardless, Yeonju doesn't believe that Jae-hyun will lose his cool that easily, but she doesn't know that Kang Woo has successfully made the old man lose all composure. However, he knows what he has planned, and he's looking forward to how things will turn out. A lot of black vans suddenly pull up to the scene, and Jae-hyun slowly steps out. He says that he knew Yeonju and Hwayeon were behind all of this. The two girls then take a defensive stance in front of Kang Woo and get ready to face the old man. Jae-hyun laughs at their meager numbers and wonders if they really thought that taking his son as his hostage would end the matter. His menacing aura starts to pour as he demands to know who spoke with him over the orb earlier. His eyes shift to Kang Woo as the demon signals and walks over to him, saying that he looks much better in person. Seeing how Kang Woo is casually dragging his son on the ground makes Jae-hyun lose his temper even more. He thanks Kang Woo for not running away as the demon lord tosses his useless son to him. The guards rush to catch Young-hoon and try to check if he's alright. The old man is shocked when Kang Woo easily hands over his son. Even Yeonju and Hwayeon wonder what Kang Woo is thinking by giving back their hostage. After seeing this, Jae-hyun feels there's more to this and asks Kang Woo what he's plotting. However, Kang Woo continues to act like he's innocent and says that he's only handing back Young-hoon because the old man is probably worried. At this point, the old man is starting to get nervous as he holds his half-dead son. When he starts to call out to his son, Kang Woo begins to laugh and enjoy the show. Jae-hyun tries to make sure that Young-hoon is alright. He looks down desperately at his son, waiting for his son to say something. The fear and nervousness in his eyes grow, and Young-hoon finally responds with a shocking question. The poor lad looks up at his father and asks who he is. Upon hearing this, Jae-hyun's heart is shattered. Young-hoon asks the same question again, and his old man tries to remind him that he is his father. But when he desperately shakes Young-hoon, the boy screams out in pain and tells his father to stop hurting him. Young-hoon pushes himself away from his father, and the guards try to calm him down. Seeing his own flesh and blood deny him renders Jae-hyun speechless. Mixed feelings start to grow inside of him, and he doesn't know how to react to this. Meanwhile, Kang Woo is enjoying every bit of this as Young-hoon continues to scream for his father to let go of him. Jae-hyun's rage can't be contained any longer, and it finally bursts out after seeing the state of his son. Yeonju moves forward to defend her troops and tells them to get back immediately. Jae-hyun, in his uncontrollable rage, demands to know what Kang Woo has done to his son. In the blink of an eye, he rushes toward the demon lord, but Yeonju gets ready to take on the old man. She charges up her powers as well, and the two guild masters go at it. Jae-hyun reveals his 9th awakening special ability, while Yeonju activates her bloodthirsty chain to try and restrain him. They both yell with fury in their eyes as their powers are about to clash. Jae-hyun tells Yeonju to move out of the way, and an explosion goes off as his fists land on her. But luckily, she's able to dodge and weave her chains to leave him in a trap. The chains wrap around Jae-hyun and hold him down. He struggles to break free, but the chains continue to get tighter around him. However, to Yeonju's great surprise, the old man is still able to break free of the bondage. He shatters the ground beneath them, which sends Yeonju into the air. As she struggles to dodge, he tells her to move out of his way again. Just before he lands another blow, Hwayeon jumps into the fray to assist Yeonju. She uses her whirlwind powers to clamp down on Jae-hyun, and the huge gusts of wind send him back. The attack rips his clothes and leaves him with scars on his body, but Jae-hyun is far from being defeated. On the other hand, the girls are slowly getting worn out, while Kang Woo is enjoying the battle from the back lines. Jaehyun's fury is only getting more riled up and he's tired of dealing with distractions. He raises his fist into the air and smashes the ground again, causing Hwayeon and Yeonju to lose their balance. They get pushed as the pieces of rockles fly through the air and the old man lets out a loud roar. With Hwayeon out of the way, he bolts toward Yeonju, but she isn't about to move out of his way yet. Jaehyun yells at her to get out of his way again, but she just rushes at him to use her chains again. This time, she uses them as spears, and they pierce through Jaehyun's body, causing him more injuries. Regardless, the old man is unfazed by her petty tricks, and he sends her flying away in an instant. Yeonju thinks the guy is crazy and didn't expect to move through her spears carelessly. However, with the chains still attached to his body, she weaves them around his body and tugs at them to keep him in place. Since Jaehyun is still a ranker like her, Yeonju plans to keep on adding damage to him until he can't deal with them anymore, but she underestimates how much Jaehyun wants to kill Kangwoo. As he struggles to break her chain, she thinks of how they'll be able to land a critical hit on him. Just as Hwayeon staggers to get up, Jaehyun breaks free of Yeonju's chains, leaving the Red Rose Guild master short of words. After breaking free of her trap, he removes the spears from his body and tosses them to the ground. Now, he's finally face to face with Kangwoo, but he's also heavily injured. Seeing Kangwoo's excited smile drives Jaehyun closer to the brink of total madness. He mindlessly rushes toward the Demon King and gets ready to land a haymaker on our boy. Sadly, he doesn't see when a blade is thrust through his body. The attack catches him off guard and he coughs out a ton of blood. He slowly turns around and sees that Hwayeon is the person who stabbed him. She stands firm with an exhausted expression on her face. Meanwhile, Jaehyun's guards can't believe their eyes while still trying their best to hold down Younghoon. Hwayeon removes her sword from the old man's body, but he plants his feet firmly on the ground, refusing to be defeated. While trembling and struggling with the pain, he slowly walks towards Kangwoo. The girls watch as the old man continues to stagger his way forward. Jaehyun is finally within arm's reach of Kangwoo's face, and he raises his fist to punch the guy. However, Kangwoo has a sinister smile on his face when Jaehyun's fist barely touches him. The old man finally falls to his knees when his body gives up. Kangwoo grabs him by his hair and jeers at the old man for saying that he would kill him. He then asks Jaehyun if he knows just who he is. Later on at the Hwarang Corps headquarters, Yeonju tells Kangwoo to explain himself and asks what exactly he did to Younghoon. She is shocked to hear that Kangwoo is capable of altering someone's memories. He starts gloating about being multi-talented and feels like he's the best thing ever. Yeonju looks at him with a serious expression and tells him to stop the crap. She wants to know who or what exactly he is, but Kangwoo tells her that there's no need for her to know or understand everything. All that matters is that she's helping him, and he's doing the same in return. Yeonju clenches her fist out of anger when Kangwoo asks if cleaning up the demonic order isn't more than enough for her. She feels infuriated as he stretches out his hand to her and offers to continue their cooperation. While letting out a heavy sigh, Yeonju feels like she made a mistake in offering Kangwoo her help in the first place. But she shakes his hand and agrees with him, knowing that it's too late for her to have regrets. Despite her fears, she agrees to keep working together with Kangwoo. Later on, we see Jaehyun in a dark room being restrained with some seals on his body. Hwayeon walks in to ask some questions and starts by asking when he started working with the demonic order. Yeonju and Kangwoo are also in the room, and Kangwoo asks the old man what a summon is. While the questions keep coming, Jaehyun smiles and remains silent. Out of anger, Hwayeon slams the table and tells the old man to answer her questions. Jaehyun's smile disappears when she tells him that he's no longer the guild master of the Mir Guild or the CEO of his company. Right now, he's just a criminal who helped a deranged cult. He then responds by asking if she thinks that he'll actually answer her questions. He refers to the Hwarang Corps as the government's dogs and sees them as nothing less. Hwayeon doesn't find his remarks funny, but he threatens her by saying that he has their necks by his hand. As he lashes out, Yeonju's spear hits him and shuts him up. Now that she has the old man tied up, she decides to take over the interrogation. Jaehyun groans due to the pain, and Yeonju stomps her foot on him and demands an answer from the old man. Hwayeon tries to calm her down and says that they can't have Jaehyun dead until they get what they need. Jaehyun just laughs at them and tells them that they'll eventually lose because they have no idea what the demonic order is plotting. Yeonju ends up getting more pissed off, but Kangwoo interrupts them and tells them to step back. He decides to take over the interrogation and have a little talk with Jaehyun. As soon as the old man sees Kangwoo, he feels like biting off the Demon King's head. He tells Kangwoo that nothing will change with him stepping in, but Kangwoo is sure that he can make the old man talk. Jaehyun doesn't believe it, but his temperament changes when Kangwoo tells him that he'll change Younghoon and make him normal. Leveraging on the old man's love for his son, he tells Jaehyun to give him all the answers he needs. Jaehyun gazes up at Kangwoo and sees that he is nothing but a devilish person. Rather than answer the questions, he starts laughing like a maniac, as if his senses have finally been lost. Yeonju and Hwayeon start looking at the old man with pity and are too shaken to even say anything. However, Jaehyun swears that Kangwoo will fall into the depths of hell. The poor man doesn't even know that he's basically talking to the king of hell. Kangwoo doesn't even see his words as a threat. Without a choice, Jae-hyun starts answering their questions. He tells them that he met a man 8 months ago, and they confirm that the person is the cult cardinal with a crimson mask. But he doesn't even know the true identity of the crimson masked man. Kang-woo tells him to carry on with his story and keep talking. Jae-hyun then tells them that the masked man offered to turn him into a devil if he provided the order with resources for their ceremony. Yeonju thinks he's crazy to have accepted such an offer, but Jae-hyun tells her that she doesn't know anything about devils. According to him, devils can live eternally if their necks are intact and their hearts don't explode. Hwaeun then questions why he believed that he would gain eternal life, and he tells them that the order has existed for over 1,000 years. Not only the girls are shocked when they hear this, but even Kang-woo can't believe his ears. According to Jae-hyun, the order has existed for a far longer time than that, and they've been expanding their forces while hiding throughout the world. It's only recently that they've been very active. After hearing this, Kang-woo realizes that the demonic order must have much deeper roots, and this is going to make it harder to deal with them. Jae-hyun then admits that he kidnapped players for the sake of acquiring eternal life. Yeonju looks at him with a disgusted expression and calls the old man a lunatic for doing something so devilish. However, Jae-hyun laughs at her and says that she really doesn't know anything. He explains that the physical body of a devil retains the mind, but she still doesn't see it as a valid reason for his evil deeds. He lets them know that with a devil's body, one will be able to maintain their youth and live forever, but Yeonju still doesn't believe that something so ridiculous is even possible. The old man assures her that it is and says that he wouldn't gamble on something that isn't certain. This only manages to make Yeonju more pissed off. However, after seeing how confident Jae-hyun is, Kang-woo understands how the demonic order is expanding its forces. The thought of living with a burning, unquenchable desire reminds him of his horrid days in hell and how he had to feed on the bodies of demons. He keeps his gaze focused on Jae-hyun, who continues by saying that he had a few of his guild members accept demonic energy during the cult ceremonies. Hwaeun asks if demonic energy is like mana, and Jae-hyun explains that it's similar but different as well. After hearing that Jae-hyun has no demonic energy, Yeonju asks why he didn't accept it. He tells her that the masked man said they needed further preparations to transform him into a complete devil. If one accepts demonic energy, it can turn them into a mindless monster. When Yeonju asks why he let his guild members accept it, he tells her that it's useful for disposable pawns. Hwaeun then chips in and asks what the demonic order is trying to summon. They are shocked when they hear it's a demon, and even Kang-woo starts trembling when he hears this. Regardless, Jae-hyun has no idea how or where they are going to do it, but he says that the demonic order told him that the dimensional wall that prohibits them from summoning the demon has started to get weakened. Upon hearing this, Kang-woo becomes more uncomfortable and nervous. Meanwhile, Yeonju asks Jae-hyun what the dimensional wall is and how recently it started weakening. The old man tells her that it started weakening about a month ago, which further makes Kang-woo more nervous and soaked with cold sweat running down his spine. At that moment, he realizes that this whole chaos is because of him. The reason the demonic order is now more active is because he broke the Gaia system when returning to Earth. Kang-woo tries to remain calm, but Yeonju notices that there's something off with him. He thinks the system will recover naturally, but those hopes get shattered when Jae-hyun says that the dimensional wall is steadily getting weaker. At this rate, everyone in hell, including the people from Eleanor, might cross over to Earth. Kang-woo's mind is going haywire, but he looks very calm on the outside. Since he can't do anything at the time, he decides to focus on the demonic order for now. He then asks where the headquarters of the demonic order is. Jae-hyun tells them that the location he knows is irrelevant, because the order could have already finished their preparations for the summon. Yeonju then asks why they wanted to capture Sehun because they thought it was to use the swordsman as an offering, but Jae-hyun says he knows nothing about that. His words don't make any sense to Yeonju because if his guild is providing offerings, it doesn't make sense that he doesn't know if the cult has enough. He then tells her that his guild is performance-based. Upon hearing this, Kang-woo realizes that the situation is worse than they thought. His worries grow more as he tells them that it's not just the mere guild that's working with the demonic order. This means that their fight is far from over. Meanwhile, in what seems to be the demonic order headquarters, the Crimson Masked Man informs his followers about the capture of Jae-hyun. He is disappointed that Jae-hyun was defeated easily, but one of his followers tells him that there won't be any delay to their plans since they still have offerings from other guilds. However, the masked leader is still confused as to why Jae-hyun got involved directly. While looking at the orb, he sees Kang-woo and immediately recognizes him. He decides to confirm some other things from his followers, and asks about the additional support from the order. The followers confirm that it has arrived and also tell the cardinal that they have received a crystal that contains suppressed demonic energy. This will be enough to amplify the masked man's powers and finish their plan. Lastly, they also tell him that there have been no instructions from the order. The cardinal assumes it's because the order wants them to take care of their business. He then tells his followers that the plan will proceed as scheduled, and they should start with El Cuero. Later on, outside the Hwarang Corps headquarters, Yeonju is frustrated because they are back to square one, and Hwaeun tries to cheer her up. Huayan then tells Kang Wu that the government is going to give him additional rewards. It's a way to thank him for his efforts in discovering the Mir Guild's connections and capturing Jaehyun easily. Kang Wu hopes to get something that isn't useless, like plaques and trophies. Then Huayan tells him that she'll contact him later in regards to the awards. With the way she is hyping up the reward, Kang Wu looks forward to it being something that he's really going to like. After a long while, Kang Wu finally returns home to Seola and Echidna. They scream his name as soon as they see him, and Echidna starts tearing up when she finally sees her master after so long. The little girl starts crying and asks her master where he's been all this time. He apologizes for being away and tells her that he has some stuff to take care of. Echidna feels that Kang Wu left because she did something wrong, and she doesn't want him to leave her. She promises to do better and begs her master not to leave her. Kang Wu comforts the cute little girl and assures her that she didn't do anything wrong. He tells her not to worry and promises to never leave her, no matter what. He feels bad for abandoning the poor girl and not taking care of her for a whole week. While carrying her, he tells Seola that everything has been taken care of and apologizes for not giving her a better explanation earlier. Seola tells him it's all right because she knows how much he cares for them, and she's sure he'll tell them everything when the time comes. Kang Wu looks at her with compassion, then his eyes suddenly light up when Seola offers him his favorite meal as always. Without a doubt, he agrees to eat it, and she warms a pot of the kimchi stew on the stove. The next day, Kang Wu, Seola, and the rest of her party members go to the hospital to see Si-hoon. There, Kang Wu explains that he was watching the swordsman in anticipation of the demonic order when rumors about him started spreading. When Si-hoon asks where the rumors came from, Kang Wu tells him that they are bound to happen since they have talented players in their party. Deep down, he knows the rumors and this whole mess is because of himself, but he's not about to tell the truth. However, Seola wishes he had told them about the situation in advance. She tells him that she knows he's keeping secrets for their sake, but the more he does that, the more distant she feels from him. He immediately apologizes for making her worry so much. She apologizes for stepping out of line, but Kang Wu tells her that she has every right to be upset. Her eyes light up, and she starts blushing like a little girl when Kang Wu refers to her as family. While he promises to do better, she starts shaking nervously about what he just called her. After that, she musters up the courage to ask him to speak to her informally. Since Kang Wu sees her as family and already speaks informally to Yeonju, Sola feels it's only right that he does the same with her. Meanwhile, Tae-soo and the rest are enjoying the little love show from the Lovebirds. In that heated moment, their fingertips manage to get close and touch each other. Kang Wu then tells Seola to speak casually to him as well. She starts blushing harder, but Echidna interrupts them and ruins the love moment. The little brat then asks her master to peel an orange for her. So much for being a good little kid. While Kang Wu attends to her, Si-hoon calls his attention to something. The swordsman apologizes for breaking up the good mood, but there's something troubling his mind. He then asks Kang Wu what happened to Young Hoon and their father. Without a hint of remorse, the Demon King tells him that his brother and father are going to rot in jail forever. There's no hope of them being released, and they can't even pay their way out of jail. The Mir Electronics Company is also going through a tough time because of the case involving its founder. Si-hoon's expression becomes very grim when Kang Wu reminds him of his debt situation. However, the Demon King tells him that he'll get legal compensation for that, and his sick mother will also be transferred to an advanced facility. Si-hoon thanks Kang Wu, while tears start to trickle down his cheeks. Even Tae-soo and Yoonbi start to get emotional after seeing his reaction. In that emotional moment, Si-hoon calls Kang Wu his savior and says that he is so lucky to have met him. If only he knew what the Demon King had done to him. Si-hoon decides to start calling Kang Wu his brother as well, and to serve him. But this only makes Kang Wu feel very guilty about his evil deeds. Regardless, Kang Wu decides to accept the situation and starts speaking to the swordsman casually. He and Seola are intrigued when Si-hoon says that he has something earnest to say. Yoonbi and Tae-soo are also curious when he says that he has been hiding something from everyone. Si-hoon then reveals his SSS rank ability to them, but he can't fully use it because of his low level. Nevertheless, the ability allows him to use the martial arts god, Cheon Taehoang's powers. They're all shocked to hear that he got such an awesome ability from his first awakening. While everyone is asking him questions about his ability, Kang Wu isn't surprised because he already knows about this. But his expression changes when Si-hoon says that he was selected as a protector due to the malfunction of the Gaia system. It's quite surprising that Si-hoon knows about the Gaia system when even Yeonju doesn't know about it. Kang Wu then asks him about the date he awakened as a player. When Si-hoon tells them, Seola remembers that it was the same day that she met Kang Wu for the first time. This only means that Si-hoon awakened as a player because of the damage Kang Wu did to the Gaia system. Kang Wu then assumes that the prodigy is the key to recovering the system. On the other hand, Yoonbi starts making him feel weird by calling him the hero of the world. However, Kang Wu now sees that Si-hoon might just be the main character and has a more important role than him. This makes him even more glad that he was able to make Si-hoon his subordinate. As Kang Woo stands to leave, he tells the swordsman to rest well until he's fully recovered. Si-hoon immediately grabs his shirt and holds him back. He starts looking at Kang Woo like someone who has fallen in love, and suddenly this doesn't feel like a regular action manhwa anymore. Something suddenly clicks in Kang Woo's head, and he realizes that Si-hoon's behavior may be due to how subordinates act toward their masters. At the same time, Echidna asks her master if she can come along with him. However, our boy is worried that he may have just acquired the wrong type of lover. He immediately jumps out the window to get away from the guy as fast as possible. Later on, we see two giant ogres rushing towards Echidna. The little dragon uses her dark storm powers to immediately slice them up and push them back. While the beasts are still dealing with the pain, Kang Woo leaps out with a giant axe to finish the job. He firmly grips it and imbues the weapon with the power of frost. He unlocks a new skill known as Leviathan at that moment, and quickly slices the monster with his weapon. The giant monsters start roaring but immediately turn to ice and shatter. With that done, Kang Woo gains a new level to his status. While wiping the sweat from his face, he states that the battle isn't easy for him. However, he unlocks his 6th awakening and gains a new special ability. Like a kid with a new shiny toy, he rushes over to check what the skill is, but the system tells him that once he reaches the extreme demonic delay, the special ability's details will be revealed. Kang Woo's mood immediately takes a dump because he has no idea what the conditions of the extreme demonic delay are. Echidna tries to make sure he's alright, and he tells her not to worry about it. He brings out a communication orb from his pocket and hears Seola calling to him from the other side. She tells him that they're nearly done with their moving preparations, so he has to come home soon. Her mother is staying back to do some extra cleanup, so Seola will be taking a taxi first. After that, Kang Woo quickly heads over to the apartment. They get to their new apartment, which is bigger and much better. Seeing how great this place is, Seola asks if it's really possible for them to live there. Kang Woo reminds her that they're family, and he doesn't want to live by himself. That's how our boy decided to live with his babe and her mother. He quickly messes it up by saying that the Red Rose Guild helped him to buy the place. Seola realizes that Yeonju is involved, and despite trying to look unbothered, she's hurt on the inside. She sees that Yeonju is capable of affording luxurious stuff for Kang Woo, and she has no way of competing with that. The difference in their level is flaring, but Kang Woo is too dumb to notice why she's upset. Echidna runs over to Kang Woo and asks him what the plan is for the next day, but he tells her that nothing has been scheduled yet. Echidna then nervously asks him for a favor, and he agrees to go play with her the next day. As soon as Seola hears this, she realizes that she's not just competing with Yeonju, but with a freaking brat as well. She immediately decides to tag along in order to secure her man. The next day, they head out to a huge mall, where Echidna tries on several cute costumes. While Seola takes a picture of the little girl, Kang Woo is happy to be with his family. He is glad the love of his life and his little kid are close and don't have issues with each other. Echidna continues to test out clothes, while Seola feeds her all kinds of sweet treats. The two bond like mother and daughter, which makes Kang Woo happy that Echidna has someone else she can depend on aside from him. Of course, he quickly realizes how exhausting it is to shop with women. The two girls just keep on dumping more and more shopping bags on him. His expression becomes more joyful when they get to a food court where he can eat anything he wants. While Kang Woo starts drooling at the thought of different meals, Seola tells him that it's not really a special place. She wonders if he's never been to a food court before. The sight of different kinds of meals being prepared makes him feel like he's in heaven or hell in his case. He can finally enjoy a variety of delicacies after enduring so many disgusting meals in hell. He decides to order every single meal he comes across, but Seola tells him to calm down. After some time, their table is laid out with a huge feast, and they start to dig in. Kang Woo starts off with the kimchi stew, and he admits that it doesn't taste as good as the one Seola cooks. He then grabs a slice of pizza and dips it in the stew, causing Seola to think that he has lost his mind. However, it ends up tasting very good to him, so he decides to mix up a bunch of food. Seola covers Echidna's eyes and protects her from the atrocities that Kang Woo is committing at the moment. While the Demon King enjoys his feast, Seola tells the little girl not to try such mixtures ever in her life. After enjoying his meal, Kang Woo notices someone walking up to him. Cold sweat starts to drop his face when he recognizes the person's face, and it's none other than Kang Yun. The guildmaster of the Hanul Guild says that it's been a while since they last saw each other. Kang Woo wants to know what Kang Yun is doing there, but the guy tells him to stop with the formalities. Kang Yun tells him that he has good news, so they can speak casually. He brings up the fact that Kang Woo is at the Red Rose Guild, and the Demon King confirms that he's just cooperating with them. When he hears this, Kang Yun grabs his shoulder and tells Kang Woo to join his guild. He offers him 5 billion won with a car and a house, plus many more things. Seola is surprised that someone can offer so many items without batting an eye. Kang Hyun also tells him that he'll give him an executive position in the Hanul Guild. However, our boy tells the dude that his offer is way too little. Kang Hyun doesn't believe his ears, and he nearly snaps. He calls Kang Woo a funny person for his words, but the Demon King isn't joking. After that, Kang Woo lets Kang Yun know that he has no plans of working under anyone at the moment. Kang Yun then decides to add to his offer, and Kang Woo listens closely. The Go Lucky Guildmaster offers to give Kang Woo one piece of legendary equipment for free if he accepts. Legendary equipment is extremely rare and can't be purchased with money. They are usually made with parts of monsters from S-rank gates and higher, and they form a bond with the owner once the equipment is worn. Not only that, but there's also a chance that the equipment can reject the owner if certain conditions are not met. With such a tempting offer, Kang Woo admits that he's interested in it. Regardless, he still refuses Kang Yun's offer. After this, Kang Yun accepts and decides to back down. However, he leaves his contact card in case Kang Woo decides to change his mind. After that, he adds something else to Kang Woo's kimchi stew and says it'll improve the flavor. Echidna sees this, but Seola tries to protect her eyes from the horrific sight once again. Kang Yun then takes his leave and bids them farewell. Kang Woo tries to take a spoonful of the mixture, but he doesn't look interested in the meal anymore. Later on, he meets up with Yeonju, who asks him why he turned down such a tempting offer. He tells her that he doesn't want to work under anyone at the moment, and she calls him a weirdo. On the other hand, Kang Woo is sure that even if he doesn't join the Hanul Guild, he'll still be able to obtain legendary equipment from the rewards he gets from protecting other players. As they get to an elevator, Yeonju tells him that she has crossed paths with Kang Hyun since they're both guildmasters. She tells him that the guy is someone unexpected, and he asks if there have been rumors about him. Yeonju then talks about the one time that Kang Hyun was enraged. During the World Ranker evaluations, Kang Hyun lost to a Japanese ranker, and he was disqualified. The ranker's name was Fujimoto Ryoma, and he possessed a mythical weapon known as Susanoo's Eye. Due to this, the media wasn't favorable towards Kang Yun. Yeonju tells Kang Woo that's all she knows about Kang Yun. Meanwhile, he hopes that he won't regret turning down the guy's offer. She assures him that Kang Hyun is the type to just laugh it off. After that, they meet up with Hwayeon. The Hwarang Corps commander tells Kang Woo to come into the room because they've been waiting for him. They walk into a lab, and she tells him that they found a special item while investigating the Mir Guild. Yeonju mentions that Hwayeon must have suffered quite a bit, and the commander says that even her higher-ups were against it. Kang Woo looks at the special item and sees that it's a legendary piece of equipment. It's a cool-looking coat with good stats, and luckily, the item hasn't made a bond with anyone yet. Yeonju highlights that the item's effects don't seem all that great, and Hwayeon concurs with her. When they consider the inherent stats and special effects, the coat is really awesome, but she doesn't know any players who have inherent stats. However, she turns to Kang Woo and sees a creepy and excited expression on his face. Yeonju is surprised when she finds out that he's an inherent stat user. Considering that he has such a trait, the coat is easily the best for him out of all legendary class equipment. Kang Woo gazes passionately at the coat and tells them that he loves it. He thanks Hwayeon for it and promises to do his best to defeat the demonic order. After that, he grabs the coat, and Yeonju tells him to put it on the same way he puts on the gargoyle armor. Our boy equips the trench coat and immediately looks like $1,000,000. Time for Seola to up her game. As the system tells him that the coat has recognized him as its owner, power begins to surge through his body. It scans his inherent stats and increases his demonic energy by 5 points. With that, the coat successfully imprints on him and is now bonded to him. Yeonju asks him how the new equipment feels, and Kang Woo immediately requests for 10 more. Hwayeon then tells him that he can only equip up to 5 items regardless of the class. If any more items are added after the 5th, the effects will be invalidated. Kang Woo takes note of this and says that having 5 items will still be effective for him. He starts showing off his looks and talking about how much he loves legendary class equipment. After that, Yeonju asks him to check out how much stronger he has gotten. He turns back to her, and she requests to fight him. They head into the combat room, where Hwayeon says that it'll be okay for them to be rough with it. While Kang Woo warms up, Yeonju wonders just how much stronger he has gotten. She remembers how he mopped the floor with Youngho and knows that it was mostly due to his stats. She plans to use this opportunity to figure out what's so special about Kang Woo. At the same time, Kang Woo has been meaning to test out his strength as well, and he sees her as the perfect opponent for this. Hwayeon acts as the referee as they get ready, and she tells them to start the match. In the blink of an eye, Kang Woo leaps straight for Yeonju, but she manages to dodge his fist. She turns to land a counterattack, and Kang Woo dodges as well. She corners him with more attacks, but he blocks them. He sees that she's using close combat as a start, and the whole thing starts to piss him off. Kang Woo parries her hand and tries to counter, but she evades the attack. He quickly grabs her hat and tells her that she's underestimating him. He uses the hat to block her vision and attempts to land a punch, but she smashes through the hat with her special chains. Kang Woo is glad that she's finally serious and asks her if she's trying to kill him. While continuing her attacks, she tells him that he's not a regular player. Kang Woo evades the chains, which ends up wrecking the walls of the room. Before he has time to react, she closes in on him and hurls down another attack. Kang Woo evades in the nick of time with his wings and initiates his coat's special ability, known as Kraken's Wrath. This boosts his stats and adds an additional 5 points to his demonic energy. Despite his surging powers, Yeonju is unfazed. She continues her barrage of attacks, but Kangwoo keeps flying around to evade. Meanwhile, Hwayeon is worried about what will happen if Yeonju goes any further with her rampage. However, Kangwoo continues to evade the bloodthirsty chains as much as he can. When the chains finally get close to him, he slaps them away, giving him the chance to fly directly at Yeonju. Caught in a tight situation, she weaves the chains towards him, but he blocks them and keeps going for his target. When the spears are within a certain range, Kangwoo uses the power of explosion to blow them up and send Yeonju flying back. She struggles against the shockwave from the explosion. When she turns around, she sees Kangwoo has gotten within a favorable range for himself. He immediately uses the power of sound, sending disturbing sound waves across the room. The girls try to block their ears to protect themselves from the shrieking sound. Using this opportunity, Kangwoo closes the gap and uses his power of thousand and power of destruction to smash the ground. Knowing she can't block everything, Yeonju is caught in a tight spot. With no other choice, she creates a barrier with her chains around herself for protection. But in the face of Kangwoo's overwhelming power, she's hopeless. The Demon King smashes through her defenses and shatters the wall very close to her face. Hwayeon sees this but doesn't believe that the protagonist is so powerful. Yeonju falls to the ground and begins to laugh at herself, while her body trembles in fear. The camera pans out, and we see that Kangwoo has made a humongous hole in the wall, and Yeonju calls him a monster. At that moment, the Kraken's Wrath ability times out, and the system tells Kangwoo that it'll be available in the next 2 hours. Kangwoo looks down at her while admiring how much power he got from his legendary coat. As Yeonju laughs, she slowly retracts her bloodthirsty chains into her gauntlet. Kangwoo extends his hand to help her up while she struggles to catch her breath. He tells her that his power is all thanks to his new equipment, but she reminds him that she also has legendary items as well. Kangwoo has a sinister look on his face as she asks if he's even human. He assures her that at least he isn't her enemy, but she still doesn't see him as someone trustworthy. The two of them turn to Hwayeon, who yells at them for destroying the room, and says that it cost billions to build. Kangwoo and Yeonju start to feel bad and apologize for their mindless rampage. However, Hwayeon is seething with rage because she's stuck with two insane people who don't know when to stop. While they both argue about the damage they caused, Hwayeon tells her people that usage of the training facility will be prohibited until they can get it fixed. Yeonju feels like they should have fought inside the gate, despite how annoying it would have been. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is thinking of how to cover the cost with giant ogre magic stones, but he feels it will be a waste. Yeonju confirms that high-rank boss monsters drop ingredients for legendary equipment when he asks about it. After that, he suggests that they should go and defeat the monster, El Cuero. Hwayeon asks him to be sure that he's talking about the monster at the S-rank gate, and he says it's the same one. They explain to him that the monster's habitat is the main reason that no one has been able to defeat it. Since it stays underwater, close-range attacks get nullified, and it tends to hide underwater when attacked, making long-range attacks useless as well. Aside from the fact that the monster is hard to defeat, Yeonju also states that there's no guarantee that it will drop legendary equipment. However, Kangwoo tells her that it might still drop if they're lucky. He feels this will be the key to unlocking his level restriction since he has unlocked his 6th awakening ability. Usually, as a player levels up, they run into two obstacles known as the end of your efforts, which occurs at level 59, and the end of your talent at level 89. The only way to overcome these obstacles is to challenge a powerful monster. Seeing that she's at the end of her talent, Yeonju feels this might be a good opportunity for her to overcome it. Then she also realizes that she lost to someone in a way lower level than her, making her feel like a complete loser. After giving it much thought, she decides to help Kangwoo with his plans. She reminds him that the battle will be too much for the two of them. Kangwoo then tells her that he has a plan while looking at Hwayeon with a devilish gaze. He tells them that his plan requires a class with great close combat abilities. Upon hearing this, Hwayeon offers to tag along in his plan. She sees it as a way to make up for the damage caused to the facility since she permitted them to use it. Yeonju admires Hwayeon for her onerous ways, unlike Kangwoo, who is a thorn in her flesh. Hwayeon is also curious about Kangwoo's plan to hunt El Cuero. Apart from the three of them, Kangwoo says that Echidna will also be tagging along. He also wants to add another close combat class and thinks of who will be suited for this. Hwayeon calls his attention and tells him that she knows someone who is skilled in close combat. Later on, the scene shifts to the S-rank gate, where Kangwoo is taking down a giant ogre with Echidna. After he lands the killing blow, his level goes up to 59. The system then restricts his level, and will add any additional experience when the restriction is released. Kangwoo sees that the level restriction is a real thing, and he's not an exception to the rule. Meanwhile, Yeonju feels like he's wasting too much energy, but he lets her know that he didn't waste that much. He also sees Hwayeon and the new guy who she introduces to him. The guy introduces himself as Koo Hyunmo, the Hwarang 2nd Corps commander. If you ignore his title, he looks like a typical oblivious fool. Kangwoo exchanges greetings with him and notices that the guy is a dual-blade warrior. Hyunmo calls Kangwoo a rookie and wonders why he's going around hunting ogres. He also wonders why a child is with him, and Kang Woo tells him that Echidna is his familiar. This only confuses the guy more, but Hwayeon says he can find out more about it later. Hyunmo is baffled when Hwayeon tells him that Kang Woo is as strong as Yeonju. He wonders how someone who's only been a player for 2 months is on the same level as a national ranker. Meanwhile, Kang Woo tells Hwayeon that Hyunmo seems good, and she's glad that he likes the guy. When Hyunmo sees them talking, he quickly calls Kang Woo to the side to ask him a question. He then asks the Demon King about the type of relationship he has with Hwayeon. The poor dude is trying to see if Kang Woo is a rival in his path to love. Kang Woo tells him that there's nothing much going on between him and the 3rd Corps commander. Hwayeon then tells Hyunmo to cut the chat because they don't have much time. Kang Woo and Yeonju immediately see that Hyunmo is head over heels for Hwayeon. After that, Kang Woo tells them that they'll be starting at their location, and there's no need to relocate. Yeonju wonders why he would pick the region of the Stone Giants. Kang Woo then tells them that the Giants will be involved in the fight with El Cuero, and they are the key to their hunt strategy. He quickly debriefs them on the plan, and they get started. After gathering a couple of chains, Hyunmo tells him that they're all ready. With that settled, Kang Woo steps into the water and charges up his power for the hunt. He uses the power of sound to send a huge disturbance to the deepest parts of the sea. The waters are quiet for a moment until a huge rumbling suddenly starts. Kang Woo notices that the creature is coming and prepares himself. As El Cuero charges towards him, he signals his teammates to get ready. The water slowly rises, and El Cuero emerges from the sea with a loud roar. Its sharp horn and deadly eyes make it look truly terrifying. The monster spreads its wings and starts flying above the sea. Suddenly, it brings out poison needles from its fins and fires them at Kang Woo and his party. Once he sees this, Kang Woo signals Echidna to play her part. The little girl puts up a demonic barrier, but she finds it hard to keep up with the needles. Kang Woo tells her to hold on a little longer, while Hyunmo and Hwayeon get to work with the chains. He heads over to them and tells them to hold on tight as he releases his wings. Kang Woo takes to the skies and starts flying at an incredible speed. When they get above the sea monster, he drops them, and Hyunmo starts screaming for his miserable life. They dive straight down and manage to land on the monster safely. Due to how slippery El Cuero's body is, it's hard for them to hold on. Kang Woo hands them some extra chains and tells them to take each side of the monster. They need to move quickly before the monster dives back into the water. They attach the hooks of the chain to the monster's body, causing it to scream out in pain. The monster starts tossing and turning, making it harder for them to stay on it, but they still manage to hold on tightly. El Cuero lets out a strange roar, which Kang Woo immediately takes note of. He tells them to hold on tight because it's about to start running away. After tossing its body violently, El Cuero takes to the skies, and a strange electrical pattern shows up on its body. Kang Woo and the rest do their best to hold on tight when they see that the monster is attempting to dive deep underwater. Kang Woo moves out to try and block the beast, and he tells the rest to attach the remaining chains. He dives into the water and activates the power of destruction and the power of thousands simultaneously. He punches through the water as El Cuero gets close, preventing the beast from going in. Hwayeon and Hyunmo struggle to hold on because of the shockwave from Kang Woo's attack. However, Kang Woo's attack is weakened because he launched it from underwater. He sees that the attack only sent the monster back into the air. In a bid to injure the monster more, he notices El Cuero's gills. Kang Woo lets out his wings and flies to attack the monster in that weak spot. The creature cries out in pain as the Demon King slices it up. Suddenly he notices yellow sparks around him. When Hwayeon sees it too, she recognizes it as El Cuero's spark. On the other hand, Echidna calls out to her master and activates her barrier. With all the chains in place, Hwayeon decides it's time for them to hop off. She tells Hyunmo that Kang Woo is stronger than them, and they just need to make sure that they're not in his way. They manage to jump off in time just as the monster releases its electrical sparks. While diving down, Hwayeon looks back at the beast and wonders if Kang Woo is inside it. We then see Kang Woo surrounded by Echidna's barrier while inside the beast. He figures that the little girl protected him when she sensed her master in danger. However, putting a barrier from that distance is taking its toll on Echidna. Kang Woo clenches his fist and busts his way out of the monster's body. Thanks to his familiar, he feels empowered. After slicing through, he manages to plunge El Cuero to the ground. He takes out the chains and calls out to Yeonju. She sees his signal from far away as she stands on the stone giants. She then starts attacking the stone giants to get their attention. Yeonju continues provoking the giants, and she's loving every bit of it. Like a deranged lady, she starts laughing like a maniac while attacking them with her chains. The beasts start chasing her, making the chains connected to them pull El Cuero out of the sea. Kang Woo uses his powers to keep the chains connected to the sea monster. It's only a few more steps before it reaches land and they can properly deal with the beast. Suddenly, El Cuero starts to struggle with the chains, causing the stone giants to be pulled back as well. Kang Woo struggles to keep the monster at bay because it doesn't seem to be getting weaker at all. Despite its injuries, El Cuero manages to position himself in the right spot. With its fin facing the stone giants, it shoots out poison needles at them, but Echidna blocks the projectiles with her barrier. The situation is dire right now, and Kangwoo wonders if he underestimated the sea monster. While Echidna struggles to hold up the shield, he tries to think of a way to weaken El Cuero. Kangwoo doesn't see many options, so he tells Yeonju to bring out the thorns. She tries to warn him about getting caught up in it, but he yells at her to hurry up. Yeonju is pissed, but she doesn't have any other choice than to do as he says. With her arm braces, she activates her special ability, Energy Drain. As the effect reaches Kangwoo, he activates the Gargoyle Armor's Petrification ability. Despite having a unique item, he finds it hard to endure the attack of Yeonju's special ability. But as long as he can weaken the monster, he's okay with it. El Cuero continues to rage and struggle, but it slowly gets weakened until it can barely move. After that, Yeonju puts the stone giants back to work, provoking them to use their power. The stone giants have a unique trait known as tough skin. It enables them to take little to no damage from sharp attacks. The giants start moving once again, causing El Cuero to be dragged out of the sea. The monster continues to scream, but there isn't anything much it can do again. Eventually, its body is dragged onto the land. Kangwoo then cuts off the chains from his body and is relieved that they succeeded. Echidna immediately runs to check up on her master without a second thought. Kangwoo yells that it's not safe for her yet as El Cuero tries to attack her. Luckily, Hwaeon shows up to protect the little girl, and Hyunmo carries Echidna out of the way. The monster then gets ready to attack after Hwaeon attacks it. Kangwoo then moves with his party members to finish off the beast once and for all. Echidna sees that Kangwoo is safe, but her so-called master puts her to work straight away by asking her to take care of the stone giants. Meanwhile, Yeonju is having fun while treating the stone giants like a pack of mules. Kangwoo tells her to stop bullying the monsters and join them, but she yells back at him and says she's doing what he told her to do. Hwaeon and Hyunmo then rush forward to teach El Cuero a lesson. Since they don't have to fight underwater, they both have the chance to go all out. They both hit the monster at the same time, dealing a lot of massive damage to it. El Cuero's blood gets spilled everywhere, but the attacks being dealt to it aren't stopping anytime soon. The two core commanders hack away at the monster's body while being in perfect sync with each other. Yeonju finally joins the party and impales the beast with her bloodthirsty spears. El Cuero roars out because of the pain, causing a shockwave that pushes them back. Its loud roars are starting to irritate Kangwoo and his party. Despite the fact that the beast is out of the water, Kangwoo admits that it's still a boss monster. He looks inward into his myriad demon palace and notices 3 sealed doors. He doesn't see the need to go as far as unlocking them, so he decides to drink from the waters he is surrounded by. With this, his body feels invigorated with tremendous power. The Demon King uses his powers to conjure up his Bident, but it's not enough. He pours more power into it using the Kraken's Wrath ability. Kangwoo adds the power of Shattering as well, and when all this mixes into the spear, he gains a deadly weapon and new skill known as Gay Bulg. Fear grips his party members when they see the terrifying power he wields. He tells them to dodge as he rushes straight for the sea monster. When he gets within range, he plunges the spear into the beast's body. In the face of overwhelming power, the monster's body starts trembling, and it screams out helplessly. Yeonju and the rest struggle to stand firm due to the shockwave from Kangwoo's attack. They all marvel at Kangwoo's display of power and wonder if this is what a 6th awakening ability can do. Kangwoo stands before the monster as it's being burned alive and waits for what will come next. His hands are scarred from the power of the spear, and the system tells him that he has met the second condition for extreme demonic delay by combining 3 powers. Kangwoo reads the notification while his hands are still shaking. While clenching his fists, he recalls that back in hell, this would have been nothing for him, but now he's so tired from using his powers. He realizes that he has a long way to go, and he hungers for more power. Before he loses himself, his party members call him back to his senses. They want to know what kind of power he used and why he didn't use it at the start of their fight, but he says it's his first time trying it. He shows Yeonju his trembling hands, and she only sees it as an opportunity to fight him again and win. Meanwhile, Echidna comes to tell him that she's done with the stone giants. She gives him a big hug as he compliments her on a job well done. Only then does he suddenly realize that the system hasn't informed him of El Cuero's defeat. The monster still lives and breathes, refusing to go down. He then tells his teammates to be prepared because the battle is not yet over. They check the status window and see that truly the monster hasn't been defeated yet. Things aren't looking good for Kangwoo, and he doesn't understand how El Cuero is still alive. In hell, Gay Bulg can easily defeat a demon from the 7th hell, so it doesn't make any sense how a gate monster survived such an attack. The team holds their ground as the monster lets out a loud scream. Kangwoo then notices something strange coming out of El Cuero. Looking closer, he notices that it's demonic energy. El Cuero starts to sprout long, disgusting tentacles from its wounds. With its new limbs, the monster starts pushing itself back into the sea. Hwaeon and the rest notice this, so Yeonju pulls out her chains and tries to hold down El Cuero, but she can't hold it back with what little strength she has, and the beast begins dragging her along. Her teammates tell her to throw her chain backward as well. When she does this, they hold onto the chains, and they all get into a tug of war with El Cuero. Despite their combined efforts, they're still finding it hard to prevent the monster from going back into the water. Kangwoo has little demonic energy left after combining 3 of his powers and feels like they might lose this after all their efforts. In this dire situation, Echidna transforms into a full dragon and tells her master to leave things to her. Yeonju and the rest immediately freak out when they see a dragon, but Kangwoo tells them that it's Echidna. The majestic dragon swoops down and holds the monster in place with its sharp claws. Echidna's claws easily pierce into the monster's body. In a bid to hold the monster down, the dragon causes more damage to El Cuero. Yeonju and his party can't believe how ridiculous things are looking right now, as Echidna lifts the monster into the air and tosses it back to the ground. After a huge tussle, Echidna stands as the victor over her defeated opponent. She then joyfully asks her master if she did well. El Cuero is finally defeated, and Kangwoo gains most of the experience points because he contributed the most. However, his level restriction is still active, so he doesn't level up immediately. Echidna transforms back to her human form and runs back to her master. Meanwhile, Yeonju and her comrades finally understand why a little girl is Kangwoo's familiar. She then asks about the tentacles that popped out of El Cuero's body, but Hwayeon tells her that it's the first time she's witnessing such a thing. Kangwoo steps on it and tells them that it's not a special characteristic. He says he has seen something similar before and tells them that it resembles what the demonic order looks like when they transform into demons. Yeonju figures it was caused by demonic energy, but he tells her they'll be sure once they check. They all climb onto El Cuero's body and start checking around. Kangwoo finds where the tentacles started growing from and reaches inside to look for clues. Surprisingly, he finds something inside the beast, and his teammates are shocked that there's actually something there. He brings it out and reveals a gemstone to them. Hyunmo feels it's different from magic stones, and Hwayeon wonders if this is the cause of El Cuero's strange behavior. Kangwoo tells them that he's not sure, but he already knows that the gemstone contains high amounts of demonic energy. Unlike how natural a magic stone looks, the gemstone's surface looks very artificial. Realizing that this was intentionally created, Kangwoo assumes it's the work of the masked cardinal. He understands what's going on, and tells his teammates that the demonic order is most likely the culprit behind this. Yeonju has a worried look on her face when she hears this. Kangwoo then tells them to analyze the looks of the gemstone and where it was located inside the monster's body. It's obvious that the gemstone was buried inside El Cuero and it lost control due to the demonic energy within it. The only organization that can pull off such a stunt is most likely the demonic order. It's just a hypothesis, but Hwayeon begins to understand Kangwoo's point of view. While Kangwoo looks back at the stone, Hwayeon tells Hyunmo to start investigating the demonic order from Pohang. Meanwhile, Kangwoo begins to salivate after seeing that the demonic order is able to create good amounts of demonic energy. Yeonju wants to take a photo of the gemstone, but Kangwoo uses his lightning powers to subtly trigger the beast. While El Cuero causes a ruckus, he calmly absorbs the energy of the stone when no one is looking. When Yeonju turns back to ask for the gemstone, she sees that it's gone from his hands. Kangwoo starts acting like he has no idea what happened as she lashes out at him. He maintains an oblivious look on his face, despite how nervous he feels. At the same time, he decides to check his stats, and he sees that his demonic energy has gone up by 3 levels. His joy knows no bounds when he sees this because the stat didn't change after he hunted over 100 ogres in the past 3 days. Echidna then turns back to him to ask if it's time for them to leave. She is a bit worried when he doesn't respond, and when she turns around, she sees a depraved expression on her master's face. Later on, they arrive at the Hwarang Corps headquarters, and Echidna is dozing off without a care in the world. They head inside, and Hwayeon gives them the money that's left over from the repairs. Since it's the first time El Cuero has been captured, they manage to rake in a lot of money. She also plans to investigate the gemstone with Hyunmo's team and find out if similar situations have occurred in other gates. She says they'll have to work hard to capture the stone without anyone touching it. This is all because they have no idea that Kangwoo is the culprit for the disappearance of the first gemstone. Yeonju and Kangwoo get curious when Hwayeon tells them that she has some good news. The commander tells them that parts of El Cuero's body can be used to make legendary equipment, and a sword will be created with the monster's tailbone. Their nervousness grows when she says that she has information about the estimated specifications. Sadly, their hopes crash to the ground when Hwayeon tells them that the weapon will either increase strength or dexterity. However, Hwayeon says she can't use it either because the awakening conditions are too complicated. Only a player with internal chi will be able to use the legendary sword. It's a rare trait that's found among warrior players, and most of them are usually found in China. Yeonju suggests that they sell the weapon to China, but Kangwoo tells them that he'll have the weapon. If the weapon needs an internal chi user, then he knows the perfect person suited for that. The scene shifts to Si-hoon and his party, and we see them exploring the depths of a B-rank gate. Despite it being a labyrinth dungeon, they manage to discover a new path inside. Tae-soo asks Si-hoon if he's sensing anything, and the swordsman tells him that he's just feeling uneasy about something. Si-hoon immediately senses something and tells his party to get ready for battle. From the dark path ahead of them, a wounded minotaur suddenly runs out. The beast is immediately caught by another minotaur that looks even more deadly. Sihun and his party are shocked when the monster is torn to pieces before their eyes. Tae-soo then moves forward with his shield to tank the next attack. Sihun drags him out of the way when the monster nearly pummels Tae-soo into the ground. He tells the musclehead not to charge in so recklessly. Looking closer at the beast, they see that its features are different from a regular minotaur. Sihun then tells Tae-soo to try and make an opening after receiving buffs from Seola. Yunbi tries to distract the monster so that their tank can receive the buff he needs. She uses her lightning magic to attack the beast, but it quickly recovers without a scratch. Sihun moves in to try and get the monster's attention, and the minotaur gazes at him with its deadly eyes. Seola then gives Tae-soo the buff, and he moves into position. Tae-soo starts charging forward and taunting the monster, causing it to charge directly at him. Seola continues to provide buffs, and he thanks her for the awesome support. As the minotaur raises its hands to smash the tank, Sihun charges in from its blind spot without it knowing. With his eyes on his target, he uses his special ability to instantly decapitate the monster. With the monster defeated, all of them start glazing Sihun and his awesome abilities. They turn back to inspect the minotaur's body, and Sihun says there's no information about the ferocious beast in the player guides. When he looks closer, Sihun is shocked by what he sees. A shiny red object glows from the point where the monster was decapitated, and he wonders if the item is what he thinks it is. The next day, Kang Wu is welcomed to the Hwoarang Corps headquarters. He goes inside to receive the new legendary blade that was made with El Cuero's tailbone. Looking closer at the weapon's awesome stats, we see that it also enables the user to walk on water. So not only is Sihun already the next best MC, but he's also going to be Jesus as well. Kang Wu checks out the blade and tells them that he would have loved to use it if he could. Hwayan tells him that the difficult part of getting legendary equipment is obtaining the ingredients. Once the materials are acquired, it doesn't take long to forge the equipment. Yeonju worries about the cost to forge the weapon, but Hwayan tells her not to worry about it. According to the commander, both Yeonju and Kang Wu are showing far better results than the Hwoarang Corps can deliver. Yeonju starts basking in her fame after receiving compliments, but all Kang Wu can think about is how much demonic energy he wants to absorb. Hwayeon then tells him that she has one more thing to inform him of. After expecting something serious, Kang Wu is shocked when she asks if it isn't time for him to start addressing her informally. Considering he's so informal with Yeonju, she feels it's awkward for them to be so formal with each other, especially now that they're equal comrades. Hwayeon is happy when he decides to start being more friendly with her. Seola's competitions just keep growing by the day. When Kang Wu asks about the research on the gemstone, she tells him there haven't been any good results yet. Even Yeonju's guild hasn't been able to come up with anything decent. Kang Wu finds it weird because he assumes the demonic wonder won't just plant the gemstones in El Cuero alone. Meanwhile, the masked cardinal receives the news about El Cuero's defeat. His followers tell him that they only found traces of battle and are still trying to figure out how the beast was defeated. He crushes the table in anger when they tell him that they haven't found signs of the demonic crystal either. The masked man then shatters the table and asks for an update on the other monsters. The followers inform him that most of the monsters are still okay, and that they don't think their enemies have caught on to their plan yet. Regardless, the news of El Cuero's defeat makes the cardinal very anxious. Due to the incident, they tell him that their plan has also been delayed. The cardinal then suggests that they use a different method, but his followers warn him about the risks being too great. If they are to proceed immediately with the said method, their plan will go on, but they feel it's far too reckless to use such means. They also state that the world rankers won't stay idle if they are to do such a thing. The masked cardinal grows even more frustrated and asks his followers about the world rankers. With how furious he is right now, he doesn't really care about what the world rankers will do. He starts overwhelming them with his demonic aura and reminds them that he doesn't fear the world rankers. The poor followers apologize while suffering under their leader's scary, murderous intent. The cardinal manages to calm down and then asks if they have demonic crystals left. When his followers confirm that they do, he orders them to plant it inside more monsters, and if their plan is delayed any longer, they can kiss their meager lives goodbye. After that, one of them tells him that Yeonju is the one who defeated El Cuero. The cardinal tries to calm his boiling anger once more, as he remembers that Yeonju is the same person who interfered with Jaehyun. Seeing that she's a big problem for them, he tells his followers to prepare the shadows to deal with her. His lackeys tell him that Yeonju is very powerful, and it will be hard to eliminate her with just the shadows. He then tells them that the target isn't Yeonju, but he plans to use the shadows on Kang Wu. He really had to pick the worst possible option. He plans to capture Kang Wu and take him as a hostage. Meanwhile, the Demon King is happily enjoying a ride in his car. Later on, Sihun and his party are seen leaving the B-rank gate, and they're thanking the genius for his efforts. While they're walking out, Kang Wu waves over to them. The MC is looking as cool as ever with his slick trench coat. The party is happy to see him because it's been a while and he sees that they're doing well on their hunts. He then tells Sihun that he has a surprise gift for him, but they all assume that the gift is for Seola until he tells Sihun to take it. He hands the blade over to the swordsman, while Seola adds another name to her hit list. The party members are completely baffled when Kang Wu mentions that the blade is a legendary piece of equipment. Tae-soo wishes he was the one who got such an awesome item. Si-hoon feels like he's not worthy of such a gift, but Kang Wu says that he'll be the judge of that. The Demon King tells him that he's going to become much more powerful and will be able to compete with rankers very soon. Upon hearing such kind words, Si-hoon starts to get emotional. He thanks Kang Wu from the bottom of his heart. Kang Wu starts to feel nervous when Si-hoon tells him that he sensed a great deal of resistance when they first met. The situation gets more awkward when he says that he feels like their souls are connected. As if it's embarrassing enough, Si-hoon grabs his hands and kneels down as if proposing to our boy. Then he swears in his name to serve him all his life. At this point, Seola is ready to rip off this guy's head. Kang Wu kindly asks him to let go of his hand, but Si-hoon says he has something for Kang Wu as well. He reaches into his pocket and brings out the gemstone he got from killing a monster. He figures Kang Wu will know something about it and hands it over to him. Kang Wu quickly grabs his hands and starts looking at him like a lost puppy. All of a sudden, he wants them to stay together forever. He then asks the swordsman how he got the gem. Si-hoon starts narrating how he got a strange feeling while they were hunting inside the gate. Kang Wu is surprised to hear that the feeling is similar to the resistance Si-hoon felt when they first met. Si-hoon continues by saying that he tracked down the ferocious Minotaur and found the gemstone after defeating the monster. Kang Wu wonders if this prodigy is capable of detecting demonic energy. He then asks if Si-hoon felt anything when he saw Echidna at the hospital. Si-hoon recalls the moment but tells him that he didn't feel any strange resistance then. Kang Wu gazes at the gemstone while trying to figure out what he has in common with the ferocious Minotaur. He finally realizes that it all has to do with the Gaia system's crack. Since Si-hoon is the protector, he can detect beings from the crack. After finding this out, he grabs Si-hoon's shoulder and creepily suggests that they do something together. Later on, Tae-soo and Yoonbi are seen dozing off inside a bus, while Si-hoon is staring out the window. Meanwhile, Kang Wu and Seola are walking together. He tells her that she'll have to hunt with just Yoonbi and Tae-soo, while he and Si-hoon will be sieging gates together. Since they've been able to level up well enough, he feels the three of them will be fine without the swordsman. Seola remains silent and tries to look for the words to tell him. She then calls him and asks if she and the party can join him the next day when he goes to the gates. She feels they'll be able to level up much faster and be of some help to him as well. However, Kang Wu tells her that they'll be going to A-rank gates, and the monster there will be much stronger than the Minotaur she faced. He asks if she's confident enough to not be a liability, but Seola just apologizes for saying anything. Not only that, but he also tells her that the demonic order will be targeting them, and it'll get more dangerous. Seola's heart is broken, but she gets scared when Kang Wu puts his arm in front of her to protect her. He then sees some demonic order followers who have come to look for trouble. Kang Wu asks if they're from the order, but they don't feel obligated to answer him, and they tell him to do as they say. Kang Wu laughs and tells them to cut the crap and get away from his car. The fools immediately rush towards him, while saying that he's not as special as he thinks. Kang Wu stands in the way to protect Seola while the enemies close in on them. He doesn't even bother with them, but instead brings out his wings and flies with his woman in his arms. He lands at a safe spot and tells her to get as far away as possible, while he takes care of the goons. Feeling very flustered at the moment, she helps out by giving him a buff. Kang Wu sees how useful her ability is as she tells him not to get hurt. He then assures her that there's no way he'll be injured. Before Seola can move, the goons are already close to them and threatening to rip Kang Wu to shreds. Kang Wu leaps into the fray and lets them know that he has no plans of running from the likes of them. He easily dodges their weapons, but they come back at him from behind. Kang Wu watches their movement as he dodges their long chain attacks. Despite how much the cult goons are tossing their chains around, he sees that none of the chains are getting tangled. This only means that he's dealing with very skilled people. But compared to Yeonju, this is nothing for him. A bluish starts gathering in his hands, and he unleashes his shockwave powers. This sends the chains flying away from him and pushing his enemies back as well. The cult followers suddenly realize that they bit more than they could chew on, and decide to report the matter to their cardinal immediately. Unfortunately for them, Kang Wu freezes their legs, preventing them from running away. They all get trapped in ice, and Kang Wu starts to walk towards them slowly. Meanwhile, Seola is watching the chaos from a safe spot behind a barricade. The demon kind approaches his first target and decides to have a little chat with the unfortunate soul. He takes off the guy's mask to reveal his scared and trembling face. After that, he activates the power of dread, orders the dude to speak, and asks if it was the cardinal that put them up to this. The guy switches from scared screams to maniacal laughter. Kang Wu looks closer and wonders if the guy is resisting. The deranged follower gives glory to his cult before activating an explosive in his mouth. He bites down on his tongue, causing a huge explosion in the vicinity. Seola guards herself from the impact and looks back to see if her man is alright. Luckily, she sees that he has already protected himself with a barrier. As Kang Wu puts down the barrier, he swears to bring out the cardinal from whatever little hole he's hiding in. Later on, the masked cardinal receives a report about the death of the shadows. The follower tells him that there's a good chance that Yeonju was the one who killed them. He regrets the fact that they just lost good troops. When he asks about the Crack's fragments, the follower tells him that they've gathered 30% of them. The cardinal then dismisses his lackey after that. As the follower leaves, the masked man tells himself that there's no need to rush. When he takes off his mask, the cardinal is revealed to be Kang Hyun. He believes time is still on his side and everything is going according to plan. Back in the city, Seola runs towards Kang-woo to check up on him after the explosion. He ignores and picks up his phone to call Si-hoon. Kang-woo tells the guy that they're going to try hard to collect all the infernal crystals, and that they should meet at the gate by 6 in the morning. Seola nervously clutches herself because of how worried he's making her. He then turns to her and reiterates what he was telling her. Since he doesn't know what the Demon Order is planning, he feels he needs to keep her at a distance while hunting. She calls him a considerate man to be thinking about her feelings after the fight that just went down. She promises to repay him back for all he's done for her, but to do that, she needs to get stronger. So, she happily tells him to wait for her, and promises that he'll be blown away by how strong she'll become. Kang-woo is dazzled by Seola's looks, and immediately turns away before she notices how red his face is, but he ends up going in the wrong direction. 10 days later, at one of the gates, Kang-woo is holding a couple of gemstones after his hunt with Si-hoon. The poor swordsman is exhausted, and Kang-woo tells him that they're done for the day. He suddenly starts looking at Kang-woo like a puppy when the Demon King tells him how helpful he is. Kang-woo offers to drop him off, but he says that he needs to go see his mom at the hospital. After that, Kang-woo drives back home alone. When he arrives, Echidna runs towards him like a child who has missed her father all day. He shows her the ice cream he bought, but she has no idea what it is. While Echidna digs her face into a bowl of ice cream, Kang-woo wonders why the demonic order hasn't made a move, even though he has acquired a lot of infernal crystals. He is really troubled by their silence and hopes that they're not causing trouble somewhere else. Suddenly, he gets a call from Hwayeon and picks up the phone to answer. Hwayeon tells him that there's been suspicious activity at the S-rank gate in Pohang. She informs him that it's the Demon Order, and that they're getting ready for a summoning. Yeonju and her guild are already on their way to the place, and Hwayeon says she'll be heading out in a helicopter soon. She offers him a ride in the helicopter, and he wonders if it'll be more comfortable to travel like that. He decides to turn her down, saying he'll go on his own. Hwayeon tries to tell him that he's needed there as soon as possible. While patting Echidna's hair, Kang-woo tells the commander that he has his own helicopter too. Due to that, he doesn't feel the need to borrow anyone else's own. Later on, he heads out to an open spot with his familiar. He then calls her attention and says they should fly to Pohang in her dragon form. Echidna instantly agrees and changes into her dragon form. While he gets on, she asks him to get more ice cream once they're done with their mission. Echidna gets overly excited, but he tells her to calm down. To prevent anyone from seeing them, he makes her transparent and explains that it'll prevent her from standing out. Echidna then takes to the skies and heads to their destination. Meanwhile, Kang-woo is worried that he doesn't really know how many people are in the demonic order and wonders how far the cult's influence has spread. The worst of all is that he doesn't know the guild that has betrayed them. They finally get to Pohang, and Kang-woo points out a good spot for Echidna to land. They manage to land far from the gate, giving Echidna time to become visible again. After that, he tells her to change back to her human form. While she does that, her tail mistakenly hits something, and they hear someone's voice. Kang-woo quickly turns around and gets ready to attack the invisible person. The guy begs him not to attack and wonders if he's really looking at a real dragon. On the other hand, Kang-woo notices an infernal crystal in the guy's pocket. They both lock eyes, and Kang-woo recognizes the guy as Min-hyuk, Onuri's guildmaster. Min-hyuk tells him that he is following a suspicious shadow. Before he can finish asking his question, Kang-woo tells him to shut up. Min-hyuk tries to explain the situation, but Kang-woo has no plans to listen to him. Kang-woo whips out his arm blades and tries to make sense of the situation. It's unsettling for him to see a guildmaster lurking around the area, so he decides to find out what exactly Min-hyuk is up to. Min-hyuk whips out a dagger as well and assumes that Kang-woo isn't going to hear him out. He decides to make Kang-woo listen to him by force. As the two close the gap between themselves, they instantly leap towards each other. Using his speed and blades, Kang-woo clashes with Min-hyuk's blades. However, his strength is too much for Min-hyuk to handle. The guildmaster leaps back, and with fear in his eyes, he wonders how Kang-woo is so strong. On the other hand, Kang-woo sees that the guy is a pathetic weakling compared to himself. While Min-hyuk struggles to recover his breath, Kang-woo starts to think that maybe the guy doesn't have any affiliations with the demonic order. He decides to tell Min-hyuk that Yeonju and the Hwarang Corps will soon arrive. He says that he'll listen to the guy if he keeps it simple and tells him why he came to Pohang. Min-hyuk feels it's ridiculous for Kang-woo to be suspicious of him, and says that Kang-woo is the one who has been acting shady. He drops one dagger on the ground and firmly grips the other one. He instantly rushes toward Kang-woo with his spinning blade attack, but trusts the Demon King to see this as child's play. Kang-woo easily evades him and asks if it's normal for thieves to battle one-on-one. Later on, he receives a message on his phone, saying that Yeonju and Hwayeon will be there in 10 minutes. He goes to a coffee machine and buys one for Minhyuk after he takes all of the poor guy's money and gemstones. While grabbing another cup for himself, he tells the guildmaster to explain himself quickly because he doesn't have much patience. When he asks Minhyuk why he's in Pohang, the guy tells him that the Onuri Guild is investigating the demonic order independently. He reminds Kangwoo of the term thieves-only bandage and says it's because thieves like him are considered the most useless party members. Regardless, thieves tend to hear rumors quickly, and Minhyuk says they've known about the demon order for some time. We see him in a brief flashback, talking to a couple of his guild members and fellow thieves. He then tells Kangwoo that they decided to investigate the order separate from the government and the Red Rose Guild to prove that thieves are more capable than just bandaging wounds. After that, he says he found Kangwoo acting suspicious, and that's why he followed him. He feels the Demon King won't believe someone as pathetic as himself, but Kangwoo says that he believes the guy. While gulping down his coffee, Kangwoo doesn't understand why Minhyuk is acting so surprised. After that, he tosses his cup into the trash and wishes the guildmaster good luck with his vigilante activities. Feeling confused, Minhyuk tells him to wait. He walks up to him, saying that Kangwoo is much stronger than the 5 guildmasters of Korea. He then asks why Kangwoo is helping the government to hunt down the demonic order. Kangwoo stares at the loser for a minute and tells him that they're both the same. Minhyuk doesn't understand, and Kangwoo asks if he needs a reason to fight for world peace. He really means kimchi stew, but he tries his best to cover up his deranged cravings. As Kangwoo turns to leave majestically, Minhyuk sees that the protagonist is more of a good guy than he thought. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is just glad to be done with the pathetic guy. The only reason he's sticking with the government and Yeonju is for the demonic energy he can get. At least he's sure that the Thief Guild has nothing to do with the demonic order as well. The guild masters that he suspects the most right now are the guild master of Sanurai and Baek Kanghyun. Later on, we see Kanghyun putting on his mask and communicating with someone through an orb. In an eerie cave, he speaks to someone known as Yu Taisik and asks if he's ready for the ritual. This is the first step in their grand scheme, and they need to succeed by any means necessary. He tells Taisik that they must get more sacrifices if necessary. After that, Taisik pulls down his hood and gives glory to the demonic order. One of the followers there informs him that all the blood from the sacrifices has been scattered all over. With a creepy glance on his face, Taisik steps onto the demonic symbol. After inspecting the blood, he tells them that more is needed. He orders one of the followers to come forward. The poor guy walks up to him, only to get stabbed, and his blood is spilled everywhere. The remaining followers gasp at the horrid sight of their fallen brethren, and they demand to know why Taisik has done such a thing. The insane Taisik tells them that there isn't enough blood and they should blame their incompetence for not providing more sacrifices. He begins to slaughter all of them like a madman and spills their blood all over the place. As their dead bodies lie on the ground helplessly, Taisik once again gives glory to the demon order. Seeing that he has enough blood, he slams his hands on the symbol and begins reciting an incantation. The scene shifts back to Yeonju, who has arrived in Pohang. Kangwoo then asks both her and Hwayun if they can enter the S-rank gate now. Hwayun tells him that things don't look too good inside the gate. She says there's a member of the demon order hiding inside the gate, but there are too many caves for her to tell the exact one he's hiding in. She also heard that people feel an eerie sensation when they enter the gate. Footsteps start to approach them, and they see it's Hyunmo, who looks happy to see them. He informs Hwayun that they heard a big explosion inside the gate earlier. Echidna then tugs on Kangwoo's coat, and with a frightened expression, she tells him that the gate reeks of blood. Meanwhile, Taisik succeeds in his ritual, and a crack appears at the scene. He looks up to whatever will appear, and begs it to reveal its mighty powers to him. A huge demon suddenly appears from the crack. It refers to itself as Auriax from the 7th ring of hell, and it asks who dares to summon him. Taisik bows before the mighty demon like the peasant he is. He then happily tells Auriax that he was the one who summoned him. When asked for a reason, Taisik says it's because he desires the slaughter of insignificant mortals. While he promises absolute loyalty to the demon, a spy watches them from the shadows. The guy quickly brings out a walkie-talkie and tells Hyunmo to come over immediately because he has found something suspicious. When Hyunmo tries to get a proper explanation for what's happening, he doesn't get a response. Kangwoo tells them that they need to get moving and stop wasting time. As they step towards the gate, they perceive the hideous scent of blood. Inside the gate, a couple of players witness Auriax bursting out of the cave. Rather than run away, the fools stand there until Auriax sees them. The demon lands before them and says that they will be decent sacrifices for his slaughter. The players decide to stand their ground and not be intimidated. They attack the monster with all they have, but their efforts are as useless as their brains. However, Auriax is pleased with their futile attempts. The demon slaughters them all with one swipe of his weapon. Hyunmo and the rest show up at the scene and witness the horrid sight of players being killed. Meanwhile, Taisik shudders at how much power he has gained with his first summon. With the dimensional gate getting weaker, he'll be able to summon more powerful demons, and the world will fall into the hands of the demon order. On the other hand, Auriax isn't satisfied with how much he has killed. His devilish expression makes the players very hesitant to get any closer to him. They hear Hyunmo's voice telling them to wait, and he charges in to help them. Auriax swings his scythe at the commander, who manages to block the weapon, but the force sends him flying back. The female mage manages to catch him with her magic and starts talking about how he always gets knocked around. Hyunmo is glad to see his comrades, and he tells them to stay strong. Kangwoo, on the other hand, is completely speechless when seeing this. Yeonju wishes that her guild members were there with her, but Huiyan tells her to be glad that the demon hasn't gotten through the gate. While they get hyped up to take down the beast, Kangwoo is still baffled by the whole thing. Taesik then comes to glaze the demon some more, and Auriax lets him know that he already plans to teach the mortals a lesson. The demon looks over at Hyunmo and tells him that he isn't a worthy challenger. Auriax demands to fight a stronger human, then he notices someone among them. He sees Kangwoo trying to act like he has no idea who he is. Auriax is still trying to process what his eyes are seeing. At the same time, Kangwoo feels he is screwed because a real demon has shown up. Auriax is from the 7th ring of hell and Kangwoo is from the 9th ring. That 9th ring is the home to the one known as the Eternal Conqueror, who is none other than the Demon King himself. Auriax finally figures out who he's seeing and starts screaming. He wonders why the hell the Demon King is there of all places. At the same time, Kangwoo is trying to hide his face and maintain maximum composure. Out of all the demons that can show up, it had to be the one that knows Kangwoo's true identity. Taesik looks at Auriax quivering like a scared dog and wonders what's going on. The demon quickly turns to him and demands to be unsummoned at once. Auriax grabs the fool and tells him that he doesn't want to fight Kangwoo. He just wants to be sent back to hell immediately. Taesik tells him that he can't do that, but assures him that Kangwoo's team is made of puny mortals. Auriax can't believe the stupid words coming out of this idiot's mouth. He wonders why anyone would see Kangwoo as a weak being. He calls Taesik a fool and tells him that he has no idea who Kangwoo is or the kind of things he has done. Meanwhile, Kangwoo's team is confused as to why the demon and Taesik are bickering like annoying siblings. Kangwoo steps ahead of them and says that he'll take care of the situation. He says the demon has misunderstood something about him, so he wants to use it to their advantage. Kangwoo then fires a projectile at them to grab Auriax's attention. He calls Auriax and communicates with the demon telepathically and orders him to only speak in a way that he can hear. Auriax is struck with fear and has no choice but to obey his king. He states his name and asks Kangwoo what he's doing on Earth. Considering Auriax is scared to the bone, Kangwoo decides to play along with that. He tells the demon that it's currently hindering his plans, which sends more shivers down the demon's spine. When the demon asks about his plans, Kangwoo glares at him for daring to question his king. Auriax apologizes immediately before things get any worse for him. Kangwoo then says that he's willing to give the demon a chance to make amends for his annoying presence. Considering Auriax has no self-worth, he humbly agrees to do whatever his king wants. Kangwoo seizes the opportunity and offers to make the demon one of his subjects if it obeys well. Upon hearing this, Auriax's eyes light up. This means he can be on the same level as Balak and will be able to use a portion of the Demon King's powers. As soon as he agrees, Kangwoo tells him to drop his weapons and fight his party members. This way, he can test Auriax to gauge his strength. Without a moment's hesitation, the demon flings away his weapon. However, Yeonju and Huiyan can't make sense of why Auriax is acting strangely. Regardless, Huiyan sees it as a chance to take down the monster. She activates her ability and points her blade toward the beast. As Auriax walks over to her, she leaps straight at him. With a slash of her blade, she causes great pain to the demon. Auriax gets furious and starts smashing the ground in a frenzy and insulting them. Yeonju gets pissed by this and whips out her chains. She pierces Auriax with them and swings them around with full force. The chains wrap themselves around Auriax and start to tear away his body. He realizes that Yeonju is very strong, and it will be hard to fight her even with his weapon. Regardless, he shatters the chains in order not to look like a loser in front of his king. Huiyan and Hyunmo attack him together, slashing his body at lightning speed before he can even defend himself. Auriax realizes that the battle will be hard because he hasn't fought without his scythe in a long time. He feels this is probably part of the challenge that the Demon King assigned to him. He then sees Kangwoo walking up to him while holding his scythe. Auriax, being a fool, assumes that Kangwoo wants to infuse the scythe with his demonic power and give it back to him. Unfortunately for him, his beloved king betrays him and uses his own weapon against him. Struck with confusion and pain, Auriax coughs a chunk of blood while looking at his king. Kangwoo tells him to bear any grudges as he splits the demon's body in half. The Demon King blames Auriax for falling for such a cheap trick. The system notifies him of Auriax's defeat and awards him with a lot of experience points. However, Kangwoo's level restriction still hasn't been lifted. Meanwhile, Kangyun sees everything that's happening through his magic orb. Back in the gate, Kangwoo is disappointed about not being able to unlock his level restriction after defeating Auriax. Yeonju and the rest run to him, asking what happened. While he turns to tell them that it's dead, he secretly uses his power of glutton on the demon's body. Yeonju sees the flames engulf the body. After that, Kangwoo's demonic energy increases by 3 points. He's not too happy about only getting 3 points. but he knows how hard it is to level up at higher levels. He also realizes that the seal on his myriad demon palace has become much weaker, and he can feel an increase in the quality of his magic. As his party members get closer, they wonder if demon bodies usually disappear like that after being defeated. Hyunmo then ties up Taisik and shows him to Hwayeon. He asks her if Taisik is the masked cardinal, and she tells him that the guy is just a subordinate. Hyunmo is hoping to get rid of the lunatic, but the demonic order guys are quite hard to catch. He tells Taisik to prepare for a torturous interrogation, but Taisik swears that he won't give up any information. Hyunmo looks down at him with glaring killing intent, and tells Taisik that beating him to a pulp won't be enough for what the lunatic did to his comrades. However, Hwayeon wants to discuss with Hyunmo to make sure that their prisoner is transported safely. He tells her that they have automobiles and helicopters ready for transport. At the same time, Taisik regrets being captured because his plan would have worked if Oriax hadn't decided to act like a wimp. He suddenly starts gagging, and a foul aura surrounds his body. Kangwoo tells Hyunmo to get away from the prisoner quickly, but the commander doesn't understand. As Taisik throws up a chunk of blood, Kangwoo explains that he's been exposed to too much demonic energy. At that moment, Taisik begins to transform into a horrible monster. Yeonju quickly swoops in to take care of the matter. She whips out her blood chains and ties up the transformed prisoner with them. Yeonju then tosses him into the air and slams him back to the ground. When the dust settles, Taisik's body is nowhere to be found. Frustration sets in for her, and she wonders when they'll be able to catch the leader of the demonic order. She admits that her anger got the best of her in this situation, and wishes that she just knocked out the guy to question him later. However, Kangwoo disagrees with her. He tells her not to be so hard on herself, and that they'll have another chance. It's obvious she likes his compliment, but she doesn't outright say it. Kangwoo then goes to check his status window. While looking through, he sees something very shocking. The system states that the first step to becoming the demon god has been acquired. It then shows him that the clue to the final condition is for him to form a large infernal crystal. Back at the demonic order hideout, the followers congratulate the Kang Yoon on his successful summoning. Due to this, they tell him that the order has promised additional support. They will be able to carry out their main plan now, but Kang Yoon isn't pleased at all. The fact that the summoned demon got taken out easily is very upsetting for him. When he asks what the order plans to support him with, they tell him that it will be with more infernal crystals. It'll be enough to execute their plan and also boost the Cardinal's power. Despite this, Kang Yun can't help but wonder why the demon was defeated so easily. He feels it has something to do with Kangwoo. Kang Yun doesn't understand why Oriax behaved strangely with Kangwoo, because he thinks the Demon King is just a clueless kid. One of the followers interrupts him, saying they have one more news for him. Kang Hyun's expression grows grim when they tell him that the world rankers like Fujimoto Ryoma are starting to collaborate with the Japanese government. Kangwoo quickly gets up from his seat and obliterates the informant in an instant. He starts yelling at them for giving him that kind of news as if it's nothing. He asks them if they think that all the setbacks that have occurred are someone else's problems. Kang Hyun tells them that they'll be switching to another strategy immediately, and one of them tries to object. The lackey is worried that they'll be turning the whole world against them. Kang Hyun walks up to the fool and starts to strangle the life out of him. He makes it clear that he knows the risk and tells them not to make him repeat himself. After that, he orders them to prepare the thing at Isu Station. A few days later at Isu Station, while the citizens are going about their business, they suddenly see a bright purple light. When they look, they see a crack forming in the middle of the station. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is enjoying peace and quiet at home. While playing with Echidna, he thinks that things are actually too peaceful. After the incident at Pohang, the demon cult has been unusually silent, and all he's been able to do is collect demon stones with Si-hoon. While riding in the car with Sin-hoo, he gets a call from Yeonju. At the same time, a system window pops up in Si-hoon's face. He quickly informs Kangwoo, and they both start panicking. While they try to figure out what the system is saying, Yeonju is yelling at Kangwoo for not taking her calls. She then informs him that a gate has appeared in the middle of Isu Station. Demonic monsters start to pour from the gate, causing panic and destruction to the people around. The buildings are on fire, and citizens are being slaughtered all around. A lady and her daughter are running to safety when the little girl trips over a pebble. As the mother turns to grab her daughter, the demons quickly close in on them, causing fear to grip the woman. She holds on tightly to her little girl as their fate is about to be sealed. Luckily, Si-hoon shows up on time to slay the monsters. He tells the mother and her daughter to quickly get behind him while he protects them. As Si-hoon faces the demons, he sees that the people have turned into demonic monsters due to the demonic energy oozing out from the crack. He cuts down the monsters, bringing hope and salvation to the citizens who thought their lives were over. But the more he kills, the more of them keep showing up. Knowing that these demonic monsters were originally normal humans, Si-hoon finds it hard to keep killing them. He then recalls that Kangwoo said that regular people die when they get exposed to demonic energy. Once a human turns into a demonic monster, they can't go back to being human. So Kangwoo tells him to think of them as mindless zombies. In order to save the remaining people, he must not hesitate. After remembering this, Si-hoon sprints forward to take on the horde of demonic monsters. Suddenly, the system pops up with a message for him. It generates a guardian's quest for him and tells him to kill all the demonic monsters and the Fisher fragment. He will gain more experience points if he does this with a party, and the system warns him not to let a greater disaster happen. Si-hoon starts with the first monster in front of him. As he swings his sword, he counts the quest number and sees that almost 3,000 people have become demonic monsters. He pushes the thought aside and continues to slaughter the enemies before him one by one. Fortunately, they aren't that strong, which makes this easier for him. With this in mind, he calms his mind and unleashes his special ability, the Cloud Dragon's Beam. Si-hoon starts to slice through the monsters at an incredible speed. With a stern focus, he urges himself to move faster and faster. While he does that, the crowd cheers him on. Eventually, he enters a trance, and the system tells him that he has gained a special attribute known as Swordman Unity. It also tells him that he has fulfilled one of the conditions for transformation. Si-hoon reads through the messages, but the situation isn't looking any better for him. The demonic monsters keep increasing, and he realizes that he can't do this alone. From nowhere, Tae-soo yells out his name, and he looks in the tank's direction. There, he sees his party members, along with Yeonju and Hwayeon. He asks them how they were able to get there so fast. Seola then tells him that Echidna brought them over. Yeonju walks over to him and asks for the whereabouts of Kangwoo. Si-hoon has a sad expression on his face when he tells her that Kangwoo went to the Fisher. Under the crack, Kang-hyun is seen observing the dead bodies all around. He suddenly looks up and sees Kangwoo walking towards him. He wonders if Kangwoo saw the news, and he tells him that they've suffered a lot of human losses. However, Kangwoo remains silent and just glares at him. Kang-hyun says he's glad to see the protagonist, and then tells him that they have to take care of the monsters and clean up the corpses. Suddenly, the Demon King attacks him, but Kang-hyun is able to block it in time. He doesn't even try to deny it and goes ahead to ask Kangwoo when he figured it out. Prior to his encounter with Kang-hyun, Kangwoo told Si-hoon that he had something else to do. As Si-hoon runs off, Kangwoo moves to a different area to look for the person who started this whole ruckus. With so much demonic energy in the air, he knew the person had to be close by. With his observation powers, he scans the area and locates Minhyuk fighting with the demonic monsters. He is surprised at how quickly the Onuri Guildmaster got there, and is impressed with his information network. Seeing that Minhyuk is headed in a straight direction, he decides to follow him. Minhyuk follows a tracking device via his phone and locates the culprit around the Fisher. He sees Kang-hyun using demonic energy to kill someone, which confirms his suspicions. However, Kang-hyun quickly notices his presence and even knows that Minhyuk was pretending to be his friend all along. Before Minhyuk can run away, Kang-hyun grabs him by the neck. When he asks how Kang-hyun found out, the devilish cardinal tells him that the path of evil leads to power far beyond his comprehension. Kang-hyun tells him that he should have known his place and not tried to act like a hero. Minhyuk tells Kang-hyun that he's also drunk and reminds the guy of how he lost to Fujimoto Ryoma. He says that Kang-hyun is crashing out because he couldn't become a world ranker. Upon hearing this, Kang-hyun snaps Minhyuk's neck and tosses his body to the ground. He starts regretting immediately, and wishing that he made the thief suffer more. That's when Kang-hyun leaps into the scene and attacks Kang-hyun. When Kang-hyun asks how long he's known, Kang-woon throws up the middle finger and says he won't waste time talking to trash. This gets Kang-hyun provoked, and he releases a large amount of demonic energy around his fists. Kang-woo whips out his dark weapon, and the two sprint towards each other. As they are about to clash, he adds the power ice and unleashes his Leviathan skill. Kang-hyun's fists start to freeze up, but he manages to block Kang-woo's attack. He struggles to overwhelm his foe and realizes that Kang-woo is stronger than he thought. The Demon King brings out his arm blades and starts slashing everywhere, but his foe maintains a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Seola and the rest see a huge explosion going off in the distance because of the fight. Kang-hyun then lifts up a truck and tosses it at the Demon King. As the truck heads straight for Kang-woo, he slices it into two just when it's about to hit. Kang-hyun emerges from the space he cut through, and he calls him a sly deviant. Kang-woo leaps into the air as well and starts popping off with multiple powers at once. With the combination of his divine power and destructive void, he hurls his fist at Kang-hyun. When their attacks clash, a huge explosion goes off, destroying parts of the city. The impact sends Kang-hyun back with a lot of force. As Kang-woo walks toward him, he finally realizes that it wasn't Yeonju who was interfering with his plans. He then asks Kang-woo to say who he truly is. The Demon King feigns ignorance and asks what Kang-hyun means. Despite the fact that Yeonju is one of the strongest in South Korea, Kang-hyun finds it odd that she'd be able to interfere so much by herself. Again, he asks Kang-woo to state who he truly is. Kang-woo smiles with an insane look and says that he has already given his answer. He whips out his scythe again and tells Kang-hyun that he doesn't deserve his time. But Kang-hyun knows that he's not about to make this easy for him. Kang-woo rushes towards him, and their destructive fight continues. Each clash causes immense damage everywhere around them. Kang-woo manages to overpower Kang-hyun with his scythe, and he grazes the guy's shoulder. As Kang Hyun looks at him, he sees the image of Fujimoto Ryoma, who once defeated him. Seeing himself in a disgraceful position yet again, he laughs at himself. Kang Hyun decides that this will be good, and that Kang Woo will make a good test subject for him. Kang Woo watches silently as Kang Hyun raises his hands to summon something. The demonic cardinal looks towards the fissure, saying that there are enough fissure fragments. Inside the crack, a gemstone shatters and evil laughter is heard from inside. Kang Woo notices that the shape of the fissure is slowly changing. Suddenly, all the demonic energy in the vicinity starts to move towards Kang Hyun. By the time Kang Woo realizes what's happening, it's too late to stop it. As Kang Hyun absorbs more of the demonic energy, his body starts to transform into something else. Wings sprout out from his back, and he grows a tail. Horns pop out from his forehead, and he starts to resemble a full-fledged demon. Kang Woo is in complete shock when he sees that Kang Hyun has successfully summoned a demon into his body. He assumes it might be more than one soul that the guy summoned. In that instant, Kang Hyun's attack narrowly misses him and completely destroys the building behind the Demon King. Kang Woo remains speechless in the face of the monstrosity before him. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun feels satisfied with the power surging through his body. His menacing aura towers over Kang Woo, and he's ready to start their fight again. Kang Woo curses at the situation he finds himself in and doesn't understand how Kang Hyun's crazy plan succeeded flawlessly. The demonic Kang Hyun lunges towards him without a moment's delay. With his ugly and terrifying look, he tries to instill fear in his opponent. However, Kang Woo remains calm and silent, unfazed by the monstrosity he is facing. He flies away instantly as the attack lands, causing Kang Hyun to smash the ground. While looking down at the monster, he vows to end Kang Hyun within a minute. With the combined powers of his Kraken Rage and Divine Power, he rushes towards the demonic monster and attacks. Despite being hit, the demon isn't moved by the attack, and Kang Woo wonders if his hits are so ineffective. The deadly battle continues with more explosions going off around them. Kang Woo puts a lot of demonic energy into his next attack, but it still doesn't affect the demonic monster. Kang Hyun begins to laugh at his foe for such a pitiful display. He grabs Kang Woo's hands, causing the Demon King's weapon to instantly disappear. Kang Woo feels his demonic energy being drained and questions what's going on. However, Kang Hyun continues to mock him and says that he knows the Demon King will fall for his trick. He gloats about his powers being the true strength of a demon. While still holding on to Kang Woo, he uses the power of sealing on him. As Kang Woo hears this, fear and confusion start to creep in. This means that his powers as a player are being sealed. But it's not just that. He can't feel any demonic energy within his body as well. He struggles to break free of the monster's grasp, but it's pointless. Kang Hyun then plants himself firmly and flings the Demon King into a wall. Kang Woo's situation is more dire than ever, and the effect of the sealing has left an outgrowth on his arm. Kang Hyun mocks the pitiful situation of his opponent and says that he knows rude guys like Kang Woo very well. He feels people like Kang Woo think the world belongs to them, and he says that they have no morals. Looking at Kang Woo, he sees the image of Ryoma, which makes him more mad. After rambling, he grabs the Demon King's face, saying that it's time for him to pay the price. He starts squashing Kang Woo's face with all his strength. Suddenly, Echidna comes rushing in to save her master. Kang Woo fears for the little girl when she shows up, but she's currently his only hope. She charges up an attack to send Kang Hyun away from her master, but her powers suddenly disappear. Thanks to Kang Woo's demonic energy being sealed, she isn't able to use any of her powers as well. Kang Hyun recognizes the little brat and sees that she's very close to Kang Woo. He decides to leave Kang Woo and go after the little brat. Kang Hyun quickly grabs the girl so that he can see what kind of reaction Kang Woo will make. On the other hand, Kang Woo picks up a blade from the ground and tells the demonic monster to be quick. Echidna can't even believe what her beloved master is saying. However, Kang Woo points the blade toward Kang Hyun and tells him to stop being so cringe. With his powers sealed, the demon believes that there's nothing Kang Woo can do. To their great surprise, Kang Woo raises his blade and slashes off his corrupted arm. While bleeding out, he decides that he'll finally tell Kang Hyun who he truly is. Seeing Kang Woo cut off his own arm sends shivers down Kang Hyun's spine. He didn't think Kang Woo would do something so drastic. With his arm cut off, the demonic energy starts to kill Kang Woo's body again. However, he used too many powers and has now lost an arm, which still puts him at a disadvantage. Kang Hyun flings Echidna away and asks Kang Woo if he really thinks he'll be able to do anything. Looking at how tough the situation is, Kang Woo decides to use the one thing he didn't want to. As his wound bleeds out, he looks into his myriad demon palace and decides to use the authority of predation. He looks over to where the 3 doors are and moves to open the first one. As he silently opens it, his physical body starts to change and become coated in a thick black liquid. As Kang Hyun tries to make sense of what he's seeing, Kang Woo becomes a black shadow before his eyes. Regardless, he doesn't feel threatened since his gauntlet has regenerated. He rushes towards his foe and smashes the shadow's head. He laughs at Kang Woo's transformation and wonders if the Demon King became a pathetic slime. On the other hand, Echidna cries out to her master, Kang Hyun soon realizes that he's in a deep mess when Kang Woo's head regenerates back. He looks at his hands to see the black, slimy substance engulfing him. In a matter of minutes, it starts to grow mouths all around his body. The black slime starts to devour him, scarring Echidna with such a terrifying sight. Kang Hyun finds himself drowning in Kang Woo's myriad demon palace and calls out to the summoned demon to help him out. He tells the demon to get out of the place because he can't let things end so soon. The demon sees that Kang Hyun has been pushed into a corner and asks for permission to control his consciousness. Kang Hyun agrees, despite the risk of losing his body. The demon looks through his summoner's eyes and screams out when he sees the Demon King. He asks Kang Hyun why he fought such a monster, and says that it would have been better for him to fight Satan instead. Kang Hyun doesn't understand and asks if Kang Woo is stronger than one of the 7 archdukes. The demon calls him a bumbling idiot and tells him that there are no longer 7 archdukes. He tells Kang Hyun that the dukes were devoured by Kang Woo, the Demon King. Kang Hyun is shocked to hear this and doesn't believe that the Demon King would actually be on Earth. Despite being in disbelief, Kang Woo lands before him and continues to devour his poor soul. Eventually, even Kang Woo begins to drown in the sea of his own power. While drowning in the sea, he doesn't remember a single thing. He looks back and sees Kang Hyun being devoured by his predatory skills. Seeing that the guy is barely conscious, he tries to get out of there quickly, but as he gets closer to the door, he starts to question everything. Suddenly, the shadowy hands grab onto him and start dragging him back underwater. He doesn't remember who he is and questions why he has to struggle so much. He believes it would all be easier if he just gave up. While lost in thought, he gets surrounded by shadowy hands. Suddenly, he hears his name and fights his way out of the deep sea. When he emerges, his eyes open, and he sees his comrades calling out to him and crying their hearts out. Kang Woo struggles to clear up his mind. Then he tells them that it's fine, and says it's normal to put your life on the line to look cool. However, Echidna, who is his familiar, knows that he was about to disappear. He apologizes for nearly abandoning her again and leaving her to be lonely. He lets out a heavy sigh, knowing that he was pushing his luck by opening one of those doors. Opening the doors is a method used to force the 10,000 demon core to explode. It's a method he avoided using in Hell because he could get devoured by it if he's not careful. As comforts Seola and Echidna, he swears to avoid doing it again until he's sure that he can control it. Moreover, he can't die and leave behind his lovely family. He vows to protect them at all costs. After that, the system notifies him of the defeat of the demon from the 8th Hell. His level is still restricted, but his demonic energy stat increases by 5, and he also obtains the authority of sealing. Kang Woo glances at the message and sees that his demonic energy stat has surpassed 100 points. The minimum requirement for being a world ranker is 100 points. However, Echidna has managed to beat some sense into him for making her worry so much. Seola places her hand on his bandage and uses her healing magic on his wounds. Kang Woo sees the amazing effects of her ability, and she tells him that she has reached her 5th awakening. 3 days after the Isu Station incident, Kang Woo is enjoying a well-deserved rest. Thanks to sleeping for 4 days straight, his body managed to recover well enough. Echidna jumps for joy when she sees him enter the kitchen. Seola and Yeonju also see him when he walks in, and she asks if he's okay. He tells her that the sleep was enough for him to recover, and asks what Yeonju is doing in their house. Seola then tells Kang Woo that Seola has been visiting every day to make sure that he's fine. However, Yeonju tries to deny how much she cares about him. After that, Seola suggests that he should rest a bit more, but he assures that he's fine. Yeonju tells him that the Hanul Guild was disbanded while he was sleeping for days. She also says that they caught the demon cultists, but they turned into demons before she could do anything. Since that day, there hasn't been any movement from the demon order. According to international reports, it also seems most of the national demon cultists have been cleared up. Yeonju also tells Kang Woo that the damage caused in Korea by the cultists is much, and they're still fixing it up. Kang Woo picks up his phone to check the news and sees people talking all about the demon cult and how Sihoon is a hero. Later on, Yeonju asks if Kang Woo is leaving the demon cult issue alone after what happened. He laughs at her question and says he won't stop until all the cult members are 6 feet under the ground. Yeonju is glad that he's still very much interested in the matter. She then tells him not to bully Sihoon since the genius has become a trending hot topic. She brings up more news by telling him that one of the World Rankers Guild representatives came to Korea. The person is from a Chinese guild known as Thousand Sword Gate, and they came to scout Sihoon. Kang Woo thinks about how the Gaia system is constantly losing power and doesn't even know what the demon cult will try next. His frustration grows more when he remembers that he still has a level restriction. Without being able to level up, he starts to think of the most effective way to refine his techniques. He then remembers Sihoon and wonders if he can profit from the martial god's descendant. Later on, at the Red Rose Guild headquarters, Sihoon is glad to see him when they meet up. While they are talking, a bunch of Sihoon's fangirls are losing their minds over the hot boy. Sihoon tells Kang Woo that the crowd has made it difficult for him to go hunting recently. He also doesn't like how the situation has turned out. Si-hoon doesn't feel he's deserving of the hero title, knowing that it was Kang Woo who resolved the Isu Station incident. However, Kang Woo wants him to bask in the glory because he doesn't want to be the one at the center of attention. He tells Si-hoon how receiving attention is just annoying when there's nothing to gain out of it. After that, our new hero asks Kang Woo why he called him. Kang Woo then says that he wishes to learn martial arts from the prodigy. They quickly head off to a training room to begin the lessons. When Si-hoon asks what his main weapon is, Kang Woo tells him that he usually uses anything that fits the situation. Kang Woo then brings out his arm blades and asks if they will be good enough. Si-hoon ignores this and hands him a sword instead since most of his martial arts techniques revolve around a sword. Kang Woo then takes the sword from him. Si-hoon then starts by showing him the basic techniques of the Sleeping Dragon sword style. He dashes forward and swings his sword, unleashing the 8th form of dragon sword style. The attack causes an explosion and shatters the wall of the training room. When the dust settles, Si-hoon tells Kang Woo that he showed off the 8th form to get his interest. His oblivious nature shows when he tells Kang Woo that the technique is very easy. After that, he tells the Demon King to just copy his movements, but Kang Woo has no idea how that is supposed to work. However, Si-hoon encourages him, saying that he'll definitely be able to do it. Kang Woo thinks the guy is crazy but goes ahead to try out the technique. Si-hoon tells him that he's using too much strength and tries to correct his form. However, Kang Woo is just swinging his sword aimlessly like a buffoon. After exhausting himself, he asks Si-hoon if he has had an easy time learning all of this. When Si-hoon confirms it was easy for himself, Kang Woo realizes how stupid he was to try and learn something from a genius. Out of frustration, he tosses his sword to the ground and gives up on learning martial arts. Si-hoon grabs Kang Woo and urges him not to quit, but the Demon King can't stand the fact that this guy is too dumb to read the room. Si-hoon feels he's not good enough, but Kang Woo tells him that it is in fact the opposite. Since Kang Woo isn't good with the sword style, the prodigy offers to teach him the Psyche style and feels it'll be easier. Kang Woo observes Si-hoon's body with his all-seeing eyes and figures he can try this out. He sits down to meditate and begins to harness the demonic energy within himself. In the process, he activates the Ruler of Demonic Energy ability and increases his control of demonic energy. After a while, the system tells him that he has learned the Celestial Dragon's Psyche style. In the process of meditating, he manages to create a demonic energy stone and obtains a hint regarding the last condition for the extreme demonic energy body. When Kang Woo sees this, he looks at Si-hoon, but the swordsman doesn't understand what's making him so excited. Out of joy, he tells the swordsman that he loves him. Si-hoon's face then lights up like a puppy. The system window then shows that the last hint is for Kang Woo to create a demonic stone of a certain size. Kang Woo is surprised to find out about this, and he wonders if the stone is the same kind that the demonic cult used. He analyzes the energy from the stone and sees that the concentrated power is slightly different from that of the demonic order. To him, they're kind of like an Americano and espresso, but with similar quantities. He looks over at the test dummies and decides to test out his powers on them. As he walks over, he charges up a punch and lets it out on the training dummies. His power completely operates the dummies and obliterates their heads. Si-hoon is completely baffled when he sees this, and wonders how Kang Woo is able to use the Psyche style so well. After testing his power, Kang Woo finds out that using an attack uses about 1/3 of the demonic energy stone. Si-hoon runs over to compliment him, and he tells the prodigy that the Psyche style is much easier to learn. Kang Woo tells him how the technique was of great help to him. Although he is disappointed with the size of the demonic stone that was formed, Kang Woo is sure that the size will grow if he keeps practicing this technique. He starts using it again while standing up, but Si-hoon panics and tries to warn him about this. However, Kang Woo is completely fine. This confuses the swordsman because he heard that one can suffer from chi overflow if one uses the technique without properly sitting. Regardless, Kang Woo is alright, and using this is much easier for him compared to controlling the 10,000 demon core. With this, he happily thinks of how much he wants to focus on cultivating more demon stones. Si-hoon tells him that this is the best method he knows for now, although he can incorporate more power from the martial god and learn other ones. Kang Woo tells him they've done enough for the day and suggests that they go to an S-rank gate next time. After that, they leave the training room and head outside. Si-hoon tries to take the train, but the Demon King tells him to get into the car. While they drive off, Kang Woo offers to get a car for Si-hoon. The swordsman humbly rejects it because Kang Woo is already doing enough by helping with his mother's hospital bills. However, Kang Woo wants to get him a car because it'll be more convenient for both of them. When Si-hoon hears this, he starts getting emotional and looking at Kang Woo in a creepy way. Suddenly, Kang Woo detects a strange power outside. He then sees two hefty-looking men standing outside a building. He quickly steps out of his car with Si-hoon, and the swordsman asks the guys who they are. The one with a scarred eye introduces himself as Nam Gung-jin of the Thousand Sword Gate. He tells Si-hoon that the Sword King wants to see him and orders him to follow them. The swordsman is surprised by this and asks if the guy means Cheon Mu-jin. Once Gung-jin hears the Sword King's name, he warns Si-hoon not to mention the name so lightly. After that, he tells the genius to shut up and follow him. He then informs Sihun that there's a plane ready to take him. Kang Woo immediately stops his subordinate and steps in to confront the bald brute. He asks Gung Jin where he learned to speak Korean. The hefty man immediately feels infuriated by Kang Woo's presence. However, the Demon King warns him not to speak so informally. With a seething rage, Gung Jin demands for Kang Woo to state who he is. When Kang Woo calls himself Sihun's brother, the brute starts to think that he is Young Hoon. But Kang Woo explains that some relations are thicker than blood. This touches a soft spot in Sihun's heart. After that, Gung Jin tells Kang Woo to move out of the way because he has no interest in him. Kang Woo provokes the guy further by saying that he also has no interest in his Sword King. The brute starts to ooze out a powerful aura and warns the Demon King to watch his mouth. He then tells Sihun to follow quickly if he doesn't want Kang Woo to get hurt. Coincidentally, this angers Sihun and he warns Gung Jin not to speak to his brother that way. After seeing that he's dealing with two stubborn guys, Gung Jin decides to teach them a lesson. Before he can pull out his sword, Kang Woo stops him and warns him not to try it. The protagonist tells the guy that if he does so, he won't be able to go back. However, Gung Jin gets more upset when he sees that he's being pushed back. As Kang Woo steps back, the guy pulls out his sword in anger. He refers to the MC as just a player from a small country, but he's about to eat his words. Kang Woo instantly dashes over and starts crushing the guy's hands. As Gung Jin screams in pain, he realizes that even he can be made to tremble in fear. On the other hand, Kang Woo takes note of the Thousand Sword Gate Guild name. After that, he asks Sihun if there's any good place where they can get kimchi stew close by. He decides that he's going to make Gung Jin eat some good food before sending him back on good terms. They head over to a restaurant where Kang Woo orders 10 bowls of kimchi stew. After beating some sense into the Chinese players, he tells them to enjoy the meal and says he's letting them go because he's in a good mood. However, Gung Jin feels shameful that he's being treated like a dog by a Korean player. The waitress then steps out with a steaming pot of food. She sets down the delicious meal before them, and Gung Jin is curious as to what this meal is. Later on, Gung Jin returns to the Sword King in a pitiful state and informs him of what happened in Korea. The Sword King looks down at him and highlights that Gung Jin fought with Sihun's group even though he asked the dumb brute to be polite. Gung Jin quickly apologizes for his incompetence, but he never imagined that Kang Woo would be a true demon. His life nearly ended because of the way Kang Woo reacted to his remarks about the kimchi stew. A strange girl pops out from behind the Sword King's throne as Mujin starts to laugh like a maniac. After that, he blows Gung Jin away and sends the guy crashing into the wall. He immediately expels the brute from the guild, saying that they don't need someone without proper martial etiquette. The strange girl, who happens to be Mujin's daughter, asks her father if he's going to South Korea. The man then tells his daughter that it's only right for him to go since he was invited. Back in Korea, Kang Woo is out hunting with Sihun and his party members. After they took some time off, Seola is very enthusiastic to get back to hunting. However, Yoonbi wants to rest for a bit longer. Echidna then starts jumping all over Kang Woo and calling for her master's attention. She tells him not to overwork himself and says he should tell her if there's anything she can help with. Kang Woo then happily smiles at the kid. He tells them that they'll get moving once they locate a target. He looks around for a monster that's separated from the rest of its group and manages to find one idly standing around. He quickly signals to Echidna, and she goes to grab the monster's attention. Kang Woo calmly waits for her because it will be best if he doesn't drag the attention of a horde. He uses his powers to make her footsteps completely silent. Echidna sneaks up behind the monster and uses her powers to slice up the monster's body. As the ogre's blood splatters on the ground, the other monsters notice its scent. When the ogre rushes in to attack, Kang Woo signals the rest of the party to take action. Tae-soo immediately jumps in and blocks the ogre's punch with his shield. While Echidna is trying to get compliments from her master, Seola starts to set up buffs for Yoonbi. The little mage starts chanting some incantations before releasing her lightning attack along with Seola's support. The ogre gets hit with the attack and is stunned in place. Sihun then jumps in and uses the fifth form of his dragon sword style to end the beast. Their battle ends, and the party members can't believe how tough it is to battle the monster. Seola and her comrades celebrate their efforts and are happy that they are able to take down an S-rank monster. Kang Woo feels that the team needs to gain practical experience aside from leveling up. On the other hand, Sihun doesn't even look fazed by the battle. Seola starts to heal Tae-soo, and the party gets ready to move on to the next target. Kang Woo suddenly hears the sound of some monsters close by. When he turns around, he sees 3 ogres rushing towards them, and he figures that they are attracted to the blood scent. The 3 beasts are a lot for them to handle all at once. So Kang Woo conjures his dark spear and decides to take care of the matter by himself. Before he can jump into action, he suddenly sees a bright beam of light. The light pierces through the monsters, instantly defeating them. Kang Woo then sees 3 figures in the distance, and one of them says that they've been looking for him. His expression becomes very serious when he figures out who he's looking at. The 3 people reveal themselves to be Mujin of the Thousand Sword Gate, his daughter, and an assistant who looks like he's about to piss on himself. Mujin then apologizes for the encounter they had with Gung Jin last time. Sihun and Seola are shocked beyond words when they see the Chinese players. Mujin assumes they can't understand Chinese, so he tells his assistant to translate for him. However, Kang Wu tells him to continue speaking, and he uses his powers to translate Mujin's words. He then tells the Sword King that apologizing with words is something that anyone can do. Once again, Mujin apologizes to him for the rude actions of his subordinate. In order to show his sincerity, Mujin bows to Kang Wu, his daughter and assistant, when they see such a gesture from the Sword King. Even Seola and the rest can't believe that Mujin would go that far. Kang Wu is a bit nervous to hear that Mujin expelled Gungjin from the guild because of his reckless actions. The Sword King then promises to never let something like that happen again. Kang Wu, with his devilish grin, immediately takes note of Mujin's promise. As Mujin promises again, Kang Wu gives a sinister smile. After that, Kang Wu accepts his words and decides not to be hostile towards a potential ally. Mujin then tells him that they came to meet Sihun after seeing his fight at the Isu station. The Demon King asks him why he wants to meet Sihun so badly. The Sword King replies by saying that he wants to know how the swordsman was able to learn the martial arts of the martial god. Echidna then tugs on Kang Wu's clothes and asks him what a martial god is. Her master wonders how she's able to understand Chinese. She then tells him that she's using magic to communicate, just like she does with Korean. Echidna also confirms that she can use the magic on other people. After that, Sihun asks her to use it on Sihun and the others. Mujin then starts to understand what Sihun and the others are saying, but Echidna tells him that it's because of her magic, which enables people to communicate without a language barrier. Mujin starts making fun of his translator because the poor guy is completely useless right now. Since everyone can now understand themselves, Mujin decides to repeat his question. Sihun is shocked when the Sword King asks about the martial god, and Kang Wu also wants to know how Mujin is able to tell. Mujin then reveals to them that he is a descendant of the martial god, Cheon Taehuang. Upon hearing this, Kang Wu wonders if Taehuang is someone who used to live on Earth. He also finds out that Mujin knew martial arts before awakening as a player. To Kang Wu, it's similar to how the demon cult existed before players started to awaken. He then asks Mujin what he plans to do once Sihun reveals how he learned the techniques. He thinks the Sword King might have a plan to kill Sihun to preserve the vision of the techniques. Mujin laughs at his silly assumptions and tells Kang Wu that he's read too many martial arts novels. On the other hand, Kang Wu thinks the Sword King looks exactly like one of those characters from the novels. The Sword King then steps forward to make a deal and says that many of their martial arts have been lost with each passing generation. If the Dragon Sword, Sihun, helps him to fully restore the Cloud Dragon sword style, he offers to personally teach Sihun martial arts. Kang Wu then turns to Sihun and asks him what he thinks of the offer. The Dragon Sword wants to become stronger so that incidents like that of the Isu station won't happen again. Kang Wu sees his subordinate's expression and tells him to go and talk to the Sword King. He already knows Sihun wishes to get stronger and live up to his expectations. The two of them start looking at each other like lost lovers, which makes Seola ready to burn down the whole place. After that, Mujin rides back home with his daughter. He is glad that the deal was able to end well. Back then, Sihun agreed with him, and Kang Wu said that the teaching and restoration of the technique would take place in South Korea. Seeing that he has to stay in South Korea for a while, he asks his daughter, Soyeon, if she's okay with it. Soyeon tells her father it's fine because she already wants to visit the country. Mujin loses his cool when she tells him that a man has caught her interest. Soyeon once said she wasn't interested in anyone who was weaker than her father, but now there's a man who's got her licking her lips. Mujin assumes she's talking about Sihun and says that he's a nice person. With the martial god's soul resting within the dragon sword, Mujin is impressed with how Sihun is able to flawlessly use the Cloud Dragon sword style. He even believes that Sihun is something known as the Sacrum. He offers to set up a date between Soyeon and Sihun so that they can get to know each other better. Surprisingly, she says the one who caught her attention is our boy, Kang Wu. Right now, Seola is going to need demonic stones to keep all these people away from her man. Mujin is shocked when his daughter says this. She recalls how Kang Wu made her father apologize, and it stirred something in her body. Sadly, Mujin feels this is going to mess with his plans. He feels Sihun will be far stronger than Kang Wu in a matter of years, and by then it'll be too late for Soyeon to get close to the dragon sword. The matter troubles him a lot because he wants to see his daughter get married before he dies. Mujin tries to persuade Soyeon in Sihun's direction, but she cuts him off by reminding him that she's not interested in anyone weaker than him. He complies with her and decides to see how strong Kang Wu truly is. The next day at the Red Rose Guild, Kang Wu and Sihun are interrupted in their training session. Suddenly, Mujin and Soyeon walk in, and the old man says he wants to spar with the Demon King. When Kang Wu asks why, Mujin says that he wants to check the skills of the Demon King. In return, he offers to owe Kang Wu a favor in the name of the Thousand Sword Gate. Kang Wu sees this as a good opportunity to test the power of his new demonic energy stones. He accepts the proposal and asks that they start the fight immediately. Without delay, the fight kicks off with a huge clash in the training room. The Demon King uses his Leviathan spear, but Mujin blocks the attack with his sword. However, the Sword King sees that his weapon is slowly freezing, so he quickly pushes Kang Wu away before any more damage is done. As Kang Wu is sent flying backward, Mu Jin instantly closes the gap between them. Kang Wu is shocked by the speed of his opponent, but he is able to evade Mu Jin's sword thrust. As the Sword King goes in for another slash, Kang Wu smiles and pops out a spear in between them. Mu Jin manages to evade just in time and prevent himself from becoming impaled. The ground explodes, and shards of stone are sent flying all across the room. Kang Wu admits that was a bit dangerous. However, the demonic energy stone is performing very well. As he wields his bident, he realizes that the speed at which he can use authorities has increased. Kang Wu grips his spear firmly and plants his feet to launch the weapon like a javelin. He also finds out that he's able to adapt better without using body-fortifying authorities. He hurls the spear straight at Mu Jin, who calmly raises his sword and unleashes a blue dragon technique. He stops the spear midway with this ability and shatters the weapon. However, Kang Wu quickly snaps his finger, causing the pieces of the spear to explode around Mu Jin. This is also a result of his increased destructive powers. Si-Hoon and Soyeon call out to the Sword King in a panicked state after the last explosion. However, Mu Jin yells for them to stop and starts to release an even more powerful aura. Kang Wu detects killing intent from the old man, and it's strong enough to send chills down his spine. He sees what a world ranker's true strength finally looks like. At the same time, Mu Jin says he'll be taking things seriously now. This only manages to get the Demon King more excited as he brings out his blades and the power of Hellfire. He also adds the authority of Slaughter to the mix, causing him to conjure up a huge sword known as Gram. The air begins to vibrate violently as the two of them unleash their powers. Mu Jin asks Kang Wu just who exactly he is, but the Demon King tells him that anything he heard is probably true, so the Sword King should just come at him. Just as the two are about to be at each other's neck, Kang Wu's phone starts ringing. He pauses their fight when he sees the call is from Yeonju. When he answers the phone, Yeonju starts yelling at him for not waiting at the guild entrance and asks him why he isn't out yet. While she's fuming, she tells him that Captain Hyunjae just returned from Japan and she needs him to take her to the Hwarang squad's base. Yeonju threatens to take his car away, so he has no choice but to accept her request. Seeing that the Demon King is in a tight spot, Mu Jin tells him to go ahead and that they'll deal with the aftermath of their battle later. As Kang Wu leaves, the Sword King is unhappy because they aren't able to finish their fight. However, Soyeon and Si-Hoon can't get over how strong Kang Wu is. Mu Jin decides to hold off on his plans until he can figure out Kang Wu's true identity. The chilling feeling he got from the Demon King felt like an ominous sea that would devour everything. Later on at the Hwarang squad headquarters, Kang Wu starts to feel a cold sweat on his face when he hears about a succubus. While in a meeting room with Yeonju and Hwayeon, Captain Hyunjae tells them that Japan's demon order is trying to summon a succubus. He also confirms that the demon's name is none other than Lilith. Upon hearing this, Kang Wu recalls some very horrible memories of that ugly monster. A few minutes prior to their meeting, Hyunjae introduced himself as Hwarang's first squadron captain. They exchange greetings with one another before taking a seat to commence their meeting. As Kang Wu sits down, he gazes at Hyunjae, who is supposedly on par with Kang Hyun. At the same time, the captain apologizes for not being around to help with the incident in South Korea. Yeonju then tells him that Kang Wu was able to resolve the incident, and Hyunjae thanks him. After that, the captain says that he has news for them. When he mentions that it's related to the demon cult, Yeonju gets a cold shiver in her body. He then tells them of the plans of the demon cult in Japan. Yeonju confirms that she heard about Japan's demon cult being much bigger. Hyunjae tells Hwayeon that the Japanese government has asked for help because the situation is quite bad. Yeonju wonders if the government really needs their help, considering they have someone like Fujimoto Ryoma. However, Japan doesn't really have outstanding players except Ryoma. Yeonju is exhausted because she hasn't recovered from the Isu station incident, and the demon cult is already summoning another demon. On the other hand, Kang Wu is excited about this and wonders what demon the cult plans to summon. Considering his demonic energy stat hasn't increased in a while, he sees this as the perfect opportunity to hunt a demon and devour it. Of course, his expression changes when he hears that it's Lilith that they're trying to summon. Kang Wu immediately loses his cool and scares Yeonju. He immediately vows to stop the summoning by any means necessary. The last thing he needs is a crazy female demon on his neck. Back in Hell, Lilith was one of the closest aides, along with Balak. While Balak was a symbol of strength, Lilith managed the Demon King's army with her outstanding brain. She was also the official wife of the Demon King. His faction was once destroyed in a fight with an archduke, and he overcame the crisis with Lilith's help. After that, he ended up marrying her. From then on, Lilith would try to get some tentacle action with him, and he'd have to run away every night. Kang Wu vows never to experience such a thing again, and he tells Yeonju and the rest that they have to stop the demon summoning at all costs. Yeonju is confused by his sudden weird behavior. The Demon King then asks Hyunjae to tell him about Japan's current situation. Hyunjae warns them not to inform anyone of this. Then he tells them that a girl known as Kurosaki Yuri has been kidnapped by the demon cult. The girls immediately lose their minds when they hear this and ask him if it's really true. However, Kangwoo quietly asks Yeonju who Yuri is. She tells him that 5 years ago, during the day of the Cataclysm, an SS rank gate appeared in Sapporo Station. As monsters emerged and killed many of the Japanese citizens, the country almost collapsed. Kurosaki Yuri, also known as the Maiden of the Skies, showed up to help them. She's also the granddaughter of the Japanese emperor, and she poured buffs on the Japanese players, enabling them to push back the monsters to Hokkaido. To this day, Hokkaido still can't be accessed, but Yuri became Japan's anchor after her tremendous help. Yeonju also says that Yuri has an incredible ability. She can make Japanese mythological gods descend into her body, and this is how Ryoma's Sunsano eyes were made. Kangwoo feels that there must be a reason for the cult to kidnap someone so precious. He then recalls that the names of the 7 archdukes are linked to the 7 great sins. If he is right, he assumes that Yuri's ability involves calling forth the power of someone from another dimension. This means the demon cult is trying to summon Lilith to use her powers of illusion and domination. Hyunji then tells him that they can move 7 people at most because Japan still wants to keep the kidnapping case a secret. With Hyunmo added to the number of persons in the room, there are currently 5 persons, which leaves room for 2 more people. Hyunjae also tells him that there's a plan at the airport waiting to move the people. Kangwoo tells him that they should use Echidna instead, but he has no idea who that is. Later on, we see Echidna bursting through the clouds at an incredible speed. There's a purple barrier on her back, and inside it is Kangwoo and the others. Yeonju checks the barrier and asks Kangwoo when he came up with something like this. He tells her that he made it when he thought about how he could ride with everyone. Meanwhile, Hyunmo is a bit airsick and is trying his best to hold it in. Echidna threatens to toss him away if he dares vomit on her back. Seola, who is surprisingly with the party, calls Kangwoo's attention and asks if it's a good idea for her to tag along instead of Sihun or Tae-soo. He then tells her that she'll be more useful than the rest, which causes her to start blushing uncontrollably. He plans to use her buff abilities to boost his demonic energy trait. After some time, Echidna informs her master that they've arrived at their destination. Seola's eyes are filled with a fearful expression when she sees the state of Sapporo Station. The entire place is in shambles with different kinds of demonic monsters roaming around the area. In the middle of the desolate city stands the SS rank gate that is yet to be dealt with. Kangwoo looks around and notices that there's demonic energy spread throughout the station. He asks Hyunjae if the demon summoning is taking place in the station, and the captain tells him that it's what the Japanese government believes. Seeing that they don't have much time, Kangwoo decides that they should join the Japanese group below. At the Sapporo base, there is a group of soldiers protecting a helicopter landing zone. An old man and a younger-looking guy look up to see Kangwoo and his team touching down on the helipad. The soldiers begin to panic and point their guns at the Korean players, asking them to identify themselves. However, the old man quickly recognizes Captain Hyunjae. The captain refers to the man as Prime Minister Yamada and tells him that it's only natural for them to come to Japan's aid. Kangwoo then tells Echidna to use her translation magic on all of them. After that, Hyunjae introduces his teammates to Yamada and guarantees their strength in helping out with the demon cult subjugation. The younger-looking dude then walks up and asks for permission to greet the captain as well. He stretches out his hand to greet him and reveals himself to be Ryoma. While he and Hyunjae discuss, Kangwoo wonders if he's truly looking at Ryoma. He immediately sees Ryoma's Suzanu's eye. After that, the ranker comes to greet him, but he tells the guy to keep the formalities aside. Kangwoo goes straight to business by asking more about the plan since they don't know where the summoning will take place. A virtual map appears behind Ryoma, and he begins to explain the plan to them. A few moments later, a horde of demonic beasts is seen causing havoc around the area. Echidna then charges up her magic and attacks the monsters. The demonic beasts slowly fall to the ground while struggling to breathe. Kangwoo and his babe stand by the side and watch the rest of the team take on the monsters. Among the monsters, he sees a demon golem from the second hell and a Kerberos from the third hell. While monsters are being dealt with, he wonders how the demon cult is able to control the beasts. Yeonju then calls him and asks why he's leaving them to do the dirty work. Seola then uses her buff magic on him at his request, and it significantly boosts his stats. Just as Kangwoo thought, the buff turned out to be very effective. He immediately combines the powers of 2 authorities to test it out. He shoots out a huge beam of fire at the monsters and nearly incinerates his teammates in the process. As the monster is being burned alive, Yeonju shields herself from the impact of Kangwoo's destructive powers. But that's not what she feels she's supposed to be feeling. She then turns to the lovebirds and asks them if they've lost their minds. However, Kangwoo ignores and tells his darling that this is why she's perfect for the job. Seola feels they'll be able to wipe out the monsters with Kangwoo's destructive powers. However, he has been feeling a bit of uneasiness. He recalls Ryota's explanation of the plan when the Ranker told them that they'd be splitting into 2 teams to deal with the demonic monsters. Since the Demon Order will be confused by the presence of the Korean players, he tells them they'll use their advantage to sneak one person into the Order's ceremony. When Hyunjae asks if the person will be going in alone, Ryoma confirms and says he won't be giving the captain such a dangerous task. Instead, Ryoma will be taking that role himself. Due to this, Kangwoo feels that the guy is trying to be a hero. He doesn't even notice when Seola tries to warn him about Yeonju approaching them. Suddenly, an explosion goes off on the roof of a building nearby. Yeonju freaks out when she sees this, and Kangwoo blames Ryoma for being too flashy with his appearance. The Demon King then activates his observation powers to locate Ryoma. He quickly locates the Ranker and wonders if that's where the ceremony is taking place. While Ryoma runs around and kills the monsters, Kangwoo feels it strange for them to not have encountered any demon cult members with the chaos going on. He then quickly realizes what's happening and figures out where the demon summoning is taking place. Yeonju and Seola then ask him to explain what he's talking about. Kangwoo combines 2 of his authorities and smashes the ground. Yeonju flares up at him and asks what the crazy guy is doing. While they are checking up on him, 2 shadows are seen in the ground below. With their masks, you can already tell that they are members of the demon cult. They quickly bring out their weapons and ask Kangwoo how he found them. However, our boy and his 2 women look more terrifying than actual demons as soon as they see the enemies. The next scene shows the blood splatter and mask of the demon cult members. These guys were so weak, too weak to even stand a chance against the Demon King. After that, Yeonju and Seola run to him like damsels in distress. Since he managed to find where the cult members were hiding, they both decide to follow him. Sadly, he breaks their hearts by telling them that they can't come with him. He tells them that they need to help distract the monsters that are still wreaking havoc above. Echidna then shows up and tells him that he can't repeat what happened the last time. She makes him promise that it won't happen, and Kangwoo promises. He's also sure that he won't need to use the power of 10,000 demon cores. After that, he sprouts his wings and races to where the ceremony is taking place. Some of the cult members see the Demon King heading straight for them and move in the way to try and stop him. Kangwoo brings out his arm blades and slices through them swiftly. He notices that these cultists are quite weaker than the ones in Korea. Looking back at them, he wonders why they're so desperate to stop him. While flying around the place, he hears a loud chanting sound coming from a hole in the wall. It's revealed that these cultists have an unhealthy obsession with Lilith. They probably wish they could have her tentacles all around them. Their leader is performing the ceremony with Yuri's body and telling his followers that the time to serve their god is here. They all start chanting with him, saying that their beliefs will transcend this dimension. While demonic energy pours out of the crack, one of the cultists notices a strange person. As soon as he sees Kangwoo, he alerts the cardinal about the intruder. Kangwoo tells them to carry on while he tries to process what the hell he's looking at. The cultists prepare to attack him, but with the designs on their robes, Kangwoo finds it hard to take them seriously. Even their weapons have cute keychains of Lilith attached to them. However, the cardinal refuses to stand still and do nothing when an intruder has interrupted them. Kangwoo's expression gets worse when the cardinal approaches him. As expected of a depraved fanboy, Cardinal Ichiro looks like a typical jobless fatso. The Demon King tries to understand their reason for wanting to summon the succubus queen. Ichiro then reveals his depraved desires and says that it's the same for all men. Kangwoo starts to look grim when he sees that these fools only see a succubus as an object of their depraved desires. Before Ichiro can say anything else, Kangwoo rushes him and smashes the fatso's mask with his knee. The cardinal gets sent back like a pesky fly, and Kangwoo calls them people who only think with their lower halves. The other cultists are shocked to see that their cardinal got taken out so easily. Kangwoo then warns them not to take hell lightly, and says that it's not anything their meager minds can comprehend. However, the cultists rush towards him and try to take him down. He quickly takes them out, but they keep pushing forward while protecting their cardinal. However, Ichiro tells his followers to run away because they can't face the Demon King. He decides to buy time for them, but they refuse to abandon him. The cardinal tells them not to worry because their beliefs and wishes will last forever. While they are all moved by his touching words, Kangwoo can't stand how pathetic these guys are. He calls their theatrics a piece of garbage because they are still responsible for kidnapping people and using them as offerings. Ichiro yells back and tells him not to insult their beliefs. As Kangwoo conjures his gram sword, he tells the fool that if his beliefs are so important, then he can die for them. The Demon King tosses his sword straight at the fisher, and Ichiro quickly moves to stop him. The cardinal ends up getting impaled by the sword, causing him to cough up blood. Some followers try to check up on Ichiro, while one of them decides to face Kangwoo and buy time for the rest. But Kangwoo uses his threatening gaze to scare them away. While the losers run away, he steps towards the fisher. He would have loved to kill all of them, but preventing Lilith from showing up is his biggest priority. The Demon King then fuses the powers of the Demon Stone and the authority of divine power to seal the crack. He grabs the fisher and starts pulling it together to close. Just as things are going according to plan, a tentacle suddenly creeps out of the crack and grabs his arm. It then holds him firmly, and Kang Wu immediately recognizes this sensation. More tentacles sprout out of the crack, and Lilith says that she's heading over to him. Kang Wu becomes terrified and begs her not to come anywhere close to him. While trying to fight back her tentacles, the energy in the demonic stone begins to deplete rapidly. He thinks of using the demonic energy sea but remembers his promise to Echidna. As much as he doesn't want to meet Lilith again, he doesn't feel it's worth risking his life for. Regardless, the situation calls for drastic measures. Kang Wu activates his authority of predation so that he can use it to absorb the demonic energy of the fissure and form another demonic energy stone. Luckily, he also meets the last condition, which requires him to form a stone of a certain size. With that, he fulfills the 3 conditions for the extreme demonic energy body. The system then tells him that his body is starting to transform. Kang Wu isn't happy about this, but he decides to use this to take advantage of the situation. He concentrates the overflowing energy from the energy stone in order to close the crack. As he succeeds, the impact sends him crashing to the ground. The Demon King lies on the ground and pants heavily after that gruesome ordeal. With his body changes complete, the system tells him that his stats have increased by 5 points. However, Kang Wu doesn't see any significant changes to his body. The system window pops up with another message, telling him that he has unlocked his 6th awakening trait. Kang Wu is excited by this because he'll finally be able to see the details of the 6th awakening trait. When he looks at his status window, he sees that the ability is an SS rank skill, and it allows him to create equipment with the power of an authority. In order for him to create equipment of myth rank, he needs to provide an ingredient of equal rank. But the highest item he currently has is a legendary piece of equipment. Then he looks back at Yuri as he thinks about a myth-ranked item. He moves over to the table and wonders if she'll be able to create such an item with her possession ability. Kang Wu recalls that she was the one who made Ryoma's Susanoo's eyes. He decides to rescue her for now and figure it out later. Suddenly the ceiling explodes and Ryoma comes floating down. He then asks Kang Wu what happened and why he's there, because the place wasn't assigned to the Korean players. With Yuri in his arms, Kang Wu tells him that he came to save the kidnapped maiden. Ryoma takes it that he left his area without permission, but the Demon King tells him that it's all part of the chaos he was told to create. The Ranker isn't fond of Kang Wu's attitude and feels that he should have been informed before the Demon King took action. Nevertheless, Kang Wu tells him that he wasn't about to contact the Ranker based on a hunch he had. He excuses himself and heads back to the surface. While stepping out, Ryoma hears Kang Wu pondering how many myth-ranked items he can ask for as a reward. Kang Wu suddenly stops in his tracks when Ryoma starts screaming about the situation being an emergency. He sees the guy communicating through an orb and telling his people that Kang Wu is part of the demon cult. He even tells them that Kang Wu is trying to kidnap the maiden and goes ahead to give their location. The Demon King is surprised by this sudden action. Moments later, Kang Wu is locked up in a Tokyo prison with a magic restraining device on his hands. Ryoma tells him that he'll be restrained until it's time for the trial, which will be taking place the next day. Kang Wu is being accused of trying to kidnap the maiden and being a member of the demon cult. The Ranker tells him to hire whichever lawyer he wants, but he doesn't believe that Kang Wu will find someone to represent him. Just as he's about to leave, Kang Wu calls his attention and tells Ryoma that there are 5 mistakes he's made. Ryoma feels his bluffing and tells the Demon King that he's talking nonsense after being pushed into a corner. He then leaves and looks forward to how Kang Wu will keep up the act during the trial. Kang Wu tells himself that he has to figure out something quickly. Before he got locked in prison, Seola and Yeonju were shocked when he was called out as a demon cult member. The rest of his team tries to explain that it's not possible, but Ryoma tells them their comrade tried to kidnap Yuri. Even Yamada was playing along with the lies as well. However, Kang Wu wasn't even bothered by the whole thing. Out of anger, Yeonju attempts to attack them for spouting nonsense, but Kang Wu tells her to calm down because he'll be back soon. He assures Seola that things always turn out okay whenever he says so. On the other hand, Seola and Echidna are really concerned and hope that he's really coming back soon. Kang Wu promises Seola that he will return and tells her to look after Echidna in the meantime. Back in the prison, he uses his powers to project his soul out of his body. His soul slips out, and he manages to materialize his full body outside the prison. Since magic energy and demonic energy are fundamentally different, the magic restraining device isn't able to block his powers. While floating above the city, he decides to move quickly to repay Ryoma for his evil deeds. The next day in Tokyo Court, the Korean players and Japanese people assemble for Kang Wu's trial. Ryoma is seated with an impatient look on his face because he didn't expect the trial to be held so late. However, he's hoping to become the hero when this is over and get married to the maiden. The so-called world ranker is just another hopeless and delusional romantic. He looks over to the other side and sees Kang Wu's teammates who want to rip his limbs apart. Regardless, he feels they won't be able to do anything. Ryoma also looks over to the judge, saying that he paid the man a hefty sum to preside over the trial. The judge's name is Wakabe Nobuhito, and he's trembling a lot as if he's just seen a ghost. After that, the first prosecutor is called to give his testimony for Kang Woo. As soon as the guy starts spitting lies about what happened during the mission, Yeonju immediately loses her cool and starts scaring everyone in the courtroom. Hyunjae kindly drags her out before she does anything more outrageous. At the same time, the judge asks Kang Woo if he has anything to say in his defense. With a cheerful smile, Kang Woo tells him that he is not a demon cultist. When Ryoma hears this, he tries his best to hold in his laughter. As the witness is asked to give their testimony, Ryoma puts on a sinister smile and is sure of his victory. Thanks to what happened in the underground passageway, he's confident that the witnesses will support him. The first witness, Prime Minister Yamada, is called up, but the man is also trembling as if his life is at stake. Ryoma assumes that Yamada and the judge are being affected by their old age, so he doesn't think too much about their weird behavior. He is shocked when the Prime Minister decides to reveal a truth that he's been hiding. In a shocking turn of events, Yamada tells the court that Ryoma has been threatening him. The entire courtroom erupts in endless noise as they hear Yamada. Ryoma slams the table out of anger and asks the Prime Minister what he means by all that he's saying. In response, Yamada then tells the court that Ryoma is a demon cultist. The courtroom becomes uncontrollable with people asking the Prime Minister more questions. Yamada goes further to say that he hid the truth because Ryoma threatened to use his family for demonic offerings. He also tells everyone that it was Kang Woo who really saved the maiden. Ryoma quickly cuts him off and tells everyone that Yamada doesn't have evidence for his claims. However, the ranker is surprised to hear that there's evidence against him. Yamada shows the courtroom a demonic energy stone and tells them what it is. He then tells them that this stone was found in Ryoma's home, and it's an item that can only be made and used by the demon cult. Ryoma then asks the Prime Minister how he can prove that the stone came from his home. While he tries to deny Yamada's claims, Soyeon suddenly appears in the courtroom and tells everyone that she's been in charge of investigating Ryoma's affiliation with the demon cult. She then says that she investigated Ryoma's home at the Prime Minister's request. A guy behind her then opens a case filled with demonic energy stones and daggers. Soyeon then tells the court that this is the evidence that was found in Ryoma's residence. She then swears in the name of the Thousand Sword Gate that Ryoma is a member of the cult. The situation isn't looking good for the world ranker, but he suddenly starts laughing at the whole thing. With a deranged expression, he wants to know the point of all these accusations. He starts yelling and telling everyone that this is part of the Thousand Sword Gate's plan to take over Japan. While trying to buy time for himself, a girl beside Soyeon takes down her cloak and reveals herself as Kurosaki Yuri. The reporters in the room are shocked by the maiden's sudden appearance. Yuri then moves to make a statement. Although she doesn't remember all the events of that day, she assures the court that the one who saved her was none other than our boy, Kang Woo. After that, she apologizes for being kidnapped and making the citizens worry, but they tell her that it wasn't her fault. Soyeon then turns to the judge and tells him to order for Ryoma to be taken into custody. As the judge makes the order, Ryoma slowly starts laughing and losing his mind. His maniacal expression is also mixed with fear and confusion. He believes that all these accusations were plotted by someone as he looks toward Kang Woo's stand. As he realizes this was planned in a day, Kang Woo smiles at him with a devilish and sinister look on his face. The ranker slowly rises from his seat and bolts out of the courtroom instantly. Kang Woo's party members start looking for ways to catch the crook before he escapes completely. Yeonju turns to Kang Woo and tells him that they should join the chase, but she suddenly sees his broken handcuffs, and the Demon King is nowhere in sight. Meanwhile, Ryoma flies through the bright night sky of the city and curses his messed up situation. While he thinks about how to leave Japan, a bright flame appears next to his face, and he is shot out of the sky. Kang Woo watches as the crook crash lands and burns. As the flames go out, Ryoma wonders who would dare to attack him. As he looks up, he sees Kang Woo holding a flame in his hands. The Demon King then asks Ryoma if he finally understands the 5 mistakes he made. In a seething rage, Ryoma admits that his plan may have been rushed, but he doubts that he made up to 5 mistakes. Kang Woo then tells him that the first mistake is that his lockup attempt failed because magic restraining devices don't work on the Demon King. As he quenches the flames in his hand, he also reveals that he can make the demonic energy stones himself. Ryoma's third mistake is that he picked regular people as the witnesses and judges. Kang Woo lets him know that these people are not immune to skills. This explains why those old men were scared for their poor lives. He tells Ryoma that it's dumb to rely on normal people who have no skills or abilities. His fourth mistake was that he believed that Kang Woo was a nameless player without any support. However, this was the perfect chance to call up the Sword King and ask for a favor. Lastly, Kang Woo tells him that his fifth mistake is that he didn't realize the difference between a dog and a demon. With the rancor full of rage, Ryoma begins floating in the air. Then he uses the power of the wind to attack Kang Woo and vows to rip the Demon King apart. However, Kang Woo is unfazed by Ryoma's petty tornado tricks. When the attack hits, an explosion goes off in that part of the city. Ryoma feels he has won and says that he should have done this from the beginning. However, his expression changes when he sees that Kang Woo isn't even scratched. Kang Wu uses his defense powers to easily ward off the attack, and at the same time, he tells the ranker that he is disappointed in him. Ryoma is confused by his words and asks what he means. Kang Wu then tells him that he's a nice guy on the outside, but he controls people from the shadows. He tells the ranker that his mask fell off easily, and his tactics were too cheap. While Kang Wu tries to explain things to the dumb ranker, Ryoma is charging up another attack to unleash. He pours more energy into his skill, as Kang Wu calls him a dumb lad. Ryoma then hurls down another tornado while telling the Demon King not to judge him. After that attack, he is exhausted from using up so much energy. However, Kang Wu appears behind him and continues telling the ranker how obvious his reactions are. The crook ignores Kang Wu's words and rushes towards him mindlessly. Kang Wu as well rushes towards the fool, and the two players clash, causing a huge explosion. They keep clashing while moving through the air at lightning speed. It's like watching a fight scene from Dragon Ball Z. While their battle goes on, they circle around a tower until they get to the top. Kang Wu, who isn't taking the fight seriously, asks his foe if there's any good sushi restaurant in town. Ryoma doesn't find his mockery pleasing and wonders just how much the Demon King plans to make him look like a fool. He conjures up numerous tornadoes and sends them all at Kang Wu. While he swears to give his opponent the worst death possible, Kang Wu easily evades the attacks and laughs at him. He admits that Ryoma is better than all the other enemies he's faced until now. He continues evading the whirlwinds and promises to take the ranker to get sushi when they're done. After that, Kang Wu manages to get behind the guy, but just as he's about to strike, Ryoma activates his Susanoo's eyes. A bright light suddenly appears behind Kang Wu and blasts him into the ground. As the dust clears up and Kang Wu recovers, he says that he never imagined living long enough to see a god. Before him stands the image of the god Susanoo. On the other hand, Ryoma can only maintain this ability for 1 minute, so he needs to end Kang Wu before his time is up. He then orders Susanoo to kill the Demon King. As Susanoo looks down at Kang Wu, he sees the energy within him and recognizes him as the being that someone had mentioned. Kang Wu doesn't understand a word the god is saying and wonders if he should use his translation powers. Susanoo then raises his hands and brings out a huge spear from the skies. With this, he plans to test the powers of the demonic sea within the Demon King. As Kang Wu sees this, he begins to conjure up his own weapon. He realizes that even Gaebolg won't be enough, so he puts in more power to form a weapon that will be strong enough. However, Ryoma surrounds him in a whirlwind and begins to laugh at the Demon King for mocking him before. He swears that Kang Wu will die today, but he suddenly notices that the storms around Kang Wu are getting more violent. Kang Wu decides to add the power of the storms to the other ones he is wielding simultaneously. With all these powers combined, he forms a powerful spear known as Gungnir. Susanoo is pleased with the power he sees from Kang Wu and goes ahead to attack with his divine spear. Kang Wu rushes towards the god, and weapons clash against each other. The impact causes a huge explosion and a blinding light to shine around the entire city. Kang Wu's babes arrive at the scene and notice the very bright light in the sky. Meanwhile, Kang Wu is struggling to keep up with the strength of a good, and he's sustaining more injuries with each passing second. As his blood spills around, he notices that it is a black color. He wonders if the demonic energy fused with his blood when he gained the extreme demonic energy body. Seeing that the energy is highly concentrated, he decides to make it explode. In the process, he begins to overpower the god and crack his divine spear. Susanoo is struck with fear and says that the prophecy wasn't wrong. The Demon King then pierces through the god and defeats it. After that, Ryoma crashes to the ground and begins to cry out for help. He suddenly looks like an old man, and his body is slowly fading away because Susanoo drained his vitality and magic power. While he's hoping to restore his energy through Yuri, Kang Wu floats above the fool. He reminds Ryoma of the heavy price of summoning a god and gloats over the helpless guy. As Ryoma insults him, he burns off the fool's hand. Kang Wu then tells him that everything would have been okay if he didn't try to kill an innocent person. Seeing how things are, he decides to take Ryoma's myth-ranked item. Ryoma begs for his life and promises to ask Yuri to give Kang Wu a mythic item. As Kang Wu's hands draw closer to his eye, he swears to never appear before the Demon King again, if he will be kind enough to spare him. However, Kang Wu ignores Ryoma and takes the eye for himself. After that, the ranker's body slowly turns into dust, and he calls out the Demon King for making fun of him in his last moments. The system window pops up, telling Kang Wu that he can't make use of Susanoo's eye. He thinks about the god and wonders if more gods will appear as Gaia's system continues to weaken. While he thinks about how to defend himself when the gods appear, the system window shows him another message. It shows 2 unknown conditions and says they are the second step to becoming a demon god. Based on this, Kang Wu wonders if it's necessary to become a god in order to fight other gods. As he jumps off the tower, he leaves the cleanup job to Mujin and Soyeon. The Sword King wonders if Kang Wu never showed his full powers during their previous fight. Seeing how skilled the Demon King is, he offers to arrange a marriage between Soyeon and Kang Wu, but his daughter refuses and says she'll go back to China. When asked for a reason, she tells her father that she wants to train. She wants to fill the space where Kang Woo lacks in terms of martial arts talent. As she watches the love of her life float down, she says that sneaking in would be hard now. Kang Woo then meets up with his friends, and they start asking him where he's been. Yeonju is visibly boiling with anger because he didn't inform them of where he was going. She also calls him out for not telling them that Ryoma was a part of the demon cult. While trying to avoid her devilish eyes, he tells her that he only just found out about it. But in reality, Ryoma was never part of the cult. Kang Woo tries to tell Yeonju that everything worked out, but this only gets her more angry. Seola tries to calm the crazy lady before she burns down the whole place with her rage. However, she tells Kang Woo that they were very scared about things going badly. Kang Woo becomes nervous as he sees how upset Seola is. The poor girl looks like she's about to cry her eyes out. Her eyes light up when Kang Woo suddenly hugs her and calls her his darling. Her entire face goes red in that sweet moment. He tells her that he wants to go back and eat his favorite meal. While they get into a sweet conversation, Yeonju is about to lose her mind. Meanwhile, the lovebirds are smothering poor Echidna, who is trapped in between them. While our boy grips his woman tightly, a thought crosses his mind. He wonders why Yuri helped him when he didn't even use his powers on her. It also doesn't make sense that the maiden said that she regained consciousness because he would have noticed if she did. However, his daydream is cut short when Yeonju pinches his cheeks. She tells him to follow because she knows a good place where they can get sushi in the meantime. While Kang Woo struggles with the pain, she drags him off and tells everyone else to follow her. On the other hand, Yuri is watching the whole thing from afar when her assistant comes to take her back to her residence. As she goes back, she says she'll keep watching Kang Woo from a distance and will pay him a personal visit soon. While walking back, her shadow takes the form of a certain demon who's obsessed over our boy. A week later, Kang Woo gets back home with his family and friends. While he and Echidna are excited, Yeonju can't wait to get some rest after the whole stressful ordeal in Japan. Seola tells her to take care on the way home, but Yeonju is barely able to walk straight. She and Kang Woo are very concerned about the Red Rose Guild master. Kang Woo feels bad for her, considering how much they went through in Japan. Japan lost its hero after he and Mujin were announced as the ones who took care of Ryoma. Due to this, a lot of hatred was directed towards Korea, and Yeonju took all the hatred in Kang Woo's place. While lost in thought, Seola calls his attention so they can head back together. Rather than be with his babe, this guy tells her to go back first because he has something to do. They just got back, and he's already staying away from home. He allows Echidna to join him at her request, and tells her that they're going to a quiet place. When she asks for a reason, he tells her it's nothing important. He then brings out Susanoo's eyes and says he's going to make a piece of equipment. After that, they head to a vast grass field and land there. They scan the area for a bit to make sure that there are no monsters nearby. Then Kang Woo brings out his status window to check details about his skill. He sees details about his 6th awakening trait, which lets him craft equipment with the power of an authority. The more authorities he uses, the stronger the equipment will be. Kang Woo recalls when he created Gungnir and confirms that his limit is 4 authorities at a time. When he uses 2 authorities at the same time, the needed amount of demonic energy multiplies as he adds authorities. 2 authorities will require 4 times the energy, and 4 will take 16 times the amount. Since he isn't in the middle of a fight, Kang Woo believes he can use up to 5. Echidna then calls him and asks if there's anything she can help with. He then tells her to make sure that no people or monsters get close so that he can focus. Echidna then happily runs along to put up a barrier. After that, Kang Woo decides to practice a bit and start with what he's most familiar with. He activates the demonic art of creation skill. The area around him goes up in black flames with some inscriptions on the floor. The flames gather to a point, and a ductile furnace is created. With no ingredients, Kang Woo tries to create a piece of equipment with his powers alone. With the power of 3 authorities, he creates the Gay Bolg Spear, but this one has a unique rank. However, Kang Woo sees that the spear isn't as strong as the one he makes with his authorities. He goes ahead to test it out on a boulder nearby. After destroying the boulder, he says that the spear contains 20% of the original power. Regardless, he can supplement the missing power with his body-enhancing authorities. Echidna then shows up and asks him what equipment he wants to make, but he's not sure. He thinks of crafting a main weapon like Sihun, but it won't let him change weapons and switch up his attacks. Surprisingly, Echidna gets a bright idea and suggests that he make a weapon that can change shapes. As Kang Woo thinks about that, nightfall comes. Seola is then on the field with him, and he gives her the signal to start. She uses her graceful light skill to buff him, and he adds the buff from Kraken's Rage. After that, he activates the creation skill and uses Susanoo's eye as an ingredient. As he adds the authority of storms to it, he recalls when Echidna told him that he'll be able to make a variety of attacks with a weapon that can change shapes. Kang Woo adds a 5th authority to the process and fulfills all the conditions needed. The system then tells him that a myth rank equipment will be created in 10 seconds. As Kang Woo does his best to hold out until the end of the timer, he wonders if the myth rank is the highest. He wonders if he'd be able to make something like the dimensional rift he created using the equipment of the Archdukes. Just when the timer is about to hit the last second, Kang Wu pours in more power and adds the authority of predation, thereby changing the conditions. Sayola and Echidna are weary about the aura emanating from where he's standing. At the same time, the system tells him that a transcendent rank equipment is being created. A blinding light shines through the field, and the girls call out to Kang Wu while shielding their eyes. The light shines brightly throughout the fields until it dies down and stops. The girls look up to the sky in shock, and Kang Wu also gazes upon his new equipment. There, a mystical object floats above the waters, and the system calls it the Key of the Demonic Energy Sea. Different messages also start popping up. It says that he has reached the peak of the demonic art of creation, and he can no longer use the skill. Also, his demonic energy stat has gone up by 2 points. As Kang Wu walks up to touch the key, the engraving process is carried out. From the status window, he sees that this item will grow stronger when certain conditions have been fulfilled. Also, there are other special effects of it that haven't been unlocked yet. Kang Wu is amazed by all these effects. The first one, known as Indomitable, states that it can't be destroyed by any form of attack. The second effect, which is Transformation, says that it can transform into any weapon registered as a skill and can use up to 34% of the strength of those weapons. From his expression, you can tell that he's already in love with this. Kang Wu then uses the item's transformation effect to turn it into a Bident. The Bident looks good and is similar in power to the Gay Bolg he created recently. After that, he transforms it into the magic sword Graham. The key's transformation speed is comparable to the speed at which he can use the demonic energy stone. Lastly, he tries to transform it into Gungnir, but it doesn't work. The system tells him that the key can only transform into weapons created with up to 4 authorities. Kang Wu isn't too happy about this, and can't wait to see how the item will grow. After that, Sayola calls his attention and asks if the weapon creation went well. He tells her that it did, and transforms the key into a ring for her to see. While Kang Wu thinks it'll be easier to carry around, Sayola looks like she's about to have his head because of the ring. With the process done, they head back home. A week later, at their apartment, Kang Wu is still struggling with his level restrictions. Despite getting the key to the demonic energy sea, his level restriction still hasn't been lifted. He lets out a heavy sigh of disappointment out of frustration. While gazing at his ring, he wonders how he'll level up and gain another trait in order to weaken the seal on the demonic energy sea. He ponders deeply about this, and he wonders if he should give up and find some other way to grow. He thinks about going to meet the demon cult in Russia and devouring some demons from there, but it will be difficult for him to find them. His stomach starts grumbling, and he realizes that he hasn't been eating properly. He decides to go and eat his favorite kimchi stew, but suddenly sees Lilith's tentacles in the pot. Kang Wu nearly has a heart attack when he sees this, but realizes it's just his imagination. However, the kimchi stew does have some octopus tentacles in it. He apologizes for thinking that an angel like Sayola would give him something so horrible. Looking around the room, he doesn't see Sayola and notices some luggage beside the sofa. Echidna tells him that Sayola went to hunt in an A-rank gate with her party. She also says that the octopus and luggage were brought by Yeonju the previous night. Last night, Sayola and Echidna met Yeonju at the door. The guildmaster told them that Yuri sent some stuff along with $30 million. According to Yuri's words, she wanted to apologize for the incident in Japan and offered to help Kang Wu with whatever he needed. Yeonju is surprised that the maiden likes Kang Wu, but is even more shocked when she sees Sayola's reaction. Even Echidna couldn't believe the horrific expression on Sayola's face. However, Kang Wu thinks the pile of money is way too much just for saving the maiden. Aside from that, the thought of the octopus is still making him very uncomfortable and creeped out. Suddenly, he sees on the news a world ranker, Alec Osborne, who's also known as the Sword of Justice, is visiting South Korea. The news also says that Osborne is coming to meet Si-hoon after seeing his display at the Isu Station incident. Kang Wu then reads through his phone to get more information about the world ranker. Alec Osborne is a Damas hero who's known for always helping the weak. 2 months after the Isu Station incident, Osborne revealed that he'd also been fighting the demon cult for a while. Some demon cult activity was detected in Europe a month ago, and he stopped them from acting. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single death during the incident. Kang Wu feels that the guy is the kind of person who would get along with Si-hoon very well. Then he starts thinking about the two guys in the most wrong way possible. After that, he puts on his jacket to head out and confirms Sayola's location from Echidna. He then tells her that he's going to hunt the Golden Sun, and she happily asks if she can tag along. Later on in a cafe, Tae-soo waves over to Kang Wu from his table. Kang Wu tells the party that they could have continued hunting, but Tae-soo says they couldn't do that once they heard he was coming. They start talking about Alec Osborne, and Tae-soo tells him that they heard about the guy from some players who recognized Si-hoon. On the other hand, Kang Wu glances over at Si-hoon and wonders why the guy looks so giddy. Sehun then reveals that he's happy because he didn't think the Sword of Justice would come to Korea just to see him. While he shows how much of a hopeless fanboy he is, Sehun tells them that Oh Isborn is a very cool person. Kang-woo tries to ignore the fact that his subordinate is glazing over another person and goes ahead to ask how Sehun's leveling is going. Kang-woo is surprised when the swordsman tells him that he has reached level 60. Seola reveals that Sehun didn't have any sort of level restriction, while the others were blocked by it. Upon hearing this, Kang-woo feels like a complete loser because his supposed underling is blazing through levels without a restriction. Sehun then asks if he should go to the airport to meet Alec. As Kang-woo tells him there's no need for that, someone walks into the cafe, and Sehun immediately recognizes the person as the Sword of Justice. While Sehun goes to greet the world ranker, Kang-woo looks back and assesses Alec's aura and demeanor. As Alec greets him, the Demon King is sure that this guy is stronger than Ryoma. Sehun humbly accepts Alec's greetings with a lot of enthusiasm. On the other hand, Kang-woo feels bad because the swordsman wasn't this happy when they first met. Alec finally notices the Demon King when he asks what brings him all the way to Korea. Sehun bumps in and kindly introduces Kang-woo as his brother. Alec also takes note of the ladies, but only Seola makes an effort to notice him. When he asks for an introduction, Kang-woo interrupts him and asks why he came all the way to meet Sehun. With Alec's eyes away from the Demon King's babe, he admits that it's normal for Kang-woo to be wary of him since he hasn't stated his business. He then looks over to Sehun and asks if he knows of the beings known as Guardians. Kang-woo and Sehun become very curious when they hear the word Guardian. Kang-woo recalls that Sehun said the Gaia system chose him as a guardian. Alec then reveals that he's also one of these guardians, meaning that there's more than one of them. Kang-woo then asks Alec if he came to ask Sehun to save the world with his fellow guardians. The Sword of Justice admits that he has a plan to recruit Sehun into an organization known as Guardians. Although they aren't famous, Alec guarantees that they are humanity's hope. He assures Sehun that he won't feel any despair if he joins them. He's referring to how the swordsman felt when taking down the demonic monsters at Isu Station. Considering that those monsters used to be humans, Sehun felt powerless and sad at that time. Alec is sure that if they can become strong enough, they'll be able to save everyone. He says they'll become strong enough to subdue them without hurting them. When Sehun asks how this would be possible, the ranker tells him that guardians are able to enhance the strength of other guardians. Kang-woo finally makes sense of how Alec was able to subdue the demon cult in Europe. He looks at Sehun to see how the swordsman will respond to this desperate request. Sehun is a bit nervous and short of words when he is asked to join the Guardians. As he looks at the ranker to give his answer, the scene shifts to Alec walking through an alley while feeling completely dejected. He reveals that Sehun rejected his offer, but he's still determined to convince him. Meanwhile, Kang-woo is spying on him from afar and can't believe how persistent the guy is. Prior to Alec getting rejected, Sehun was about to accept the offer, but Kang-woo stopped him with his powers. The Demon King took over his subordinate's spirit and made Sehun think that Alec might be deceiving him. Due to this, Sehun wasn't able to come to a definite decision. Alec told him to take his time since the ranker is still staying in Korea for a while. Kang-woo watches Alec walk away and swears that he won't let Sehun become as delusional as the ranker. He decides not to let them meet anymore. Suddenly, Alec calls out a spy from the shadows, and Kang-woo assumes that he's been caught. However, a cult member leaps from the rooftop and dives down to attack Alec. The cult member turns his nails into long claws as the ranker unsheathes his sword. As they clash, Alec asks if the cult chased him all the way from Europe. He tells his foe to give up, but the cult member wants to rip him to shreds. The fight gets very intense and brutal, with neither side giving up. Meanwhile, Kang-woo just watches from a corner and does his best not to expose himself. Despite the cult member's efforts, the fight ends quickly because his strength is nothing compared to that of a guardian. The follower asks to be killed, but Alec says that he can't do that. This kind act starts to irritate Kang-woo, and he wonders why the hell this guy is spouting nonsense. Regardless, Alec tells the cult member to repent and live a new life. Seeing that he's dealing with a goody two-shoes, the cult member pops a smoke grenade and tries to escape. Alec tries to stop him when he sees the follower heading straight for a random passerby. The guy bumps into the girl and sends her crashing into the wall. After taking a quick glance at his surroundings, he flees the scene and leaves Alec to deal with the wounded girl. When the Guardian rushes over to her side, his hands start shaking when he sees that she's dead. He starts crying out and asking why something like this had to happen. The fool could have avoided it if he just killed the damned cultist. He suddenly hears a voice asking what he's doing. He turns to see Kang-woo with an angry expression, and the Demon King asks him why he didn't kill the cultist. He explains that it's basically his fault that the girl died since he didn't take the cultist's life. Alec tries to explain, but Kang-woo lets him know that his stupid beliefs are the reason for the innocent girl's death. Kang-woo is taken aback when Alec says that no one got hurt either way. Suddenly the girl's body starts dissipating, and all that's left is her clothes in Alec's hands. Kang-woo then realizes that this guy is beyond insane. Regardless, the Guardian continues to act as if nothing happened. Kang-woo then calls him, and with a threatening look in his eyes, he asks if Alec is going to give up on Sihun. The deranged guardian lets him know that he has no plans of giving up on the swordsman. He says that Sihun is destined for a greater cause, but the Demon King laughs at his words. With a lot of enthusiasm, he explains to Kangwoo that Sihun is made to protect a lot of lives. After that, he takes his leave and urges Kangwoo to try and convince Sihun to join the Guardians. However, Kangwoo knows it's all a load of crap, and Alec just wants to make Sihun as deranged as him. He knows he won't be able to stop his subordinate forever because of how much he admires the Sword of Justice. A thought suddenly pops into Kangwoo's head when he recalls that Alec wants Sihun to grow. He then starts plotting something sinister. Later on, at night, Alec is seated in his room and lost in his thoughts. He remembers Kangwoo's words and starts to feel bad. He then consoles himself by saying that Kangwoo wouldn't understand because he's not a guardian. He feels the Demon King will eventually understand him. For now, he sets his mind on convincing Sihun to join his organization. He suddenly hears a loud scream and quickly gets up to find where it's coming from. The voice screams for help, and Alec sees that the person is on the rooftop. He rushes to the rooftop and lands on the scene like a cliché superhero. When he looks up, he sees a cultist who is expecting him. The cultist reveals that he's the one who Alec encountered just a few hours ago. When Alec asks for the person's voice he heard, the cultist reveals that he was the one making those screams. Alec realizes that he's been deceived. The demon cultist then asks about the woman he killed earlier while escaping. When Alec remembers the scene, his face becomes very grim. The Guardian feigns ignorance and acts like someone didn't die back then. The cultist begins to laugh at him and mock the so-called Sword of Justice for ignoring an innocent person's death. While he is being mocked, Alec pulls out his sword and says he'll make the cultist repent for the rest of his life. However, the follower still takes note of the fact that the Guardian didn't mention anything about killing him. But Alec feels that the cultist can never understand why he refuses to kill people. He believes that saving every person is a noble cause. This is coming from the same idiot who basically disintegrates people. Anyway, Alec bolts forward to attack the demon cultist. However, the cultist points at his neck as if telling Alec to give it his best shot. In the end, Alec is unable to kill him and ends up smashing the wall. In the process of changing his attack trajectory, Alec ends up injuring his arm. While pretending to have missed his attack, the cultist prepares to land a haymaker. The follower punches the Guardian's gut and sends him flying away for acting so dumb. Before Alec even lands, he gets attacked with numerous fireballs as well. The entire roof explodes in flames, but Alec manages to still survive. While he is trying to figure out how his opponent became so strong in less than a day, the cultist is about to swing down on him with an axe. He tries to block the attack, but the cultist's weapon suddenly disappears. Before he can change the trajectory of his attack, the enemy lands a punch on his face. Alec gets sent tumbling across the ground. As he holds his bruised face, he figures that he may not be fighting the same demon cultist, but it might be another person. However, he recalls how demon cultists tend to get stronger and assumes that his opponent is a demon. The masked cultist remains silent and just looks at him. As their fight continues, each clash causes a bright light to shine everywhere. The combatants are moving at lightning speed as they fight, and Alec is trying his best to overwhelm his foe. He tells the demon to accept defeat, but the cultist is growing tired of the useless fight. As he expected, Alec doesn't deserve the right to be a guardian. Prior to their fight, we see the demon cultist resting in a lonely area. As he plans how to ambush Alec again, the wall beside him explodes. Thinking that it's Alec, he gets up and prepares for a fight, but he is shocked when he sees Kangwoo. The Demon King is confused when the cultist assumes that he's part of the Guardians. Kangwoo decides to ask the guy some questions about the Guardians, but the cultist isn't about to give up the information easily. He then transforms his ring into a demonic glove and prepares to beat the answers out of the guy. Kangwoo sprints toward the guy and punches a hole right through his chest. However, the cultist thinks Kangwoo is dumb for getting into his attack range. When he tries to use his claws, his hands suddenly go back to normal, and he notices that his demonic energy is going away. He looks down and sees that Kangwoo is sapping the demonic energy with his claws. After that, Kangwoo asks if the guy is ready to talk. The cultist continues to be stubborn, so the Demon King shoves his hand into the guy's mouth and uses the power of subordination on him. Despite this, the cultist still manages to resist the ability. With no other choice, he lights up the guy's insides with the power of hellfire. After that, he lets go of the cultist's bloodied mouth. The dude falls to the ground and screams out in pain. After that, he finally decides to talk. Kangwoo then asks him to say everything he knows about the Guardians. The cultist assumes that Kangwoo should know more, causing the Demon King to threaten his poor life once again. Aside from the fact that the group is known as Guardian, the dude says that there are less than 10 members. He also says the leader is a woman, and her ability is to find other Guardians all over the world. This explains how Alec was able to find Sihun. When Kangwoo asks about the other Guardians, the cultist says he doesn't know any others besides Alec. After giving the information, the dude begs for his life to be spared. The Demon King offers to give the guy back his life in exchange for something else. With fear in his eyes, the guy looks up to him as Kang Wu asks what he can give. Scared for his life, he decides to tell Kang Wu every single thing he knows. He then starts giving the details while the Demon King listens closely. After talking for a while, Kang Wu says his information isn't anything new, but thanks him. The poor dude then asks if his life will be spared, but is shocked when the Demon King tells him that there's no reason to do that. As his life flashes before his eyes, he realizes that this is what the protagonist planned from the beginning. The last thing he sees is the hero setting him ablaze. After that, Kang Wu walks out of the burning area while putting on the cultist's robes. With this, he has acquired what he wants and proceeds to hatch out his devilish plans. The scene shifts back to the fight between him and Alec, and now he knows just what kind of person the Guardian is. Suddenly, he decides to stop his fight with Alec. He knocks out Alec's weapon and tells him how boring it is to fight him. The Demon King then grabs the guy's throat and starts choking him in the air. Alec struggles to free himself, but he's too weak against Kang Wu. The protagonist wonders why there's no normal world ranker like Cheon Mujin. Kang Wu understands that Alec might have some kind of sob story as a reason for not killing, but he doesn't care for it. Alec is enraged when the hero begins to question his ideals and asks if things go away when he turns his head. The Guardian struggles to speak as Kang Wu reminds him of the corpse he got rid of earlier in the day. This finally makes Alec yell at him, but the protagonist is happy to see him enraged. The Guardian's boiling rage is more evident as the hero states that his actions are just for self-interest. Alec tries to tell him that he knows nothing, but Kang Wu grips his neck tighter. Suddenly, the door to the rooftop bursts in an explosion. Si-hoon shows up, ready to save Alec and face the enemy. He then demands to know who the masked cultist is. Kang Wu quickly changes his voice and begins to call himself different kinds of names. Finally, he introduces himself as Satan to the swordsman. After hearing his name, Si-hoon concludes that the enemy is also a demon. Kang Wu strangles Alec tighter and reminds the swordsman that he has more important things to face. He notices as Si-hoon starts to sweat nervously while trying to keep his composure. The boy grips his sword firmly and refuses to reply to any of the Demon King's questions. He recalls that he got a call from Kang Wu, telling him that Alec was being attacked by the demonic order. Kang Wu lies about being hurt and hangs the call, leaving the swordsman in a panicked state. Si-hoon doubts that someone like himself will be able to defeat an enemy who the Guardian couldn't even defeat. Regardless, he rushes towards the enemy to prove himself. As he closes the gap between them, he unleashes his dragon sword technique. However, the Demon King easily blocks his attacks with little effort. Si-hoon grits his teeth in anger as his enemy remarks on how weak he is. Despite this, he presses on with another dragon sword skill. Before he can even finish uttering the skill, Kang Wu punches him, sending him crashing into a wall. A devilish purple aura surrounds his body, and he glares at the swordsman, wondering why he doesn't feel the difference in their strengths. Si-hoon refuses to give up and tries to attack once more. Kang Wu asks why the boy is trying so hard when Alec has nothing to do with him. Si-hoon continues to lash out with all his strength, and Kang Wu is enjoying every bit of the fight. His devilish aura shields him from Si-hoon's blade, and he sees that his subordinate is way better than the deranged Guardian. Si-hoon isn't holding back and trying to subdue his foe. Rather, each strike aims to kill his opponent. Finally, he manages to graze Kang Wu's skin and crack his mask. Kang Wu then uses the purple substance underneath his feet to push Si-hoon back. He then attacks the unfazed swordsman, but Si-hoon evades as soon as the spears are about to pierce him. The genius boy tries to land a hit within Kang Wu's blind spot, but the Demon King blocks the attack easily. He continues to circle around and strike endlessly, but Kang Wu's defenses are more than he can handle. While blocking every single hit, Kang Wu is lost in thought about the one thing that his subordinate lacks. Si-hoon moves in front of Kang Wu to land another attack, but the Demon King easily overwhelms him. Kang Wu grabs the guy's face and tosses him into a wall. The impact causes Si-hoon to cough of blood, and his eyes go blank. After that, Kang Wu tells Si-hoon that his efforts are not bad and continues to trash-talk the guy. Si-hoon is sick of his useless talk, but his fear only grows more when Kang Wu says he doesn't want to end their fight. The Demon King slowly starts sapping the life force from Alec while commending Si-hoon's determination and fighting spirit. Alec manages to whisper Si-hoon's name, and he tells the boy to run. After that, he gets obliterated right before the swordsman's eyes. As Si-hoon watches this horrific event, something in him finally snaps. With a trembling voice, he rushes towards the one he knows as Satan to avenge his comrade. His eyes are fixed to kill the demon, but his body gives up, and he falls to the ground. All he can do is grit his teeth and gaze at his enemy, while Kang Wu tells him to struggle desperately and remember him. As he fades out of consciousness, Kang Wu tells him to use his anger and resentment to grow and become stronger. When the Demon King sees that Si-hoon has passed out, he takes off his mask. He nearly throws up while remembering his cringe performance as Satan. However, he hopes this experience will help Si-hoon to surpass his limits and grow stronger. Ever since Young-hoon and Jae-hyun went to jail, Si-hoon hasn't been motivated by anything. At the same time, Kang Wu is unsure if the Guardians are allies or enemies. If the rest are like Alec, he'll have no choice but to kill his enemies himself. Kang Wu then sees the system window pop up with a message while he's thinking of how to get stronger. Due to the fact that he has killed a guardian, the system removes his level restriction and limits it to 69. Then his level increases by 10 points, and he reaches his 7th awakening. Kang Wu sees that killing a guardian is what he needs to do to remove the restriction. But the level restriction at 69 shocks him. Usually players don't get another level restriction until level 89. Seeing that the only way to lift this is to kill a guardian, he looks down at Si-hoon with a tempted gaze. As he looks at the swordsman, he wonders if he needs to kill the guardians one at a time. However, he pushes the thought aside and takes off his cultist uniform. He decides not to reduce the number of guardians because he doesn't know the kind of threats that Earth may face in the future. After that, he goes ahead and checks out his 7th awakening trait. From the status window, he sees that the ability is called Reaper of Souls, and it's also an SS rank ability. The details show that this skill is connected to his authority of predation, and it allows him to absorb demon souls and increase the quality of his own soul. The authority of predation absorbs a target's life force, demonic energy, and any other powers, but Kang Wu thinks of how inefficient it tends to be. He then looks at the window, showing him the second step to becoming a demon god, but the conditions are still unknown. Regardless, he feels that this ability has something to do with the unknown conditions, just like how he used his 6th awakening skill to create the key of the demonic energy sea. The thought of hunting some demons puts a deep smile on his face. He also sees that he has to trouble Yeonju, and we see her shivering in bed due to a cold. Kang Wu starts to meditate and enters his demonic energy sea. Due to his 7th awakening, the seal on the 10,000 demon core is weakened. He then uses the celestial dragon psyche style to condense some demonic energy. With his extreme demonic energy body, he's able to absorb things better. He continues absorbing the demonic energy and notices that the quality is still bad. The Demon King keeps reaching deeper and risking the chance of his entire body becoming the 10,000 demon core. While he goes deeper and deeper, he finally stops at the right time before the power consumes him. The struggle to break free of the temptation puts a toll on him, but he manages to increase his demonic energy stat by 8 points. He is glad to see this, but when he checks the status window, he sees that the points are off. He is supposed to have 121 points of demonic energy, but he only sees 120 points. He then realizes that it might be due to the effects of his coat. The system then pops up with a message, saying that his legendary equipment is not sufficient to raise his demonic energy stat above 120. Kang Wu looks at his coat and wonders why such important information was not made known earlier. However, he realizes that it's because no one has probably raised a stat this high before. He then looks over at Alex's body and sets it a balls. While he thinks about heading back home, he realizes that it took him 6 months to reach his current level. He glances back in the direction of the burning body and watches the smoke go up into the clouds. A few days later at the Red Rose Guild, a fierce battle is taking place in the training room. Si-hoon and Mu-jin are engaging in a fearsome battle, but it looks one-sided. However, Mu-jin wins this by knocking Si-hoon's sword away from his hand. He then tells the prodigy that they should stop for the day. He doesn't take it seriously when Si-hoon says that he can still go on. Si-hoon looks completely beat up and exhausted, but he still wants to push. With a ferocious look in his eyes, he tells the Sword King that he has to become stronger. Mu-jin sees that Si-hoon's martial arts are improving, but he is still worried about him. He then tells Kang Wu that he plans to go hunting with Si-hoon. Kang Wu looks concerned when the Sword King mentions that it'll be in Shanghai. The place has an SS rank gate like the one in Hokkaido, and he thinks it's too early. However, Mu-jin says that it'll be better for Si-hoon to fight monsters and get more real-life experience. Kang Wu sees that it's basically going to be a closed training, and it'll be the most effective way for his subordinate to grow. On the other hand, Si-hoon is still trying to catch his breath. Kang Wu then walks over to him to give him a bit of motivation. He grabs the guy, and with a sad act, he blames himself for not being able to save Alec Osborne. He tells Si-hoon that they have to do their best to become stronger and avenge the fallen guardian. His words touch a soft spot in Si-hoon's heart, and the swordsman vows to become stronger. Just like that, Kang Wu's sinister plan goes accordingly. After that, Si-hoon leaves for Shanghai with Mu-jin, while Kang Wu is wasting away on his couch. Suddenly, he hears his phone buzzing. When he picks up, he hears Yeonju telling him to put on the TV. Kang Wu puts it on and wonders what the whole fuss is about. He is short of words when he sees reports about the demon cult conducting a large-scale demon summoning. The cult manages to summon thousands of demons, and they are all wreaking havoc all across the country. While others will be scared for their lives, the Demon King is salivating as he sees this. All he knows is that this is the perfect feast he has been waiting for. The next day at the Red Rose Guild, Yeonju is walking into her office when she sees someone walk in. It's Kang Wu and his lovely family, and he asks her what's going on. He tells her that on his way to the office, he saw everyone in a restless mood. Yeonju tells him that the large-scale demon summoning took place in Vladivostok, Russia. However, they aren't sure of the exact number of demons that were summoned. Yanju estimates that over 100 demons were summoned, and demonic monsters were also summoned. On the other hand, Kangwoo tries his best to hide his joy and desire to feast on the demons. Kangwoo and Seola then take a seat, while Yeonju tells them there haven't been many civilian casualties. Seola figures that the main issue is that the demonic monsters are on the move, and Yeonju confirms it. The monsters are moving through Manchuria, but Yeonju fears that there will be a large-scale war if the monsters make their way into South Korea. Kangwoo then asks her what the update with the Chinese is. She tells him that they contacted South Korea for an alliance, and they want to end things in Manchuria before the casualties get worse. There's going to be a strategy meeting in Harbin where each guild should participate. This is why her guild members are trying to get planes to go there first. She then asks if Kangwoo will be going with Echidna. She also wonders if it'll be enough with just him and Seola. Kangwoo tells her that Sehun is undergoing training, and he purposely didn't bring the rest. He feels it'll be too dangerous since they will be facing demons. He tries to gloat about how he's enough by himself, but Yeonju finds him sickening. Moments later, they head over to the player administration office in China. While they walk in, they are being led by Soyeon. Kangwoo then thanks her for helping out during the Ryoma incident. Soyeon blushes at his compliments and tells him that she had a promise to fulfill. Since her father is undergoing individual training, she admits that she's very busy, having to do all the work meant for her father. However, she mentions that she's worried about her uncle. Her uncle is known as Swordmaster Cheon Muyan. She says that Mujin overshadowed him, and that's why he isn't famous. Regardless, Muyan is also the vice leader of the Thousand Sword Gate, but sadly, he doesn't see South Korea in a good light. Kangwoo assures Soyeon that things will be okay, and she hopes so. They suddenly see two people being blocked by a huge man in front of them. Looking closer, we see that the two people are Minjung of the Onuri Guild and Hyunju of the Samurai Guild. Hyunju is surprised to see Yeonju, who asks her why she hasn't entered yet. Yeonju loses her cool when she hears that they are not being allowed to participate in the meeting. She tells the huge guard to move out of the way, but the man tells them that they'll be informed of what happened in the meeting later on. He threatens that if they don't follow Muyan's orders, the vice leader will reconsider the China-Korea alliance. At this point, Yeonju is ready to blast a hole through the door, but Soyeon tells her to calm down. Soyeon takes over and tells the huge man to move, but the man remains stubborn, saying that her uncle's orders are the top priority when her father isn't around. While the ladies are arguing with the guard, Kangwoo slowly steps in and tries to handle it. He cheerfully asks for permission to enter, but the huge guy repeats the same words to him. Kangwoo then threatens to enter anyway, and the guard tries to attack him. The door to the meeting room suddenly explodes, causing all the guild leaders there to panic. Kangwoo then happily walks into the room, while the guard lies helplessly on the floor. One of the leaders leaps from his chair and tries to attack Kangwoo for interrupting their meeting. Kangwoo grabs the bald man and smashes his head into the ground. The rest of the leaders are shocked to see the bald guy get knocked out easily. Kangwoo feels he should have stayed in his chair, considering he's already lost all his hair. He then sits on the bald guy and kindly tells the rest of the room to continue the meeting. Seated across from him is Muyan, who implies that the Koreans aren't needed. Kangwoo snaps back at his comment, and he calls the Demon King a cheeky guy. He is already pissed with the vice leader, so he decides to tell everyone what kind of man Muhyan is. Kangwoo starts talking about a jealous younger brother who can never surpass his talented elder brother. When a monster invasion occurs and the older brother isn't available, the younger one takes the opportunity to prove himself. While talking, he flings a pen into the map behind Muyan, grazing his cheek, and says that the little brother is trying to put other forces in the rear, so they won't achieve much. Kangwoo describes Muyan as an idiot who's trying to escape from his brother's shadows. This statement strikes a nerve in the vice leader, and he tells Kangwoo that he doesn't know anything. However, the Demon King tells Muyan that he easily figured him out once he spoke, and says that people like him aren't interesting. At that moment, he knows the vice leader is really upset and can't resist the urge to attack him. He tells Muyan to carry on and stop wasting everyone's time. Moments later, we see some troops gathered outside, and Yeonju is about to address them. Kangwoo wonders why she's so nervous, and she loses it, saying that it's all his fault. Back then, when he provoked Muyan to attack him, the vice leader leaped at the Demon King and swore to shut him up for good. He swore to kill Kangwoo, but before his sword could reach, the Demon King tossed a pen at his face and sent him crashing into the table. Seeing that they won't be able to cooperate, Kangwoo says that each side will fight on their own, and they will go their separate ways. Muhyeon lies unconscious on the floor without a way to retaliate. Yeonju complains about what happened because she feels he should have followed through with it. Now, she has no idea how to go about commanding so many people. On the other hand, Minjong is trying to boost the morale of his guild, while Hyunju can't stand the argument that Yeonju is having. Even the Hwarang squad leader is tired of listening to them bicker like insufferable siblings. Kangwoo tells Yeonju that he has something else to do, and she asks what else could be more important. He tells her it's a secret because he doesn't want to reveal his plans to devour demons. They suddenly stop when someone tells them that the demons have appeared. They look over and see a horde of monsters rushing towards them. Hundreds of mindless, ferocious beasts are hastily making their way to wreak havoc and chaos. Their huge number causes the players to panic, and they have no idea how to handle the situation. Fortunately, Yeonju quickly takes the lead and snaps them out of it. She assures them that they have the strength to fight the monsters. She then tells the mages to prepare to cast their spells, while the tanks will block the monsters charging at them. However, the players lose their morale when her commands become too complicated to understand. She starts feeling embarrassed, but Kangwoo cheers her on. Regardless, she says that commanding doesn't suit her, and hands over the reins to Hyunjae to take charge. With the burden lifted from her shoulders, she goes ahead to address the players one more time. She tells them not to think about the fight too deeply, and that they should see it as an opportunity to gather as many experience points as possible. The players are all excited after hearing her, and they aren't panicking anymore. In the end, Hyunjae didn't have to utter a single word. He sees how Yeonju motivated everyone with just a few words. Yeonju whips out her blood chains and tells everyone to fight with 3 things in mind. Firstly, no one should get hurt, and secondly, no one should die. Last but not least, she says that all the experience is for her as they all charge straight at the monsters. As both sides are about to clash with each other, a symbol appears in the eyes of the huge demon, and the cultist sees what's happening through the monster's eyes. The culprit of all this is finally revealed, and he's known as the Apostle of Evil, Anton Sidorovich. Since the Gaia system has gotten weaker, Anton says that the demons have gotten stronger. While he's lost in thought, a demon approaches him, and he tells the monster that it's not time for him to appear yet. The demon is revealed to be a demon from the 5th hell known as Utar. Utar tries to tell Anton that his underlings want to fight, and he doesn't like the idea of hiding. He plans to prove that humans aren't threats, but Anton tells him to do it later. While looking at a poster of Kangwoo, Anton tells Utar that there's someone they have to meet. After Anton saw the events of what happened with the Japanese demon cult, he saw the devilish looks in Kangwoo's eyes and assumed that they were the same. He thinks he knows what Kangwoo desires and feels he can make him join the demon cult. Anton starts to summon another vile presence from his hands and tells Utar to hold back until he can contact Kangwoo. However, Utar isn't fond of the old man's arrogance and tells Anton not to dish out orders to him. Anton apologizes and begs him not to act rashly, but the demon sees the old man as a mere human as well. His anger grows more when Anton tells him not to do anything that will go against the will of the demon cult. Utar feels insulted by these words and attempts to squash the old man, but the dark presence that Anton summoned holds his hands back. More hands rise up and hold him down, pushing the great demon to the ground. Anton then asks if he's willing to listen, but Utar curses at him. Anton then closes his book and allows the shadowy hands to rip Utar into pieces. The demon's underlings watch as their master is torn to shreds. They nervously turn to the old man who calls their attention and advises them to heed his words. Back on the battlefield, the dreaded demons aren't letting up. However, Yeonju easily rips through them and continues to press on with her blood chains. A demon sneaks up to attack her from behind, but Hwaeun slices the monster and saves her. She tells Yeonju that she and Hunmo came to help, so she shouldn't be too upset. Hyunmo is quite concerned because there seems to be no end to the horde of demons they're facing. Hwaeun feels things would be easier with Kangwoo, but Yeonju refuses to accept that she needs help from our boy. However, Kangwoo is still on the battlefield, but he's invisible to everyone else. He sees that the players are doing very well to their advantage. Seola and the Samurai Guild are offering proper support, while the rest are dealing with the demonic monsters well enough. Kangwoo feels they'll easily win like this, but the problem is that he hasn't seen the supposed hundreds of demons that were summoned. He wonders what else they could be after, and why they haven't appeared. Something suddenly catches his eye. Then he calls on Echidna to go to the Samurai Guild and protect Seola. The little girl vows not to let anyone harm her master's babe. He tells her that his plans have changed when he sees a sudden surge of demonic energy on the ground. A hand sprouts up from the ground and starts writing something. The message states that the person wants to speak to Kangwoo. The Demon King is excited by this and thinks that he's finally been invited to a feast. Anatan then confirms that Kangwoo has received the message. He tells the demon beside him not to be anxious because they'll probably meet the Demon King after the war. The demon gets angry by this because he doesn't like the idea of sitting around and waiting. With a threatening look in his eyes, the old man looks at the vile demon and reminds him of who's the boss around here. Scared for his meager life, the demon quickly apologizes. Anton forgives him and asks if any of the other demons would like to take a step forward. They all decline his request in order to save themselves from unforeseen circumstances. With the demons all under control, the old man wonders what the best way to call out Kangwoo is. He decides that kidnapping Seola will be the best route, if only he knew what he was about to do to himself. Anyway, he decides to wrap things up for now, but notices something disturbing. He looks over the horizon and notices that Kangwoo is headed straight towards him. As the Demon King lands at the scene, the old man feels he can kill him if he refuses the proposal. Anton covers his nose to avoid all the dust and asks Kang Wu if he can speak Russian. The Demon King has no problem communicating with him but turns his attention to the lower-ranked demons. He can see that most of them are from the 5th Hell, and the higher-ranking ones are from the 6th Hell. After confirming that none of the demons know him, he asks Anton what he wants to talk about. The old man then mentions something about the privileges of being a demon, and this gets Kang Wu interested. Anton tells him that humans eventually die, but demons don't. The old man tries to persuade Kang Wu by saying that demons don't have to eat or drink and don't have lifespan restrictions. He obviously doesn't know the happiness that kimchi stew brings. Kang Wu tells him to get straight to the point. Anton then says that the demon cult can turn humans into demons and offers to give Kang Wu eternal life. He foolishly tries to tempt the Demon King by saying that Kang Wu can become an immortal being and won't have to rot like humans. He then extends a hand and asks Kang Wu to join the cult. Anton claims that he knows people like Kang Wu, and only he can understand him. Kang Wu can't hold it in anymore, so he bursts out laughing at the old fool and his useless words. The demons are shocked when he insults the old man and mocks his words. Anton is short of words when he sees Kang Wu making fun of him. After enjoying his laugh for a while, Kang Wu switches up and tells the old man not to act like he knows him. He makes it clear that Anton doesn't have a single idea about who he is. With his power, Kang Wu begins to shatter the ground beneath them. The demons try to run for their lives when the ground starts splitting, but they end up falling into the depths of the earth. As pillars shoot out of the ground, fear grips the demons, and Anton as well. The old man is scared and wonders what's going on. Yeonju and the others are shocked as well when the ground on the battlefield starts shaking violently. She then sees the ominous structure that Kang Wu created, and she gets even more frustrated. Nevertheless, she is concerned about Kang Wu and hopes that he is all right. Anton sees how Kang Wu transforms the place into a hellish environment. While staring at it, he asks if this is truly the strength of a mere human.